Chapter 665. This is a crystal cluster? Princess Griffine saw Brando turn the body of the man in the grey robe over, revealing a piece of amethyst-colored skin under the cut robe. She looked up silently and saw that the cut at the neck of the body was like broken glass. The whole body was crystallized, and not a trace of blood seeped out. This is a crystal cluster. Brando stayed by the body for a while before replying. Some living creatures in magic crystals are affected by the moon of magic and distorted to form a kind of monster. This kind of monster is not common, and occasionally found in magic crystal veins and crystal forests. But it looks like a humanoid creature. Princess Griffine looked at the body quietly. And what does this have to do with anything? Mr. Brando, do you know what happened to Yenbao? She stood outside the door, not wanting to be stained with the blood everywhere in the house. Although the beast's body had already been dragged out and disposed of. The Countess told the coast guards that a demon fleeing from the war in Ampere Seal had attacked her brother, and let the soldiers see the body of the man in the grey robe. When the people present saw Akel's tragic state, they could not help but feel sorry for him. Since such cases had happened in the port of Ampere Seal recently, no one suspected anything for a while. He was human when he was alive. Brando replied without turning his head. He picked up a piece of crystal shard. But it was the crystallization disease that turned him into this. Crystallization disease. Princess Griffine raised her head slightly and looked at him with her beautiful silver eyes. When I was learning the knowledge on the scroll, I saw such a case. Some creatures living in the crystal veins gradually went crazy, and crystals grew on their bodies. They became crazy and began to attack humans. Brando stared at the crystal shard, and the flowing light cast a narrow light spot on his face. This is the earliest case of the crystallization disease, and it happened in the wilderness of the Four Territories. This sounds like demonization. Her Royal Highness frowned and replied. This is demonization. Brando nodded but then sighed. Because of the abundance of magic in crystal veins, it is easier to cause magic corrosion. However, the crystallization was very special. No one knew why the crystal clusters existed. In theory, every species in Wonde had a continuous existence, but the history of the crystal clusters was a blank. We have done some research on them, but we still don't know what kind of background they have. Her Royal Highness naturally thought that we was referring to the Black Tower Wizards, but in fact, Brando subconsciously used a player's pronoun. In the Amber Sword, the plot fans naturally investigated the crystal cluster, but as Brando said, all the investigation lasted until the Age of Light, and then came to an abrupt end. Some people thought that there was a huge secret hidden in the crystal cluster, but more senior players asserted that before the official release of the history before the Age of Light, the origin of the crystal cluster could only be a mystery. However, it wasn't easy to track down the history of the Age of Light. The main source of information for the players was Buga's library, but the history of the Age of Light was beyond the reach of Buga's wizards. Where did the crystal clusters come from? Brando didn't care about this. He only cared about why they suddenly appeared in Erewhon. There were no relevant records in history at all. The history of the North seemed to be changing, and it seemed to have begun to deviate from the trajectory he knew. After listening to Brando's answer, Princess Griffine was silent for a while. But after a while she asked again, but Dilfrey also said that there is no crystal forest near Yenbao. So that's what I'm puzzled about, Brando replied. Princess Griffine frowned uneasily. She looked at Brando and asked, why do you say that? Because I found similar traces on Akel's body. Some crystals grew on the back of his neck, but no one noticed it under the bloodstains. Brando turned back and looked at her. He replied with certainty, this can also explain why this guy suddenly became so crazy. The dark magic will release the evil in his heart. This is not an isolated case. There must be a crystal disease spreading near Yenbao, and Baron Dahl may have been corrupted. The princess frowned deeper. How could this be? What do you think will happen to Yenbao? What should we do? It's definitely not a good thing, and there's no other way for the time being. We can only keep it a secret from Miss Dilfrey, at least until we solve the trouble in the north. Your Royal Highness, you also know the distance between Yenbao and Ampere Seal. We can't and don't have the ability to intervene in everything in Yenbao. Brando did not choose to reveal all the uneasiness in his heart, because some things were just guesses to him. Besides, he could not explain his foresight of the future. He paused and just reminded, besides, your Royal Highness doesn't want anything to happen to Dilfrey, right? Princess Griffine sighed faintly. When I was a child, Dilfrey was my best friend. She didn't treat me like other people. I always treated her like my own sister. But when it came to it, I couldn't help her at all. If something happened to the Count, she would be heartbroken. I saw Count Yenbao once when I was a child. He was a good father. Dilfrey must have loved him very much. The half-elf girl's tone was a little weak. Brando knew that she was thinking of her father, Oberg VII, who loved his daughter very much. It could be said that Princess Griffine once had a happy family. But before he could think of any words to comfort the princess, the latter had already become determined. Princess Griffine took a breath and replied, "We have to quickly solve the chaos in the north, Mr. Brando." Brando was slightly stunned. He probably didn't expect the princess to recover so quickly. In fact, he was not good at politics, but fortunately, this was a historical issue. He thought for a moment and said, "Your Royal Highness, the key to solving the chaos in the north is not us, but the Holy Cathedral of Fire. The Holy Cathedral of Fire wants to put pressure on us through the nobles in the north, but I think the people of Cruz obviously don't want to see a war. This is just another game between the two sides." Princess Griffine narrowed her eyes slightly. She looked particularly charming, but a cold light in her narrowed eyes showed that the princess understood something in her heart. Of course, she understood this point, but what made her angry was that the Holy Cathedral of Fire was obviously playing with fire. The nobles in the north were not dogs raised by the people of Cruz. On the contrary, they were a pack of wolves. These short-sighted beasts could destroy the balance of power at any time for a little bit of benefit. The people of Cruz arrogantly thought that they could control everything, but in fact, they could not control anyone. But she had to worry about this point. Endless compromise was impossible. Brando promised her that this time, there would not be any concessions to the nobles in the north. This was actually the princess' own idea. First, she would integrate the forces in the south that were close to the royal family of Cavardo, and then use the power of thunder to make the whole north bow down. But what kind of price would she have to pay to get the Holy Cathedral to support her? Those hateful people of Cruz, they clearly needed stability in Erewhon, but they still wanted more benefits. Since the war in Ampere Seal, she had been thinking of ways to limit the influence of the Holy Cathedral in Erewhon. This was actually one of Brando's ideas, but the Holy Cathedral of Fire was obviously aware of this. She did not want to give in on this. But Princess Griffine suddenly remembered something. She looked up at Brando and said, "Mr. Brando, can you wait for me here for a moment?" "What's wrong?" Brando was stunned. "Help me deal with things here," the princess replied. "I want Count Janalesu to investigate this matter. Yenbao is on the edge of his territory. He will definitely think of a way." This was a good idea. But Brando felt that the princess was hiding something, but before he could ask, the princess had already walked downstairs. Brando looked at the body at his feet, and helplessly checked the belongings of the man in the gray robe, including some scattered things, but did not find anything that could prove his identity. He straightened up and heard a familiar sound behind him. It should be the sound of Dilfrey's wheelchair. He turned around and saw the maid pushing the countess at the door. "You sent those people away?" Brando put down the scattered things in his hands and looked at her sympathetically. He could not imagine how big of a blow this would be to the countess, but it would definitely leave a shadow in the future. Dilfrey nodded. The coast guards were easy to send away. After all, everyone present was a noble, and there was also a princess of the kingdom. Her statement was conclusive, and the evidence was there. Plus, the demons had been active in the port of Ampere Seal recently, so no one raised any questions. After all, no one could say for sure if there was an existence similar to the crystal people among the demons. Anyway, it definitely would not be a human. I knew that Akel had a bad reputation, but I didn't expect him to be so crazy. Nia told me some things just now. It's all my fault for not protecting her well. Dilfrey sighed guiltily. Brando more or less guessed something. When the female knight made the request, he actually guessed that there might be a conflict between them. However, this was someone else's family matter after all, so he could only nod awkwardly. But Mr. Brando, I know very well what Akel and Baron Dahl are like. I am very worried about my father, although Her Royal Highness said so. Dilfrey asked with some concern. Obviously, she was most concerned about this issue. Although Princess Griffine had comforted her with the attitude of the Holy Cathedral, the Countess was not stupid. She thought about it and felt that Brando's guess was more likely. Otherwise, her brother would not have appeared in Ampere Seal. After all, Yanbao was still some distance away from this port. Judging from the time her brother set off, the war in Ampere Seal should not have happened yet, let alone these rumors. Brando looked at her and sighed. Dilfer. You're going to lie to me again, aren't you? Dilfrey stared at Brando and whispered, Mr. Brando. I. Brando was embarrassed. What do you mean by I'm going to lie to you again? But when he thought about it, he really couldn't be sure if he had lied before. After all, his own background was a big lie. Moreover, when he invaded this young lady's manor, it seemed unlikely that he would have told the truth. He thought about it and replied, Dilfrey, can I call you that? I actually have some analysis about your father's situation, but I don't know if you are willing to listen. Of course, the Countess nodded gently, not knowing which question she was answering. Just say it, Mr. Brando. It is very likely that something has happened to your father, Brando replied. Dilfrey let out a soft cry. Brando saw her grip the armrest of the wheelchair so tightly that her hands turned white from excessive force. You want to return to the territory immediately? Brando asked. Of course, Dilfrey sighed softly and replied. Mr. Brando, let me ask your family. If your father is in danger, will you not be moved? Brando shook his head. Of course not, but I don't recommend you go back. Why? It's very simple. Your father's current situation is that he is imprisoned, or he has already been killed. Brando saw that Dilfrey's expression was getting worse and worse, so he hurriedly continued. In the first case, once you return to the territory, your father will lose the value of his existence. And in the second case, do you think that you can avenge your father when you return to the territory in your current physical condition? It would just be an additional trophy for your uncle. After Brando finished speaking, he stared at the Countess, fearing that she would not be able to accept it and suddenly faint. However, Dilfrey showed an unusual strength. After a while she replied, If I die, can Mr. Brando avenge me? Of course, Brando shook his head again. But what's the point? If you think that revenge can solve the problem, why don't you take revenge yourself? Take revenge myself? Dilfrey was slightly stunned, then became excited. Can I? Can I take revenge myself in my current state? Mr. Brando, do you have any ideas? Brando nodded. Dilfrey, you are just overdrawing your life. Your current physical condition is not irreversible. Besides, the Count may not have been killed, but as long as you are alive, he will have a chance to be saved. The Countess was silent. Brando saw her take a light breath. I understand. Can you give me some time to think about it, Mr. Brando? Any time, Brando replied. But I also want to tell you, Countess, whether you agree or not, I will not let you go back to Yanbao alone. Please believe me, I am responsible for the heroes of Ampere Seal. Mr. Brando, you... Dilfrey did not know whether to laugh or cry. Thank you, Mr. Brando. You are too much. I have always been too much, Brando replied without blushing. It was at this time that he saw Princess Griffine coming back from outside. The princess seemed to have finished sending the message. She glanced at the two of them. Although she had heard their conversation, she did not express any opinions. Instead, she only said to Brando, Mr. Brando, can you accompany me to meet someone? Meet someone now? Her Royal Highness nodded. Brando was stunned. He vaguely guessed that the person the princess wanted him to meet might have something to do with the situation in the north. At the moment, only this matter could move the princess's mind. Only by solving the problem in the north, whether it was Yanbao or the future of the kingdom, everything could be solved. Who? He asked. Archbishop Wood. Author's note. Suddenly, Caven's block exploded. I feel like there's a million things to think about. After spending more than a day, I finally managed to sort out some ideas. I still don't know what will happen tomorrow. Caven's block is really like Ant Flow, having a few days every month. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 666. The maid, Edessa, looked out of the balcony worriedly. The sky was blue, but under the veil of clouds, there seemed to be some kind of uneasy haze in the increasingly heavy harbor. In her eyes, the red roof stretched into the distance, and the magnificent buildings depicted a unique landscape in Pasha Road district. That was the ostentatious, exquisite, and comfortable taste of nobility. but the traces left by the storm were still there, and the broken branches in the courtyard seemed to be a bad omen. "I'll get someone to clean them up. The people down there are too much," Edessa sighed and said softly. But rather than saying it to herself, it was more like a question. She stared at the back of the man on the balcony. His dark brown hair flowed like a waterfall over his red cloak. The edges of the cloak were trimmed with snow-white fur, and it hung down to the ground. "Edessa, there's no need for that. I won't notice anyway. You know that. You don't have to be so careful," the man said, his voice as gentle as flowing water. He raised his head and took a deep breath. Do you feel it? This is the smell after the storm. The air is the cleanest at this time, as if the world is brand new. But actually, it's very dirty outside at this time of the year. There are branches broken by the wind, and tiles scraped off the roof," Edessa replied. "For ordinary people, it's dangerous to go out at this time of the year." "Hey, Edessa, if you don't tell me, I won't know. You're always like this. Is the world so worthless in your eyes?" The man could not help but laugh bitterly. Edessa saw him sigh and felt a little uneasy, but she still replied, "My task is to tell you what I see, Your Highness." The man smiled and did not answer. She suddenly saw a flock of white pigeons flying in a certain direction. It should be the square of Newsock Street. The maidservant stared blankly at the birds as they spread their wings and soared into the sky, but it was not because she suddenly wanted to be free. She turned around and looked at her master. She asked worriedly, "Your Highness, it has been many days." "Don't worry," the man replied. Edessa could hear that he was not so sure, but she knew her master's temper very well, so she did not say anything. Instead, she buried the uneasiness in her heart well. This was something she was used to. The room was silent for a while, and Edessa quietly watched the pigeons fly away. She suddenly remembered a story she had heard from the elders when she was a child. It was said that when the birds in the north migrated south, they would pass through the storm and fight against their fate day after day in the heavy rain and lightning. But was it really possible? She could not help but look at the figure. Outside the carriage, the bustling shops formed a unique scenery of the port. Although the aura of war seemed to have just faded a little, the merchants had already filled Ampere Seal with prosperity and vitality. He opened the carriage door and carefully helped Amandina down from the carriage. This made Amandina a little embarrassed. As a servant, this should be her job. And not to let the lord. Next was the merchant girl. The Roman jumped from the carriage into Brando's arms. Then the merchant girl giggled, causing Brando to pinch her tender cheeks. "Ah!" The Roman's little eyebrows immediately raised. Brando raised his head and looked at the carriage on the other side of the square. The curtain of the carriage was slightly lifted, and the half-elf girl watched them from behind, then nodded slightly to him. Although the princess was eager to find a way to calm the chaos in the north as soon as possible, the meeting with Archbishop Wood was delayed until the next day. Ampere Seal was currently full of forces from all sides. But in the end, it was still the princess who had the upper hand, followed by the Holy Cathedral and the nobles in the north. The Holy Cathedral was supposed to be strong, but after this well-known mistake, they had to temporarily hide under the table. As the person ultimately responsible for this incident, Wood was no longer the #1 person of the Holy Cathedral of Fire in the port of Ampere Seal. After he left the position of Archbishop, the Holy Cathedral had already decided on a new candidate. The new Archbishop, Gladys, was not well known in the Holy Cathedral, but Brando was very familiar with this neutral party. He was a good man, and in the future, this person served as the Archbishop in the Duchy of Antiburo. He had always called for the Holy Cathedral to maintain a fair and neutral attitude. The Holy Cathedral sending this person to Ampere Seal also showed the change in the attitude of the cruise people towards the north and south. The new Archbishop would not arrive at the port until at least the middle of the year, so Wood was still taking care of some of the daily affairs of the Archbishop. Yesterday, when the princess took him to meet Wood, the acting Archbishop, he did not expect the latter to go out of the city to appease the people of the parish. It was not until early the next morning that the Archbishop's invitation was sent to the two of them by the servants. This time, Brando brought Amandina, but the merchant lady also clamored to go. For some reason, mainly the young lady's performance in the last battle, coupled with a series of discussions on the ownership of the Titan's wreckage, and the key role of the Roman as the actual operator, the name of the young lady had long been known in the port, so it was not very shocking for Brando to bring her along. Of course, The most important thing was that Brando knew that he would never be able to defeat the shameless merchant lady. Princess Griffine, on the other hand, brought her brother along. The four carriages soon met in the central square, and at the princess's invitation, Brando and Amandina changed carriages. The three of them squeezed into the princess's carriage, which was painted with lily and crescent emblems. At first glance, Brando saw the young Prince Haruz sitting next to the princess. The historical Prince Haruz sat quietly next to his sister, just like Brando's impression of him a few years later. He was still a quiet and weak young man, or rather, a child. Both of his hands were cramped on his knees. His head was lowered, and the soft hair on his forehead almost fell to the collar on his chest. If it were not for the white shirt with the royal coat of arms and the lion-patterned sword, it would be hard to believe at first glance that this was the future king of Erewhon. Seeing her brother like this, Griffine could not help but sigh. In her opinion, Brando was bound to occupy an important position in the kingdom in the future. She originally wanted her brother to build a good relationship with the kingdom's important minister, first. In fact, she even hoped that Brando could become Haruz's teacher. This was not a fantasy. With Brando's current strength, he was fully qualified to take on this position. If he still needed to be modest, then no one in Erewhon except for an old monster from the Renaissance era like Tumen could say that they were qualified to teach this prince. But Griffine also knew that with her brother's performance, it would be difficult for him to enter the eyes of this knight. After all, the status of teacher and student were complementary. In her opinion, Brando did not need a royal student to show his status, but he was not willing to teach a good-for-nothing student to discredit himself. Of course, some people might covet this position because they wanted to curry favor with the royal family. Griffine was used to such cases. Oberwei was willing to teach her swordsmanship back then partly because the world knew that Oberg VII doted on his daughter. But unfortunately, not everyone was a wolf knight, and not everyone was Brando. Griffine thought of this and could only sigh faintly. But what she did not expect was that when she felt that things were a little hopeless, Brando, who was sitting quietly on the side, was very interested in the little prince. He sat next to Amandina, who did not speak for a while. Amandina was curiously opening the drawer on the side of the carriage to look for snacks. Obviously, it was not the first time she had ridden in Griffine's carriage. In short, no one in the carriage started a conversation for a while. Taking advantage of this short silence, Brando carefully looked at the future king of Erewhon sitting opposite him. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen the little prince in this life, and even in his previous life, he and the prince had only met a few times. Although he had been in contact with the upper circle of the kingdom during the last period of Erewhon's resurgence, he had never been familiar with the prince. Of course, nominally, Haruz should have been the king of Erewhon at that time. But because of some well-known reasons, such as the obstruction of Grand Duke Arek, the future king was afraid that he would not have a day of independence. And in fact, he himself lacked the ability. The Prince Haruz in Brando's memory was just like the present, introverted and timid, which was almost the most fatal weakness of the royal family, or even of the nobility. Cruz, the famous lord of the lowlands Hodland, had a famous line in the game. Nobles can be vicious, insidious, greedy, and even incompetent, but they must never lack responsibility. And Prince Haruz happened to be such a person. His temperament was said to be closely related to the new queen of Oberg VII. This was only a rumor, but the palace struggle had more or less made the prince timid. Although Princess Griffine was the favorite of the old king, Brando knew that in the royal family, it had always been Cypher, the queen's side, who had the upper hand. In history, Prince Haruz did not wake up until his sister, Princess Griffine, was murdered. But it was too late. Later, Madara invaded Erewhon for the third time, and Erewhon was destroyed. After that, Brando left this sad place. Later, there was a rumor that Ekin Yura's daughter, Elara, reorganized the Erewhon rebellion. Some people said that Prince Haruz did not die in the fire when the capital fell, but was rescued by Buga the Cross, and later married Elara. But these were all rumors, and no one had seen it with their own eyes. Not to mention Brando, who was far away in Saint Tossol at that time. But history did not make Brando despise the prince. On the contrary, it only deepened his curiosity. He had read an article on the internet, by a Erewhon netizen who introduced the prince. It was said that although Prince Haruz was shy and introverted, he was actually very outstanding in many aspects, especially in learning magic and swordsmanship. The article even hinted that the prince might be a chosen one. Of course, This was just a one-sided story for Brando. But it did not prevent him from finding out the truth. As far as he knew, Prince Haruz had been learning swordsmanship under the guidance of Princess Griffine since he was a child. But it was said that it had not been effective, which also made the princess very desperate. So where did the argument in the article come from? Or was it just to attract attention? Brando looked at Prince Haruz's hands, which were as white and slender as a woman's. He could not help but shake his head. This was not a pair of hands that had been using swords all year round, let alone the hands of a person with outstanding swordsmanship. As everyone knew, any talent came from hard training. Even a genius swordsman like Buga was the fruit of countless hours of training. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Of course, Brando knew that his case was an exception, but he did not think that Prince Haruz was a transmigrator like himself. But did the little prince in history hate swordsmanship, or was he not good at swordsmanship? Which side was right? Brando sat in the carriage, but Haruz seemed to notice his gaze and retracted his hand in fear. What's wrong? The princess immediately realized her brother's abnormality and asked with some displeasure. The education of the royal family required their descendants to maintain a minimum appearance under any circumstances, and Haruz's behavior today was obviously a bit too much. She knew that her brother had always been introverted and afraid of strangers, but such a helpless look was too much. In particular, she did not want Haruz to leave the impression in front of Brando that everyone could be bullied. Seeing his sister become serious, Haruz was startled and stammered, "No, nothing, sister. Your Highness, the little prince is only 10 years old this year, right? At this age, it seems too early to learn magic." Brando suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, "The nobles often let their children follow some famous court wizards to learn magic and knowledge, such as the chief court wizard Fleetwood, who died in the Battle of Ampere Seal, to Princess Griffine, and Garlock to the king's eldest son's other sisters. But in fact, all Wone's magic eventually involved the extraction of the power in the sea of magic. Although the purpose was to weave the law, the dark magic would more or less affect the spellcaster, so most wizards were physically weaker. For the same reason, although most wizard apprentices began to learn related knowledge at the age of 4 or 5, they generally began to learn magic when they were adults. Or at least until the age of 13. But Brando found something interesting in Haruz. He was almost certain that this young prince had practiced black magic before. Author's note: I've written a chapter while I'm stuck, so I'm feeling better now, sob sob. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 667. When the carriage's wheels rolled over the gap between the stone slabs, the carriage vibrated slightly and made a continuous rutting sound. The carriage shook slightly, but it was quiet for a moment. Princess Griffine seemed to understand Brando's question. Her silver-gray eyes showed a trace of doubt. Magic? Mr. Brando, Haruz hasn't started to practice magic yet. I intend to let him mature before I consider it. Besides, Haruz is a member of the royal family. In fact, I don't intend to let him get too close to the wizards. This was a tradition in the world of Woned. Nobles often let their children practice magic, but there were few similar situations in the royal family. Magic was related to mysterious and unknown forces, and as the heir to the throne, it was necessary to stay away from unpredictable dangers as much as possible. Even in those great noble families, the eldest son was rarely born as a wizard. Even for Princess Griffine, Fleetwood was only her teacher in occultism, wizard etiquette, and history. Is that so? Brando stared at the magic triangle between Haruz's thumb and index finger. The sides of the magic triangle were smooth and almost transparent. This was a sign that there was at least one magic reaction, but it did not form a stable law like the first time he put on the Ring of the Wind. In Brando's memory, there was only one kind of spell that could cause such a change, and that was black magic. Is there a problem, Mr. Brando? Princess Griffine frowned and glanced at her brother. Haruz lowered his head in fear and put his hands between his knees. But Brando said flatly, "No, I just feel that His Highness' hands are more like a wizard's than a swordsman's. Most nobles have already started to practice swordsmanship when they are his age, right?" As he spoke, he saw His Highness Haruz look up at him in surprise. Brando saw that Princess Griffine was not paying attention, so he winked at the young prince. The latter quickly lowered his head, as if afraid of being noticed by his sister. The princess did not notice this, and she felt a little embarrassed. Haruz had indeed started practicing swordsmanship at a very early age. The problem was, how could she say that her brother was a good-for-nothing who lacked the courage to even hold a sword, let alone practice swordsmanship? Haruz. Because after leaving the capital, I haven't been able to spare much time to take care of him. In the end, she sighed and took all the responsibility on herself. Sister, Haruz said weakly. Shut up, Princess Griffin suddenly said sternly. You have your own reasons for this. You should reflect on it. Brando looked at the siblings and couldn't help but laugh. He thought that perhaps the princess had something to do with the little prince's cowardly side, because compared to the average sister, Princess Griffin was too strong. After being reprimanded by his sister, Haruz obediently lowered his head and stopped talking, like a shivering little animal curled up. But Brando asked even though he already knew the answer. There's also Lord Oberwei and Lord Makarov, right? If I remember correctly, they are all famous swordsmen in the kingdom. He suddenly noticed that Roman was feeding a white cat with a biscuit. The white cat was sitting on her lap, and he did not even notice when it appeared. He only saw it with its head held high, and its golden eyes narrowed as it looked at him. Amandina noticed her lord's gaze, and she turned her head and curiously reached out to stroke the cat's head. Brando saw the cat squinting its eyes comfortably, and only then did he turn his head back. The princess obviously also noticed this scene, but she did not realize the purpose of Brando's question. Instead, she replied, "They have all taught Haruz before, but Haruz's talent in swordsmanship." The half-elf girl showed a disappointed expression, but also a little helpless. Since a long time ago, the nobles had to lead their people into battle to defend against the invasion of monsters. The strength of the nobles themselves meant that they did not have the ability to protect those who relied on them. Although with the further expansion of the borders of civilization, the era of peace began to extend, and the symbolic meaning of the noble swordsmanship was far greater than its practical significance. But as the heir to the throne, if he was a useless person, it would more or less affect his prestige in the eyes of his subjects. Talent in swordsmanship is only one aspect of the problem. Normal people enter the golden age of learning at the age of 12, and it is not too early to say. But for a qualified swordsman, the first thing he must have is the courage to defeat himself. Brando looked at Haruz and said slowly. He didn't know if this prince was truly gifted or not, but he knew that for this prince, the crux of the problem probably wasn't his talent at all. It was courage. Princess Griffin looked at him in surprise. Of course, the princess understood the meaning behind Brando's words. Mr. Brando, what do you mean? She was already a little desperate. Oberwei had taught Haruz swordsmanship for a period of time. Although the Wolf Knight was patient, he could not give Haruz the courage to face his sword. Brando nodded. This was also his original idea. In his vision, a kingdom like Erewhon's would eventually move toward a political system similar to the aristocratic parliament of Cruz around the Second Era. It seemed that the princess was also aware of this. But before that, Erewhon was the king who overachieved this change. At least he did not want to see a coward who was at the mercy of others. Moreover, if the players on the forums weren't mistaken, Haruz should have become an outstanding lord. Your Highness, do you also want me to be Prince Haruz's teacher? He thought for a moment and asked, but I don't have much experience, and I can't guarantee that I can teach His Highness anything. Brando was not modest, he was just giving a heads up. Before him, Oberwei and Fleetwood were the teachers of the young prince. Brendel believed that he wasn't much better than the best of the best in this era except for his ability to foresee the future. In fact, he was far inferior to them. On the other hand, he really had little experience. However, he was more inclined to experiment with the little prince. The worst result would not bring any negative impact, but if it succeeded, the harvest would be too great. What's more, building a good relationship with the future king, whether it's with Haruz or Her Royal Highness, would gain a higher reputation. Brendel knew very well how much Her Royal Highness cared about her brother. Princess Griffin's idea was completely different from Brando's. The inheritance of Sword Saint Darius alone was enough for Brando to become the prince's teacher. She knew that there was a huge network behind it, not to mention that Brando himself was also outstanding in swordsmanship and knowledgeable. She took a light breath, and sure enough, her impression of Brendel had deepened. She managed to suppress the surprise in her heart and immediately said to her younger brother beside her, Haruz, quickly greet your teacher. But Haruz raised his head and looked at Brando with some fear, then turned back and said, Sister. He was obviously still worried that Brando had exposed his secret. Princess Griffine did not expect her brother's inner world at all. She frowned like a strict mother and said, "Haruz, Mr. Brando is the descendant of Sword Saint Darius. Even Mr. Buga is not as good as him in swordsmanship. Not to mention that Mr. Brando is so knowledgeable that even Master Fleetwood and Lord Garlock have praised him. As your teacher, what are you dissatisfied with?" Her tone became more and more severe, which startled Haruz. The little prince reluctantly lowered his head to Brando and whispered, "Teacher." His voice was weak and soft like a lamb, which made Brando not know whether to laugh or cry. He could clearly see that although the prince's attitude was respectful, but at this moment, not to mention himself, even a pig under the princess's coercion would obediently call her teacher. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry. Haruz was just a weak child after all. If he could not even deal with a child after 2 lifetimes, then he should go home and plant sweet potatoes. Not to mention that he still had something on the prince. Thinking of this, Brando could not help but smile and shake his head. Next, the two exchanged swords according to the etiquette of the world of Wond. Of course, this was just a ceremony. The process was that Haruz first took off his sword and handed it to Brando. Then Brando turned the sword around and gave it to the prince. In ancient times, this process symbolized the teacher giving knowledge and a sharp sword to the student, but now this ceremony had become a ceremonial form. After completing this formal ceremony, Brando had a teacher-student relationship to Prince Haruz. In fact, as a player, Brando had heard of the existence of this ceremony, but he did not know the details. Generally speaking, teachers would teach students for a certain period of observation, and the ceremony would be officially held only when they were satisfied. So of course, he did not know that Her Royal Highness was in a hurry to let Haruz carry out the ceremony because she had a little trick up her sleeve. In Wond, once the teacher-student relationship was established, it was not so easy to remove it. But fortunately, Brando did not care about this. If Princess Griffine knew that her Mr. Knight in front of her only wanted to use her brother as an experiment, she would probably stab him to death in this carriage. Unfortunately, both of them had their own little plans and did not notice the other's conspiracy, for a while. The carriage soon arrived at its destination, the gate of a manor located in the Pasha Road area. Because the reconstruction of the Anderla Cathedral was far from complete, Archbishop would have been temporarily staying here for the time being. Princess Griffine and Brando both heard that this place should have belonged to House Cipher in Ampere Seal before, but neither of them were petty people and did not particularly care about it. The carriage stopped at the gate of the courtyard. Apparently, Wood had long been prepared to welcome the arrival of Her Royal Highness. Soon, a servant opened the way for them and led everyone into the courtyard. As soon as they got out of the carriage, Amandina hurriedly pulled the Roman to the front, and Her Royal Highness also took a step ahead, leaving only Brando and Prince Haruz at the back. This was actually a tradition, and Her Royal Highness understood that as a teacher, Brando must have something to say to his new student. But what she admired was that Brando's assistant was so smart and capable that she reacted one step ahead of her. The etiquette of these upper-class nobles was not well understood by the average person. Even in half of the noble families, very few people paid attention to it. Thinking of this, she could not help but look at Amandina a few more times. On the other hand, Brando did have something to say to Haruz. But as soon as he got out of the carriage, he saw Prince Haruz walking alone at least 2 or 3 meters away from him, as if he was a scourge. But the little prince still understood basic etiquette and did not dare to overstep, walking side by side with him. Brando looked at the prince walking with his head down with some amusement. Of course, he knew what the other party was afraid of. "Your Highness Haruz." Haruz was startled and looked up at him. How? Teacher. Her Royal Highness still doesn't know? Brando asked. Haruz's face turned white. Teacher. Who taught you? Brando asked. He was, of course, talking about the little prince's practice of black magic. He did not mention it in front of Her Royal Highness at the time, 1, because he wanted to leave something to be used against him, and 2, because he did not want things to get out of hand. It was, of course, a matter of course in Madara for the crown prince of a country to practice black magic. But in Erewhon, a kingdom ruled by the Holy Cathedral of Fire, it was a big deal. Brando's first thought was a conspiracy, but he did not rule out other possibilities. First, he needed to get an answer from Haruz. But Haruz shook his head vigorously. No one taught me. Of course this did not sound like the truth. However, Brando was puzzled to see that the little prince's face was red, and it did not look like he was lying. He was slightly startled, wondering if it was really as he had expected. He asked curiously, "What the hell is going on, Haruz? Now that I am your teacher, you must answer my questions truthfully. I can promise not to tell your sister." This sentence obviously had a magical effect on Haruz. The boy raised his head and glanced at Brando weakly, as if he was a little skeptical, but in the end, he mustered up the courage to ask, "Really?" "I keep my word. Even Her Royal Highness believes me. Do you believe me?" Brando replied somewhat shamelessly. He couldn't help but want to scratch his face, feeling that he was blushing a little. But anyway, it was just coaxing a child, so he just pretended not to hear it. Haruz thought about it and nodded honestly. "Actually, I don't know why, teacher." Ha! Brando was stunned. This question was almost the same as not answering. But he heard some clues and hurriedly asked, "You don't know why, what's going on?" "I don't know if that counts as magic." "Did you secretly go to the royal library?" Brando immediately asked. Haruz was slightly startled, looked at him a little fearfully, and nodded. Sure enough, Brando understood and asked again, "You read the books inside?" He nodded again. "You imitated the things inside?" "Yes," he answered carefully. "How many times?" "Only once." "Please don't tell my sister, Count," Haruz hurriedly begged in a small voice. In his opinion, Brando was already close to a demon. He couldn't imagine how this Count guessed all this. He had accidentally entered one of those forbidden areas before leaving the royal city, and it was only that one time. And he thought that no one knew about it. He couldn't help but look at Brando with some fear. Brando also looked at his new student. He could already be sure that some of the things said on the forum might be true. P.S. Happy New Year, everyone. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Jianghu.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 668. Lord Archbishop. Edessa walked through a corridor and saw the former Archbishop of Ampere holding a pair of scissors and trimming the flowers in the courtyard. The old man was wearing a long robe and had his back to her. He bent over and put his head close to the emerald leaves. He looked absorbed. It wasn't until she spoke that Wood was slightly startled and turned his head. He smiled slightly. "Edessa, you're here." Edessa bowed and asked, "Yes, Lord Officiator. May I know why you are looking for us?" Wood put away the scissors, turned around, and put a cut flower branch on the stone table in the courtyard. Edessa saw his silver-gray eyebrows stretch and said to her, "Go and call your master. Tell him that if he wants to see that person, it's today." The maid stood there in a daze, as if she hadn't reacted for a while. But after a while, there was a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. "Lord Archbishop, you don't have to thank me on behalf of your master, Edessa." Wood waved his hand. "I didn't promise you anything. He fought for this opportunity himself. But whether you can persuade Her Royal Highness and that person, I'm afraid it will ultimately depend on your own efforts. Only you will give us a chance, Lord Archbishop." "Then hurry up and get ready," Wood replied. Edessa nodded hurriedly. She bowed sincerely to the former Archbishop of Ampere and then retreated. Wood watched her leave the courtyard and disappear at the other end of the corridor. The old man sighed and picked up the scissors again, but it was at this time that the sound of rustling footsteps came from the other side of the corridor. He was slightly startled and stopped what he was doing again. The attendant led Brando and the princess through the corridor. The sunlight penetrated through the neatly trimmed walls of flowers and trees outside, leaving a zebra-like light pattern on the floor of the corridor. "Mr. Brando, please take care of Haruz." Her Royal Highness saw Brando and her brother coming back from behind. She glanced at the silent Haruz and said softly. Brando also glanced at the little prince. In fact, Haruz was secretly looking at him. His dark gray eyes, which were different from his sister's, were full of anxiety and some pleading. Brando couldn't help but feel a little amused. In fact, he didn't say much. He just promised to keep it a secret for the little prince. Of course, he would keep it a secret, but not this. He knew that the real secret was that the little Prince of Erewhon might have some extraordinary talent, as described in the article on the forum in his previous life. Of silver. Of such talent. But now was not the time to make this secret public. On one hand, he did not want Haruz to become arrogant because of this, and on the other hand, he wanted to protect the little crown prince of Aween. In response to the princess's question, he lightly nodded. There was a slight light in front of them. They had reached the end of the fence surrounded by holly trees. The attendant took them around the corner of the cloister, and then Brando saw the former Archbishop of Ampere-Seal. In his eyes, Wood looked a lot thinner than he did half a month ago, but he was also much calmer. The old man seemed to have been waiting for them for a long time. When he saw them appear, he immediately smiled and said, "Princess Griffine, Mr. Brando, you two are here." Then he looked back again. "Miss Amandina, Miss Roman, His Royal Highness, everyone is well." Amandina nodded politely, and the little Roman on her side waved at the Archbishop. Only Prince Haruz stood a little timidly behind everyone. Princess Griffine looked at her brother and sighed. She bowed slightly to Wood. "Archbishop," Her Royal Highness raised her head and said straightforwardly, "We are here for the situation in the north." Wood was stunned, and then he reacted. The Princess of Erewhon was so straightforward and showed a posture of not caring about the cost. She obviously wanted to tell him that she did not intend to compromise on this issue. Princess Griffine's attitude was not beyond his expectations, but it was because of this that he could not help but sigh. He understood the toughness of the princess from the beginning, but the Holy Cathedral of Fire thought that victory was in their hands. They did not expect to end up in such a huge trouble. Although the Holy Cathedral had given in many times on the issue of Erewhon, today was obviously the final highlight. If the princess could solve the problem in the north in one fell swoop, then the unification and even revival of Erewhon would only be a matter of time. Cruz was not happy to see a revived Erewhon, but there was no core conflict between the two after all. Compared with the Eagle Empire, Erewhon was just a small kingdom in a corner. The same was true for Wood. Compared with Cruz, he was first and foremost a faithful believer in the way of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, so he once advocated the neutral attitude of the Holy Cathedral. Although until this attitude could not be maintained, he would still support all the actions of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. It turned out that the measures taken were wrong. But the former Archbishop of Ampere-Seal now had to consider how to repair the losses caused by these mistakes, rather than questioning the course of action of the Holy Cathedral. He thought for a moment and did not speak. Brando on the side replied, "Archbishop, Erewhon is Erewhon who believes in the doctrine of the Holy Cathedral of Fire after all. The Holy War is imminent, and presumably the Holy Cathedral does not want to see its allies fall into civil strife. If there is Erewhon, then the Holy Cathedral of Earth and Madara will not be a problem for Cruz." Wood was stunned. His gaze immediately turned to Brando. This was the fourth time he had seen this young man, and it was this young man who had brought great trouble to the Holy Cathedral of Fire. However, Wood did not have any hatred for Brando. Instead, he admired him. "You mean the Holy Cathedral of Earth and Madara?" He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Mr. Brando, I heard that you were one of the first people to escape from Wuxia and experience that war. Don't you think that saying this is because of your prejudice against the Black Rose of Bramanto?" Brando smiled in his heart. Madara's changes could not be hidden from everyone, especially the two empires that bordered Saint-Tassol and Cruz. The Holy Cathedral of Fire must have known that Madara was ready to make a move. Otherwise, how could they have reacted so quickly in the First War of the Black Rose and immediately ordered them to retreat? But the abominable thing was that the Cruz people were obviously deliberately indulging those skeletons. In their eyes, Erewhon was just a more important chess piece, but it was not impossible to give him up. Judging from everything that happened in another period of history, the bottom line of the Cruz people should be that Erewhon should at least keep the part north of Ampere-Seal. That was why Madara could progress so smoothly in the Second War of the Black Rose. Cruz people were wishful thinking of using Madara to divert the attention of Saint-Tassol. It was not until after the Third War of the Black Rose that Madara completely recovered. But at that time everything was too late. That was why there was a long and drawn-out war. Brando could not help but recall the war in the Alcash Mountains for a moment. He shook his head, but also saw through Wood's disguise. He replied, "If it was just prejudice, I wouldn't have mentioned the Black Rose of Bramanto. Don't tell me that Erewhon has fewer enemies?" He paused for a moment and said bluntly, "If Erewhon blocks the way north and west of Madara, those skeletons can only look for an exit in the east." Wood immediately closed his mouth. The old man obviously understood that the young man in front of him had seen through everything, including the plan of Madara and the plan of Cruz people. He took a deep look at Brando and said, Madara has found the Mercury Staff, and the rise of Madara is inevitable. As far as I know, their emperor has gained great prestige in this war. I'm afraid that the time to unify this ancient country is imminent. At most, in a few years, the time will be ripe for the undead to invade the north and west. And in this time, can Erwin complete the unification and have the ability to resist Madara's invasion? He glanced at Brando and replied. Wood did not lie this time, because he knew that in front of Brando, it was just a waste of their time. But before Brando spoke, he reminded him, don't forget that Erwin has another war in the north. The Holy Cathedral of Earth has started the Holy Sword in advance because of the sword in your hand, Mr. Brando. Princess Griffin listened quietly. Amandina furrowed her brows as well. In fact, they had heard Brando talk about the threat of Madara, and the princess herself was aware of this, but they did not expect that time would be so tight. Especially when the half-fairy princess heard about the Mercury Staff, she could not help but take a breath and asked, Mercury Staff? Is that rumor true? Is it really Loki's Mercury Staff? That's right. Wood nodded. How is this possible? Why didn't the Holy Cathedral of Fire tell us this in advance? Princess Griffin could not help but be a little angry. She questioned, isn't Erwin also a country under the rule of the Holy Cathedral of Fire? Be it the royal family of Corvado or the royal family of Cipher, they have been loyal to the doctrine of the Holy Cathedral of Fire for generations because we believe that the Flame King can uphold justice and integrity. But Archbishop Wood, what do you take us for? Because the people of Cruz do not believe that Erwin can resist Madara's invasion, and they are unable to mediate with the Holy Cathedral of Earth, Saint Tassol, and Madara at the same time, so I'm afraid that they have to give up part of their interests in Erwin, so that they can divert Madara's undead to the Wind Elves, Your Highness, Brando replied. Princess Griffin stared at Archbishop Wood angrily, and Archbishop Wood was also a little embarrassed. He did not know why this young man always seemed to be able to see through their plans at a glance. He coughed and replied, actually, it's not exactly like that, but what Mr. Brando said is not unreasonable. The Holy Cathedral is not omnipotent, and the Cruz Empire also has many enemies. In the end, the people of Erwin still have to save themselves. If Erwin can resist Madara's invasion, we may not give up our interests here. I'm sure you can understand this. The princess took a breath, calmed down, and nodded. I understand, but now Archbishop Wood, you have seen it too. The people of Erwin have such a wish. Does the Holy Cathedral of Fire not support this? No, Wood shook his head. Your Highness, I'm sure you understand. The Holy Cathedral is also divided into many factions, and not everyone supports you. Whether you can get the support of others depends on how you plan to solve this problem. There are many deep-rooted aristocratic forces in the north of Erwin, and you can't expect them to sit still and wait for death. But the problem now is not that I expect them to sit still and wait for death, but that they want me to sit still and wait for death. Her Highness pursed her lips and replied coldly, the aristocrats in the north are ready to move, and each wants to be independent. On this issue, I will never compromise with them. If they want a war, I can only give them a war. But I want to know, whose side will the Holy Cathedral stand on? She raised her head and looked at Wood. In fact, she knew in her heart that if the Holy Cathedral did not stand on the north side, a large part of the aristocrats in the north might choose to compromise with her. But Wood shook his head. Your Highness, I can stand on your side. But this doesn't mean anything. You should understand very well. Besides, I'm not the Archbishop of Ampere Seal now. The Holy Cathedral will not give up its influence in the north. This was like a dead end. But there was always a solution to the problem. Brando looked at Wood and suddenly said, so, you have a way to solve this problem, right, Archbishop Wood? Why don't you tell me about it? Wood was slightly startled, and he looked at Brando. Brando continued, I remember you told Amandina, my assistant, that you said you might be able to solve the chaos in the north. No. Wood shook his head. Mr. Brando, it's not me, but someone else who can do it. Someone else? Brando and Princess Griffin were both startled and couldn't help but stop and look at each other. Who? Her Highness asked. She really couldn't think of anyone who could solve the chaos in the north. Was it the High Priest of the Holy Cathedral of Fire? Or His Majesty the Emperor of the Cruz Empire? Or the Buga people? The Silver Elves? She even thought of the dragons for a moment. But Archbishop Wood said, that person also wants to see you, but before that, he needs to get your consent. For some reason, you may not want to see him. Especially you, Princess Griffine. Me? Princess Griffine pointed at herself in confusion. Why? Then who is it? Archbishop Wood. Princess Griffine, Archbishop Wood asked, are you familiar with your brother? My brother? Her Highness suddenly called out softly. P.S. Today's offering. I've been a little stuck recently, and I'm not in a good state, so I won't ask for votes. I'll ask again after I've made up for last month's outburst. Touch everyone. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 669. Levin? Or Nessun? Cipher, the elder brother of Princess Griffine in history. Compared to his reputation before the civil war in Erewhon, after the war, the name of the eldest son of the king disappeared. Some said that he died in the chaos, some said that he was a puppet of Duke Cipher and the queen, and some said that the princess had once spared his life and let him live in seclusion in the mountains. But just like the historical truth behind these romantic folklore, the real story often made people feel that it was natural and unexpected. After Wood's introduction, Brando and Her Royal Highness waited in the front yard for about a quarter of an hour. During this time, no one spoke, and only the sound of the Archbishop pruning the branches and leaves could be heard. Because no one could figure out the intentions of the Archbishop of Ampere Seal, it did not seem wise to let a person with a sensitive identity like the eldest son of the king appear in front of everyone. Her Royal Highness may not want to see her brother, and the latter was their enemy not long ago. Would he really be willing to help them? Although it was possible, there must be some kind of condition. Brando could not guarantee that Her Royal Highness would be willing to compromise with her enemy. But after a while, he heard light footsteps coming from behind the wall of holly trees. Everyone turned around and saw a maid leading a noble youth around the wall of leaves decorated with shrubs, appearing in front of him and Her Royal Highness. Although he had never seen him before, Brando immediately realized that this might be the prince in history. The other party's attire could be said to be not gorgeous. A simple military uniform, lavender, with a long cape that hung down to the green meadow and blended into the afternoon sun. He looked like a knight with a certain amount of assets in Bragg's, Magetan, or Fort Kirkle, rather than an arrogant crown prince. The young man had a sword hanging from his waist, but it was not an exquisite shelf. It was a real cavalry sword, and the leather on the hilt was so worn that it did not seem to be a royal item. But it was not easy to judge that the owner of the sword was a master swordsman, because there was a pair of tightly closed eyes on that calm face. Long eyelashes drooped softly, as if the person was asleep, or perhaps blind. His Royal Highness was very handsome, even dignified, but he was blind. A blind person obviously could not practice swordsmanship, and it was hard to imagine that he would be involved in a series of complex conspiracies, let alone become the king of Erewhon. Brando could not help but glance at Her Royal Highness beside him, and the princess looked very surprised. A trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes, but she still asked, "Brother Levin, your eyes?" Her tone was a little hesitant and surprised. "It's just a small matter, don't mind it, Griffine." Prince Levin didn't seem to mind and smiled indifferently. "But after losing my eyes, I can see more widely, and people are often deceived by everything they see." He added, "Griffine, after Winter Castle, we haven't seen each other for nearly 10 years. You should be 17 years old this year, and you must be much taller and more beautiful than then. Recently, I have often heard people talk about you." His tone was very casual, as if he was really talking to his sister, not an enemy. Although, in a sense, his awkward identity today was caused by this little sister of his. Princess Griffine was silent for a moment, then said, "That's all in the past, brother. You have done a lot of wrong this time. The kingdom, father, the people, everyone will not forgive you, and everything will eventually be on the right track. I will not shirk my responsibility, but as a son, I must support my mother. Even now she has failed, Duke Cipher has been defeated and died, and I have become a prisoner. Griffine, you must think that I am resentful, but that is not the case. I am not here today to ask for forgiveness. I hope you understand that. No matter how the situation changes, I am still a member of the royal family of Erewhon." Levin lowered his eyelids and smiled. "Then you mean—" Princess Griffine was slightly startled, and she looked at Brando with a little doubt. Brando also frowned, guessing the prince's intentions. He pondered about the historical Levin. Or Nessun? What kind of person was Cypher? There were all kinds of rumors about him, but there were very few positive descriptions of the prince. At least before this, he had never known that the prince was blind, and it did not seem like he had recently lost his sight. What kind of character did such a prince have? Was he headstrong and self-opinionated, or was he a man of great talent and strategy? All the legends in history did not count. At least from the other party's current performance, the prince was obviously not a simple guy. And it was hard to say whether the other party was involved in the conspiracy between Duke Cypher and the Queen. But in any case, the other party's identity was very sensitive at this time. He was the only son of the Queen and Oberg VII, the only qualified successor of House Cypher. Presumably, the other party should also understand this. What else could the other party's purpose be other than a deal? But the key was the content of the deal. What did the prince's eldest son want? If he wanted to inherit House Cypher again, such an idea was a bit too naive. But since the prince's eldest son said that he did not expect to be forgiven, then presumably he would not make such a naive request. Brando raised his head. At this time, the maid beside Levin whispered something to the prince. He saw the prince turn his head and smile at him. "Is this Mr. Brando? I have heard of your deeds. Your performance in the Battle of Ampere Seal is already worthy of being a hero." Even the late King Eric was no better. Brando glanced at Princess Griffine and saw that there was not the slightest displeasure on the half-elf girl's face. Instead, there was a look of approval. He turned his head and replied calmly, "Your Royal Highness is too kind. The hero of Ampere Seal is not one person, and it's not that exaggerated. Everyone was just saving themselves." "I deeply agree. It is precisely because they know how to save themselves and struggle that civilization has continued to this day. The history of mankind and other intelligent races is itself a heavy epic. The appearance of thousands of heroes is not accidental, but a necessity." Levin smiled and nodded, which made Brando inadvertently notice that the prince had long shining dark black hair that draped over his shoulders like a waterfall. This hair color was very rare among Erewhon, with a touch of dark purple flowing between the strands. "Brother." Princess Griffine interrupted this mutual flattery. This was not what she wanted to hear. "Archbishop Wood said that you have a way to solve the chaos in the north. Are you going to use this to make a deal with me?" The prince's eldest son stopped and then nodded seriously. "Exactly." "You should understand that this is impossible." Princess Griffine frowned, but her words were immediately interrupted. Prince Levin smiled slightly and said, "I understand, Griffine, but you guessed wrong. I don't want to use this as a condition in exchange for anything. I want the two of you to listen carefully to my thoughts. How about it?" "Brother, your thoughts?" The princess was slightly startled. Levin nodded, but then said to Wood, "Lord Archbishop, can I be alone with the princess and Mr. Brando for a moment?" Wood held the scissors in one hand and stopped. He glanced at the prince's eldest son, then nodded and put down the scissors. He said to Griffine and Brando, "Your Royal Highness, I more or less know some of your brother's ideas. Although they are a bit extreme, it is still a solution. At least at this juncture, you may be able to calm down and think about it." With that, the former Archbishop of Ampere Seal gently tidied up his robe and walked out of the courtyard. The princess frowned slightly as she listened. She watched Wood leave and turned back. "So, brother, what exactly do you think?" she asked. "Griffine, as an enemy not long ago, you must be very suspicious of my intentions, right?" Levin did not answer directly, but asked. His tone sounded casual, as if he was joking with a friend. But this question sounded a little stupid. It was natural to be suspicious, not to mention enemies. Even strangers would be suspicious of each other. Brando knew that the prince was probably not a fool. He obviously had his intentions for saying this, so he just waited quietly for the following answer. The princess obviously understood this, but she still nodded. "Personally, I know what you are like, and I am willing to believe you, Brother Levin. But from our standpoint, you should also understand that politics does not tolerate personal feelings and weakness." "Yes, but in fact, you may be mistaken about something. There is no conflict of interest between us, and even from a certain standpoint, we should stand together. Griffine and Mr. Brando," the prince's eldest son suddenly said. The courtyard quieted down. The princess was silent. She frowned deeply and looked at the man who should be her brother in name. Brother Levin, do you think you can gain our trust by saying this? This sentence was actually Brando's idea, but he was slightly surprised that Princess Griffine used we instead of me. No, this is not a lie. The prince's eldest son smiled slightly. Griffine, you want to solve the chaos in the north, nothing more than to end the civil strife in this kingdom and eventually unify the country. Weren't you the ones who caused the division of the kingdom? Griffine replied coldly. Is that so? Levin asked rhetorically. Was Erewhon a unified and stable kingdom before House Cipher rose up? The prince's eldest son suddenly raised his head. Although he could not see, it still gave the illusion of being watched. That kind of gaze seemed to be tangible, and his gaze swept over everyone present. Griffine, you know this very well in your heart. Do you still remember what I told you before? Her Royal Highness pursed her lips. Brando saw that her slender eyebrows were almost twisted together. He knew that Griffine and her brother in name had met once in their childhood, when Grand Duke Arek forced Oberg VI to change the defense decree during the year of the astrologer. At that time, her Royal Highness went with her father to Winter Castle, where she met her brother. However, the historical records of this experience were only a few hurried words, and it was obviously impossible to record the conversation between the two children. However, Brando knew very well that there was nothing wrong with what the prince's eldest son was saying now. Had Erewhon ever been unified? Perhaps. Since King Arek integrated the entire southern territory, Erewhon had become a unified kingdom. But since the late king left this world, the Cipher dynasty ended, the Lionheart sword was lost, and the majesty of the royal family declined day by day. Even during the Renaissance era with the existence of Sword Saint Darius and Tulman, the central government's rule over the local areas was still very weak. And after Grand Duke Arek forced Oberg VI to change the defense decree, the kingdom's unification only existed in name. Since when had Erewhon ever been unified? As the kingdom gradually fell apart, the majesty of the central royal authority was no longer able to restrain the disintegrating parts of the kingdom. And this was all that her Royal Highness wanted to change. Griffine, Mr. Brando, do you only want to return the kingdom to the way it was before father was still alive? The prince's eldest son continued. If that's the case, what's the point of changing the names, Cipher, Corvado? This isn't your idea, is it? Brando and her Royal Highness fell silent at the same time, because this was their goal. The source of the discord between the northern nobles and you, and the source of Grand Duke Arek's betrayal, Griffine, stems from the understanding of your true ambitions. You want to carry out reforms like Cruz and Saint Tossol, and try to turn Erewhon into a true centralized kingdom. If you succeed one day, it will undoubtedly be a nightmare for the powerful people today. Levin replied, no one will give up their interests, so they can't support you. No. There will always be some people who support me, such as the Highland Knight, and those who still believe in the ideals of the late emperor, Princess Griffine replied. And then? Maybe you can also count those bankrupt knight and homeless people. Maybe you can succeed, Griffine. But don't forget, you don't have much time left. The prince's eldest son calmly analyzed. Erewhon's enemies don't just come from the inside. This sentence pierced Brando's heart like a sharp thorn, and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Yes, for Erewhon, reform might be inevitable, but at the same time, Erewhon's enemies were not only the weak nobles. Seizing every minute and second was what he had been doing all along. Her Royal Highness raised her head. Then, what can you do, brother? The prince's eldest son fell silent. After a short while, he replied softly, it's very simple, let me become the king of Erewhon, Griffine. P.S. After a long time of being stuck, I went out to play for a few days and found inspiration again. Sigh, it's really difficult. Also, meow, this time I'm not joking with you, just you wait, humph. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 670. The courtyard was eerily quiet for a moment. Except for Amandina, who softly let out a short, ah, and the merchant lady who was looking around. Princess Griffine stared at her brother as if she was staring at an object, the look on her face so cold that no one dared to speak. Brando even quietly clenched the hilt of his sword under his coat with one hand, staring at the brother and sister's every move. He was a little suspicious that the eldest prince was mentally deranged because of the shock, but no matter what the situation was, he could guarantee that as long as the other party dared to have the slightest ill intention, he would dare to send the black blade of Halran Gaia into the other party's heart before that happened. As for the identity of the eldest prince, this kind of thing had no meaning in Brando's eyes. But the king's eldest son did not do anything. He stood calmly at the center of everyone's sight, his long hair hanging down naturally, his eyes closed, and there was not a trace of nervousness in his expression. It was as if he had just greeted them with an extremely ordinary greeting. "Good afternoon," and not, "Please give me the throne." "Give me a reason, brother." Finally, the princess used such a voice to break the dead silence, like the sound of water dripping into the bottom of a well. But her face seemed to be covered with a layer of ice. "The reason is simple, Griffine," the eldest prince said calmly, "because you need time to unify the southern territory. South of Ampere Seal, you can find many supporters. Mr. Brando, the Count of Tonagel, may soon replace Count Ranner's position. There are also Duke Anthony and Duke Vero, who are not so greedy for power. The Highland Knight will also stand on your side because of Mr. Brando. With a unified southern territory, the north will no longer be your obstacle." "Then what about you?" Princess Griffine asked. "Will you become the king of the north? You need someone to help you go back on your words without hurting the dignity of the royal family. Not only that, compared to you, the nobles in the north will accept me more easily, because House Cipher has natural leadership over them. In addition, Griffine, there is a war waiting for us in the north, and I can be your natural shield. A unified south and a war-torn north. It's clear to you who will win and who will lose, right?" Brando's heart trembled slightly. He couldn't help but raise his head, as if he wanted to re-evaluate this Erwin's eldest son. Her Royal Highness was doing the same thing as her. She raised her head and asked seriously, "If this is a lie, it's too clumsy, brother. There will be a war between the north and the south, but it depends on when it happens. You and I both know very well, Griffine. Even if the north has an incomplete Black Blade squad and a disobedient White Lion Legion, it is impossible for them to defeat the south." Levin replied calmly. Then he listened, as if to make sure that Archbishop Wood had gone far away. "Will the Holy Cathedral of Fire allow a civil war to break out in Erwin under such circumstances?" "I won't. They hope that you can make such a compromise with the North. It would be best if Erwin can maintain the status quo, just like what happened after the Year of the Astrologer. But what if you have the absolute strength to sweep the North?" Before they have time to protest, the dead silence was like dust settling in the courtyard, making all other sounds lie motionless on the ground. With all due respect, Brando finally couldn't help but speak. He asked as if he had been thinking for a long time, "Your Royal Highness, although the Queen and Duke Cipher treat you as a puppet, as far as I know, you are actually involved in this game behind the scenes?" Levin suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. His sword-like eyebrows suddenly converged, and his whole person seemed to have suddenly become taller. "You are better than I thought, Mr. Brando. I am very glad that I am not your enemy. Can you tell me how you came to this conclusion? Was it a guess, or intuition?" "None of them. It was just that the predecessor planted the tree, and the successor enjoyed the shade. In the history of the previous life, there were only a few words about His Royal Highness, and no one even said clearly about his whereabouts. However, curious players were very good at making groundless accusations, and there were many articles about analyzing Levin Ornison Cipher's character and life experience. Some of them were groundless, some were guesses, and some were rumors, but as long as this information was linked to the real eldest son of the king in front of him, the conclusion was very simple. Because of ambition, an ambitious person would not be willing to just be a pawn. Brando felt that he had never been so rational for a moment, as if he had been blessed with good fortune. All the speculations he had seen about His Royal Highness in the past had become the basis for his speech at this moment. It was as if he was standing on the shoulder of a giant. He raised his head and calmly said, "Since you can find Archbishop Wood in such a desperate situation and fight for a chance of survival, how could you really be at the mercy of others?" "It's wonderful, but it's true." The eldest son sighed. "I have stopped some things, within the scope of my power. I am happy to see some of my mother's actions succeed, but I don't necessarily agree with her methods. Besides, everyone has self-interest in their hearts, and I don't think this is a sin," he replied. Her Royal Highness wanted to speak, but she suddenly stopped. She glanced at Brando and motioned for him to continue. Brando understood her trust and asked, "So what is your self-interest, and whose side are you on?" I said, "We are on the same side. I want to be the king of the north, and you need me to be your barrier in the north." The eldest son's expression was calm, but Brando carefully observed the changes in his expression, and he had an intuition that the prince had not revealed all his true feelings. He subconsciously looked to the side and happened to see Levin Ornison's maid frown slightly. She seemed to want to say something, but the eldest son reached out and stopped her. "All this is just a bubble. You know very well your end. Is it worth it to sacrifice your life just to be the king of the north for a year or so?" "Brother." Princess Griffine finally couldn't help but speak. The eldest son laughed and replied, "Griffine, have you ever tasted the feeling of not being able to control your own fate? I swear, one day I will control my own path, even if it's just for a minute or a second. Remember what I told you during the winter hunt? Erewhon is a black forest. You said that if you were that wolf, your choice would be the same." Princess Griffine suddenly thought of the clip that had sunk into the snow and the bloodstains that stained her vision red. In the year of the astrologer, the scene of the biting cold wind blowing across the plateau was still chilling. "Even if I have to bite off my own leg, I want freedom, because the wilderness is my home," Levin replied, revealing his white teeth. "Besides, I may not necessarily fail. Although the north is full of difficulties, there is always a glimmer of hope. Looking for a chance to survive in a desperate situation is what I am best at. Griffine, if you can't beat me, I will beat you mercilessly. Like you, I will never allow Ampere Seal to be divided for long, not even for a day." His cold voice echoed in the front yard. Even the merchant girl was startled. She turned around and stared at the madman with wide eyes. The eldest son of the king did seem crazy, but at least he was an elegant madman. He bowed to his sister, and no one could find any fault with it. Her Royal Highness thought for a while with a cold expression before calling out to him, "Do you think I won't dare to kill you?" "Yes. But I won't agree to your request." And then, the eldest son of the king wasn't surprised and asked with a smile. Her Royal Highness looked at him quietly. 2 carriages filed out of the manor, and many people were waiting in the courtyard to board the carriages. He didn't tell the truth. As Amandina boarded the carriage, she reminded her lord in a low voice, "At least he didn't tell the complete truth." "I know you mean that part." As usual, Brando helped Amandina into the carriage. This action made him look different from ordinary people. Brendel ignored the strange gazes from the servants and raised his head to ask, "What's the matter?" "I don't know, but I feel that he is hiding something." Intuition. Intuition? Intuition is also a kind of experience, my lord. Amandina replied seriously. Brando thought about it and felt that it made sense. He turned around and looked at the other carriage. The emblem on the carriage was dark and almost indiscernible. He had the same doubts in his heart. His Royal Highness was definitely the calmest person he had ever met since he transmigrated. Such a person, it was unlikely that he would tell the complete truth. But the key was what he was hiding. He turned around again and pinched the tip of the Roman's nose, causing the latter to fall back with a cry. Then he boarded the carriage and greeted the young prince and the cold-faced princess before sitting down next to the Roman. Princess Griffine frowned, as if thinking about something. Brando was probably the only one present who understood her thoughts. But he did not say much, just lifted the curtain and looked out the window. Outside the window, the scenery of Ampere Seal was gradually falling into dusk. From today onwards, Levin Ornesson Cipher, her brother, was no longer the crown prince of the House of Cavardo. Under the joint appointment of the princess and the Holy Cathedral, he would have a legal new title, the new head of the House of Cipher. This new Grand Duke would be appointed to prepare the North for the war with the Lion's Mane people, but in fact, he was promised to be the King of the North. Everyone would know. Although all this had not been finalized, Brando could already guess what Her Royal Highness's answer would be. It looked like a compromise from the royal party. But only a few people knew the truth. Perhaps some people would think that Her Royal Highness should be tougher, but perhaps some people would think that this was a more mature political approach. But what really puzzled Griffine was that her brother looked so confident. No one knew if they had made the wrong choice. But in Brando's opinion, the result was actually not bad. What Erewhon needed was not a righteous title, but time. If he was given a little more time, he would have the ability to save the kingdom. And now, What the eldest prince gave them was exactly what he dreamed of. As long as the nobles in the north were no longer tempted, the princess would be able to free up her hands to clean up the mess in the south. More importantly, 3 years of peace. After 3 years, the enemies that Erwin could face would no longer be limited to the chickens and dogs in front of him. The king's eldest son had his own plans, and so did Brendel himself. Valhalla was the cornerstone of all of this. He was incomparably certain of this. He took one last look at the golden sunset outside the window. In that direction, there was a line of flashing seaside, as if he could see the spectacular scenery of the loop of trade winds through the golden clouds. Then he put down the curtain and stopped thinking about these things. As for what the eldest prince really wanted, such history would be left to the future to judge. At least for Brando. P.S. There is one more update. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Jianghu.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 671. Most of the things that happened after Princess Griffine and Brando left the Wood Mansion could be predicted. The king's eldest son's succession to the position of Duke Cypher seemed to symbolize another compromise between the royal family and the local government. Such compromises were repeated in the history of the kingdom. Since the Year of Thunder, the power of the local government had become increasingly strong, eventually forming a vicious cycle. History seemed to be repeating itself, but in any case, at least with the intervention of the Holy Cathedral of Fire and the appeasement of the king's eldest son himself, the turbulence in the north calmed down for a while and became calm again. In private, it was said that the nobles were celebrating a rare victory after the Battle of Ampere Seal, and the local atmosphere was foul as if the kingdom had returned to the days before and after the year of the astrologer. There seemed to be signs of banditry in the local areas again, and the merchants complained, but under all this surface, changes were quietly going on in the dark. Brando understood that Her Royal Highness could not sit still and allow Prince Levin to grow in the north, even if they had a secret agreement, even if he was her brother in name. But there was no room for personal feelings in politics, not to mention that the Holy Cathedral of Fire did not want to see signs of division between the north and south of Erewhon. At least before the end of the Holy War, the people of Cruz hoped that the ancient kingdom could maintain a semblance of stability. But that was only on the surface. In addition to these reasons on the surface, there was a more direct conflict of interest that determined this. Because in the north, in addition to the fixed territory of House Cypher, there was also the territory of the royal family of Cavardo itself, as well as many areas such as Yenbao and Yanalasu. For these complex spheres of influence, the princess's party was unlikely to give up. Therefore, as part of the exchange, Her Royal Highness regained control of the White Lion Legion as expected. But perhaps because the king's eldest son himself did not want to control such an army that was not loyal to him, since the reappearance of the sacred Lionheart sword, there was a loud voice within the White Lion Legion that leaned towards the princess's side. This point was slightly different from what happened in history. In another period of history, until Freya fully controlled the White Lion Legion, the White Lion Legion did not really identify with the royal faction. But this time, Old White Lion, who had lost 2 army commanders, had clearly lost his original drive. Breton, Jocko and Enrique, who had escaped from the Battle of Ampere Seal, were ordered to head to the north to take over the new legion. The new legion commander was the eldest grandson of the lion who had died in the Battle of Ampere Seal. However, Brando knew that this unlucky fellow would not be able to stay in this position for long. Everyone understood that there was only one person who could lead this army. It was Freya, who held the Lionheart sword. But now was not the time. Maynard also removed Freya's name from the original list. The reason was that this girl from Bucci still needed more training. This was also Brando's opinion. In the future, she might have the ability to control an army, but she was still far from it. In his opinion, the White Lion Legion would be dormant for a long time until the officers under Carglass were formed. Only then would he have the ability to establish the White Lion infantry that truly reproduced the glory of that era. That was when the goddess of war would come into play. Before that, there were more important tasks waiting for this future goddess of war to complete. But compared to these things, some major events that happened on the table attracted the attention of ordinary people more. Especially when the Silver Folk finally intervened in the investigation of the Battle of Ampere Seal. At the request of the Bugas and the Silver Elves, the Holy Cathedral of Fire had to give up control of Ampere Seal. The mastermind behind all this was naturally Brando and a certain fairy lady. A human and a fairy. pushed forward the most important event that happened between Erwin and Cruz in the Year of the Sword in the eyes of ordinary people. In the middle of the month of the new moon, from this day onwards, the port city would no longer be called autonomous, but would exist as Erwin's trading port. As soon as this news spread, it shook the entire southern part of the continent of Wond. But no matter how the news spread, there was only one truth that would never change. That was, after several centuries, this sacred port finally returned to the arms of its ancient mother. That evening, Her Royal Highness made an exception and let Brando take her to the outer wall of the port for a walk. The half-fairy princess looked at the distant edge of the forest and the bay under the golden clouds of the setting sun. She just looked quietly, without saying a word. Her gaze reached the end of the horizon, where the sun formed a golden thread. She was in the same position as her ancestor, Yak, was in 1,000 years ago. When they came down from the tower, the princess whispered a thank you to Brando. Her voice was so soft that it even made Brando suspect that he was hallucinating. But in any case, at least he remembered the sparkling eyes of Her Royal Highness when she looked into the distance. She must be very proud. Otherwise, those golden eyes that reflected the cloud shadow wouldn't have hidden the excitement in them. She was not the king of Erewhon, but she was the princess who loved this land the most. Chaotic events surrounded the port, making a clamor like the waves of the sea, so much so that the various attitudes of the people over the past month had become a scryer to decorate it. And the trivial things that were interspersed with these major events became a moderating interlude. For example, the recovery of Garlock the Wanderer. When the chief mage of the kingdom, the hero of Ampere Seal, reappeared in front of the public, it caused a sensation in the city. After all, compared to the unknown Brando, Garlock's name was originally a legend in this kingdom. Ampere Seal held a day-long carnival that day, so much so that Her Royal Highness came to tease Brando and asked him if he was jealous. Brando was not jealous at all. He was more concerned about another matter, and that was, Garlock had accepted Amandina as his apprentice as he had said before. According to the words of the great mage himself, it would be a pity if such a high talent was only willing to be a mortal. Brendel could not agree more with him. But compared to this, he respected Amandina's opinion more. Fortunately, Amandina was not complacent. On the contrary, she had a desire to learn magic for a long time. But after her family went bankrupt, there was no opportunity and no time. In this way, Amandina nominally became Garlock's only successor. According to Her Royal Highness, she was likely to become a future court mage. And the third widely circulated incident of the month was also related to Garlock. The incident originated from a group of young people's curiosity about the legendary story of how the great mage escaped from the battlefield. But the person involved put on the airs of a master and refused to speak, which instead aroused everyone's curiosity. Soon, an absurd rumor spread among the city. It was said that Garlock was lucky enough to escape that day because he was hiding among a pile of demon corpses. Indeed, for a court great mage, such an experience was truly embarrassing. Therefore, out of some kindness, the port quickly banned similar rumors from spreading. However, there was one time when Brando met the great mage when he was passing through the front yard of the rebuilt Anderla Cathedral, and he accidentally heard the latter muttering to himself as he walked, "Damn feces, damn feces." Time seemed to fly by quickly. At least for Brando and everyone around him, the time spent in the port of Ampere Seal seemed to flash by amidst all these events. The gentle moon was like wood shavings floating in the river, swirling through the fingertips and disappearing from people's sight. The weather began to get hotter and hotter day by day. The storm off Ampere Seal gradually subsided, and the greenery in the mountains and forests became more and more breathtaking as time passed. It was as if the people in the port had not noticed the subtle changes around them, but the mountains and forests were already in full bloom, ushering in midsummer. The Nagas and the Silver Elves left Ampere Seal one after another, and the port seemed to have become deserted for a while. Brendel asked Naga to bring back the gratitude of the kingdom of Aween. Presumably, the Queen of Cold Dew, who had left an illustrious mark in history, would understand what he meant. Erewhon needed an alliance, and so did the Nagas under the Shining Sea. But there was another thing that made Brando's teeth ache a little. As promised, the Silver Elves took away their token, the precious ginkgo leaf. This loss was probably the most painful thing for Brando in this war. If it wasn't to save the princess, he wouldn't have wasted this precious opportunity. In his previous life, a player used this thing to exchange for an entire dragon's nest, and the value of the treasures in it was enough to buy the whole of Ranner Hill and rebuild it again. and Brando only used it to exchange for the nondescript title of Count of Tonagel. Although the princess tacitly agreed to his attack on Randner Hill, but then again, Erwin's power would be concentrated in the Central sooner or later. In that case, his power as the actual lord would be taken back sooner or later. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was looking for trouble. But fortunately, the Silver Elves probably gave Medish a face and didn't give him too much trouble. On the contrary, they stood firmly on his side from the beginning, and completely drove the tentacles of the Holy Cathedral of Fire out of Ampere Seal in the shortest time possible. From this point of view, it was worth the price of the ticket. But with the departure of the Silver Elves, the officials in the port of Ampere Seal inevitably felt that everything seemed to have become easier. The key point was that the disputes that often arose because of the differences in habits between humans and Silver Elves seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Everything seemed to have come to an end after entering the hot summer months, so Brando quickly understood that there seemed to be only one thing left in this port for him to complete. The date was moving forward methodically. Just like the date marked on an accurate timetable, the expected guest arrived on time on a sunny afternoon. It was a letter with a silver feather, and written in flying letters on the cover, to Mr. Brando. The same letter was also delivered to the princess's desk. Buga's envoy had arrived. Brando, look at me. A light voice pierced through the forest, as happy as a child. When Brando looked up, he saw a few beams of sunlight descending from the shade of the trees, falling on the dead leaves and moss, forming picturesque spots of light. Between these jagged rocks, there was a piece of dead wood, and the merchant lady stretched out her hands and walked unsteadily on it, as if she was very proud of her balance. Then she jumped down from the dead wood and landed in front of Brando and Amandina, showing off. How is it? Isn't it awesome? Super awesome. Brando sighed helplessly. Roman, aren't you tired? In the forest outside the port, there was a humid heat in the sultry heat, like the mist in a steamer. Everyone was sweating profusely, except for some of the more energetic guys. What annoyed him a little was that the fairy lady had told him that the Buga mages had specifically chosen a cool, cloudy day. Now it seemed that either the silver folks' understanding of cloudy days had some problems, or the artisan mages' astrologers were simply unreliable. Brando looked back. Scarlet, Freya, Carglaise, and even the Countess of Yenbao had been called over. The Countess and the Princess were whispering something behind him. Carglaise was with the Tonagel youths as usual, the Shire and the Nightsong Tiger's mercenaries were on guard outside, and only Scarlet sat alone under a poplar tree, reading a book with a red cover, her long ponytail hanging down to the moss. In fact, Scarlet's original literacy was not much, and could only be said to be far better than the average Highlander. Of course, most Highlanders were completely illiterate. But ever since Amandina became her teacher, this Highlander girl who did not like to talk seemed to be finding some quiet pleasure in reading more and more. It was just that reading Knight's novels all day long made Brando worried that she would eventually become like the Roman. He turned back to look at our merchant lady. She was already holding his arm and sitting next to him. It finally stopped for a while, and Brendel breathed a sigh of relief. But not long after, there was a rustling sound from the bushes in front of them. Everyone looked up and saw Makarov, Oberway, and Count Audin walking out from behind the bushes. They had obviously just arrived. Makarov first saw Princess Grafine beside Dilferi, and was slightly startled. He turned to Brando and asked, Mr. Brando, what guests are we meeting today, and why is the princess here? In fact, they had received the news a day before. Makarov first thought of the dragons behind Brando. It was because of the golden folk behind the princess that the royal faction was more firmly tied to the princess's chariot after the war. Of course, Fleetwood's death also dispelled the misunderstanding between both sides to a certain extent. No matter what, the chief court wizard of the kingdom was still Princess Grafine's teacher. But for Makarov, the last news he received was that the female dragon called Alaz had caused a ruckus in the port one day. After simulating the scene of a fire dragon attacking the city, she disappeared without a trace. Everyone thought that the terrifying dragon girl had left, but he didn't think so. He stubbornly insisted that she was hiding behind the scenes. And the young man called Brando, who had a special relationship with the dragons, was obviously the princess's greatest support. But he didn't know that the answer to his question was actually very simple for Brando. After listening to the story of the loop of trade winds, the bad-tempered little dragon girl had already run back to Tonagel to see her Valhalla. And today, they were meeting another group of people. But before Brando could answer, the bushes were separated again. This time, it was an old man in a silver robe. When he saw Brando, he was slightly startled before a familiar smile appeared on his face. "I'm here to take a look at today's heroine on behalf of my old friend. I didn't expect to meet you again, little Brando." Damn. Brando almost jumped up. He thought that the people from Buga would be Tanya and Tulman. After all, they had a deeper relationship with the kingdom. But he never dreamed that it would be such a person. William Peaster. The Silver Storm, the leader of the Silver Alliance. He subconsciously turned around and saw the princess, Makarov, and Oberway looking at him with a strange expression. It was as if they were looking at a legendary monster. The meaning in their eyes was obvious. "Brando, who are you? P.S. This is the second update of the day. If you didn't see the first one, you can go back and read it. Don't miss it. 2 updates today. I'm a little short of 10,000. But it's not much, so I'm starting to make up for it. Touch everyone." To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 672. The world called him the Silver Storm. He was one of the 12 leaders of the male wizards in Dorora. His name spread across the land before Erewhon was established, and his legend was even older than the songs of the bards. Even the monarchs of the mortal world would tremble in front of him, and even the 4 great temples would have no choice but to retreat in the face of this white-haired old man. He was at the peak of the Silver Mountain, and in front of his pride, even giant dragons would have to bow their heads. If there was such a person, his name would be William Pist. The image of this archmage was depicted in folk prints. In the print, he wore a silver robe with wavy edges and held the scepter Draka, which meant ruler of the sky in the runic language. He read the 12 rules of Buga to the monks in the sacred palace of the Lionheart. Today, he appeared alive in front of everyone. Makarov and everyone else froze. To the nobles of Aween, the Kurlutz Empire's emperor was someone of the highest status. It could be said that he was someone who made people hold their breaths. But William Pist was an existence that only existed in storybooks and legends. In the year of Revelation, Chaos 1517, the Sacred Palace of Light threatened the male wizards to not participate in the Holy War. Although the Bugas were isolationists, the threat of mortals angered them. 3 months later, in the War of the Month of Flowing Fire, the Bugas retaliated with 3 floating cities. The folk engravings depicted the result of that battle. The Silver Storm engulfed the White Book Knights, the highest combat power of the Templar. One person killed his way into the sacred palace of the Lionheart and read the 12 articles of the Bugas to the 7th Pope, forcing Farnazane to bow his head and admit his mistake. The deterrence of that battle remained in everyone's hearts for a long time, and it lasted until today. "I didn't expect it to be you, Master William." Brando stood up and smiled bitterly, as if he was the only one left who could speak. He joked, "This is really unexpected. Hasn't the Silver Candle been monitoring the movements in the wilderness south of Madara? I thought the wizards wouldn't be so free." William stopped and gave him a deep look. Then he smiled and said, "My young friend Brando, it seems like you know a lot about the sky above Wonde. My pedantic subordinates still think that mortals know little about them, so they can maintain their ridiculous sense of mystery." The Buga mages were arrogant, and they claimed to be the overseers and controllers of Wonde's skies. The runic staff in William's hand was a symbol of one of the highest powers in the Silver Alliance, the mysterious staff Draka. Its fundamental meaning was the authority to rule the skies. Mortals could not touch the sky, so naturally, they would not rashly offend the people of the Silver Clan. Perhaps the dragons would have some complaints about this, but this naturally lazy race would not necessarily go to Roland's door to denounce him for a mere title. Besides, the Silver folk were not afraid of them. To mortals, "You are indeed very mysterious." Brando replied with a smile, "It's just that I happen to know more about the Magus world. I've heard that the Silver Candle Society has built a fortress south of Erewhon for surveillance purposes. It's called Nyosai, right? Are you planning to make a move against Madara?" "You little fellow, you don't have to beat around the bush to get information out of me. The Silver folk will not intervene in mortal wars. We are monitoring other things. Besides, those skeletons may not be a problem for you." In response to Brando's probing, William was not really angry. Instead, he smiled slightly and answered directly, The reason I'm here this time is only because you've unearthed something incredible. At the mention of the azure lance, Brando also quieted down. Something incredible. The holy lance of heaven was indeed one of them. The azure knight used the artifact to shatter the heavens. The people and even the players had always thought that it was just a legend, but who would have thought that it really existed in the world? But Brando knew better than anyone else present that the leader of the Dorora mages was probably not here because he was interested in the azure lance itself. Sure enough, William continued, but I'm more concerned about the reason for its appearance. The Mercury staff. Forget it, and the reaction you've caused. The appearance of ancient artifacts one by one on the earth has already attracted the attention of many people. Brando listened silently, because he understood that the future era of turmoil was coming. Starting from the rise of Madara, Wond would be plunged into an era of long-term war. Everything he did in the loop of trade winds was to prepare for the coming war. Many people, including the princess's followers, were quite critical of the compromise they made with the eldest prince this time, but Brando appreciated it very much. Her Royal Highness, like him, seemed to have seen the rolling clouds of war at the edge of the sky. If one only focused on the civil war in front of them, Erwin would be completely overturned in the coming storm. This was the lesson of history, and Brando certainly would not repeat it. Ha! William seemed to have seen through Brando's thoughts and asked with some surprise, "Little fellow, do you know something?" Brando glanced at William. This was his second meeting with the silver-robed leader of the great mages. In his past impression, the leader of the Dorora mages, the Silver Storm, was an image of an incomparably majestic NPC, but in his actual experience, William Pist left him with the impression of a very kind elder. Although they did not know each other before, this great mage leader had been of great help to him. The last battle with Andesha, as well as the victory in the War of Ampere Seal this time, was also thanks to the help of Buni's cloak given by the other party. Of course, Brando knew that William's feelings for his past friends and for Erwin were part of it, but he had always been a person who returned a favor, and was not used to owing people favors. In the future, the Bugas would also be involved in the protracted war. The Slate War involved too many forces and was too complicated, and even the Silver Folk would suffer losses. Thinking of this, he raised his head and reminded, "The Sacred War is coming, and the earth will be plunged into the clouds of war." At the same time, the Buga mages should have observed the coming great mana tide. Master William, the rise and fall of the magic tide has affected the ups and downs of Wond's history for thousands of years, and this time will be no exception. There must be signs before the era of chaos, and I think history is already sounding the alarm to the world. When Brando mentioned the Sacred War of the Mortals, William did not take it seriously. The mortals and the Silver Folk were two different worlds, and except for the arrogant provocation in the Year of Revelation, the sacred war between the four holy cathedrals and the Holy Cathedral of Earth had never affected Buga. But when the former mentioned the great mana tide, the great mage leader's brows gradually furrowed. "Brando, do you think Wond will repeat the history of the War of the Holy Saints?" He turned his head and asked seriously. He had also upgraded the way he addressed Brando from Little Guy to his real name, which meant that at this moment, the great mage leader at least regarded Brando as an equal to himself in a certain sense. The reason was simple. Regarding the coming magic tide itself, the astrologers of Buga had only recently realized that this magic tide was unusual. And just as Brando said, the rise and fall of the magic tide had affected the historical changes of the continent for thousands of years, and any sudden magical attack could completely change the course of Wond's history. Even William had to think carefully about this. It might not necessarily be a repeat of history, it could also be a new danger. Brando thought for a moment and described it in a somewhat euphemistic manner. "Ha ha," William suddenly laughed. "You sound like a witch from Bunossen when you say that." He suddenly saw the Roman beside Brando, and at first he was startled, then he realized something. "Little guy, have you been studying astrology recently?" Brando did not know whether to laugh or cry at William's joke. The old wizard probably thought that Brando was joking with him, but sometimes when you ambiguously describe what would happen in the future, it really sounded like the prophecies of the witches, but if you were to say it directly, you would probably be treated as a fraud. "The Dark Dragon has already died, but the chaos at the border of civilization may be a problem," William continued. Brando heard this sentence and his heart skipped a beat. It turned out that this was what the wizards of Buga were concerned about. The Silver Candle had built a sky fortress above the Sea of Eternal Darkness to monitor the border south of Erwin. But it was a pity that they were looking in the wrong direction. Brando recalled the history after the 2 wars of the Black Rose. In the Year of Silver, the Pale poem said that after 3 days and 3 nights, the eternal night would descend. The law of Tiamat would be completely changed by the magic wave. The war slate would surface on the surface of the water, the calamity of wolves would run rampant across the land, and the era of war would arrive. But he could not say any of these things, and could only hope that William's words would be enough to attract enough attention. This conversation could be said to be confusing to others, and only Princess Griffine and Amandina, who knew the inside story, could understand a part of it. But the prediction of the future of the continent was not something that they could understand. In fact, with Brando's identity, this knowledge itself was somewhat extraordinary. The nobles only cared about the benefits in front of them, and even Princess Griffine only cared about the rise and fall of the kingdom of Erewhon. The survival of the continent and the changes of history were not things that mortals should be concerned about. But fortunately, William did not seem to want to delve into this topic. Makarov seemed to have finally reacted. From William's words, he could tell that this famous great wizard was here for something important. But he had never heard a word or two about this important thing from any party before today. He looked at Princess Griffine with dissatisfaction. Princess Griffine seemed to be prepared for this and calmly replied, "Obaway, Makarov, I did not ask you to come here today, and I will not hide it from you. But this is a matter of great importance, and you have to be careful. Please understand." Makarov slightly frowned when he heard this reply. "Mortal, put away your dissatisfaction. She is right. For the miracle that you are about to see, your selfishness is but a speck of dust floating on top of a gem." William suddenly glanced at them and coldly reminded them. His words immediately made everyone fall silent out of fear. The prestige of the leader of the Silver Alliance's great wizard was on full display. Brando then ordered Babasha and the rest to teleport everyone into the underground ruins. They passed through a long tunnel, and this time, the Spider Queen seemed to have sensed William's presence. Like an animal's instinct, it allowed these uninvited guests to walk around in its tunnel without showing its head. This made Brando very depressed. You have to understand the frustration of a player bringing along a high-level NPC to kill a boss, but the boss cunningly hides away. The group did not move quickly in the dark. Because they weren't in a state of escape like the last time, everyone was able to relax and carefully observe the surrounding scenery. The underground tunnel was filled with crisscrossing cracks. Some were man-made, while some were natural. The cracks spread in all directions, making the entire underground ruins look like a giant spider web. From this point of view, it complemented the owner of this place. Half an hour later, everyone finally arrived at the prayer room from the other day. The prayer room was still the same as that day, immersed in darkness. Even the magic circle was still intact on the ground. William Pist only glanced at the magic circle and said softly, "This is the inheritance of the witches. They really have something to do with that thing. Rumor has it that the Myurnas brought it to the glacier, but in fact, the history of the witches is much earlier than the Myurnas." Among everyone, probably only Brando and the demoness Tanya behind the great wizard understood this sentence, and the eyes of the white cat in the Roman's arms also flashed. The great wizard was talking about the history before the fall of Babel Fortress. This was related to which bloodline the Azure Knight had inherited. The great wizard put his hand on the teleportation circle, then frowned and retracted it. This magic circle is also a bloodline inheritance. It can almost be considered the strongest protective measure. He turned to look at Brando and asked, "But you should have prepared the countermeasures, right?" "Of course." Brando turned back. Sugar jar. P.S. 3 consecutive updates of 10,000 words. Continue to make up. Continue to make up. Also from today onwards, please call me 10,000 Strong Baboon. I have opened a Sina Weibo called Eternal Flame FF. Seeking mutual fans, seeking attention. Although there is not much content. But in order to make my IQ fall below the limit, please work hard. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 673. There was a miracle in this world that could not be described with words. Every time he looked up and saw the spear bathed in interweaving lightning, he would have such a thought in his mind. The spear floated in the middle of the hall. Rolling dark clouds surrounded it, and streaks of platinum lightning shot out from the clouds, hitting the spear, and then bouncing off in an arc, dissipating into the darkness. In the dark clouds, there was no sound of thunder. Instead, in the silence, everyone saw the scene of heaven and earth collapsing, and the stars falling to the ground. The green light flowed on the floor of the hall, outlining the shadows of every protruding stone. The light changed like flowing water, as if there was a quiet river flowing under the ground. Facing such a scene, even William could not help but change his expression. Makarov and Oberwei were even more dumbfounded when they entered the hall. With a clatter, the small staff in Tanya's hand fell to the ground, and the former did not even notice. The Roman looked up, her eyes wide open, and did not care about her image. Freya beside her was also shocked, and the Knight of the Lake was behind her, staring at the spear without saying a word. Maynard, on the other hand, was mesmerized. "This is the azure spear," Brando heard the female knight muttering behind him, and could not help but look back at her strangely. Because this reaction was almost the same as his that day, but he did not think too much about it, and just waited for William to finish admiring it. After all, other than these Buga craftsmen mages with extensive knowledge, no one on this continent would dare to say that they were qualified to confirm that this was the real azure spear. The wait was not long. Just a few minutes later, Brando heard William let out a heavy sigh. The old mage seemed to sigh and then said, "This is the real azure spear." There was dead silence. Makarov's reaction was a bit like a mechanical puppet that the Hazel people had sealed underground for many years. He turned his head stiffly and stuttered, "Master? You said this is—" "Shut up, I didn't ask you to interrupt." William interrupted him. Although Makarov was known as the cunning fox of the kingdom, he did not dare to act rashly in front of this big shot. He was slightly stunned, and could only force himself to shut up, but his expression was as ugly as it could be. Then the old mage nodded in satisfaction, and he looked back at Brando. "The reappearance of the azure spear may not be a good thing. What do you plan to do with it?" In fact, Brando had already discussed with Tanya, but he could also understand the meaning of the old mage's question. According to the Buga's usual practice, they would completely seal this place after a certain amount of research, to avoid any trouble as much as possible. And the Bugas the people of the world were the most in this world. They Bugas the Bugas, and the Buga. It wasn't just Buga, a silver person. In fact, most of the silver people seemed to have this tendency. The silver elves also avoided the world according to a prophecy, and even the gold folk dragons sealed themselves directly in the dragon realm. Only a few young dragons would walk in the outside world. As a player, they couldn't understand the reason behind this. Some players thought that this was a setting in the game for balance. After all, for the iron folk humans and wind elves, the power of the silver folk was really unrivaled. For example, the strongest enemy Brando had ever faced was Andesha, one of the 12 patriarchs of the tree herders in the loop of trade winds. She had already reached the peak of her elemental power and was close to the realm of a perfect body. But even at this level, she could only be called a little girl in front of the Silver William, regardless of age or strength itself. And William was just one of the 12 leaders of the Wizards of Dorora. The Silver Alliance, the Great Library, the White Tower, the Rainbow Scorch, the Warlock Union, the Craftsman's Council, and the disbanded Circle 12 Magic Society. It was because of this terrifying power that the Buga dared to claim to rule the sky and be on an equal footing with the dragons. With this kind of power, even if the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the Holy Cathedral of Wind Empress, and the Holy Cathedral of Light joined forces, or even the Holy Cathedral of Nature, all for one, and the tree herders, they might not be able to compete. If the Bugas no longer practiced isolationism, the Silver Folk and the Silver Elves would no longer ignore the world. Then the continent of Wonde would not have so many kingdoms as it did today, but two major forces opposing each other. So the players thought that the way the Bugas and the Silver Elves thought might have something to do with the game's balance. But Brando didn't think so. He felt that the general silence of the Silver Folk and the Gold Folk might be due to deeper reasons. These reasons were actually only recorded in fragments in history. Brando would rather believe that something had happened in history to make the Silver Folk so cautious. Of course, he didn't have any evidence yet. It was just a guess, and he believed so based on his intuition. The reason was ridiculous, because he believed that the design team of Torrential Rain would not change the game's history just for the sake of compromising the game's gameplay. So when Brando heard William's words, he didn't answer immediately, but thought quietly for a moment. As the Great Mage said, the reappearance of the Azure Lance was not necessarily a good thing, and could be a huge problem. If he was still a player, then he would definitely get his hands on this thing at all costs. For the sake of an artifact, any player would go crazy, not to mention a legendary existence like the Azure Lance. But now he was no longer just a player. Everything that happened in this world would also affect him and the people around him. But after a short silence, Brando still replied, "Let's do as we agreed before." The old mage stared at him, as if to confirm his thoughts. Brando probably guessed what the King of Wizards was thinking, so he added, "Master William, if this is the course of history, I think it's hard for us to change anything." "Sigh," William sighed. "You don't understand." "Forget it, let's leave it at that." "You're right, just like the 9 Phoenixes proverb. If there's trouble, there's no avoiding it." Brando was familiar with this proverb, but the background design of the 9 Phoenix originally referred to some of the cultures he was very familiar with. He nodded and replied, "Everyone I've invited here today is closely related to the Battle of Ampere Seal that day. Starting from Her Royal Highness, let everyone try one by one. Maybe someone here will become the owner of the Azure Lance, so let us witness the birth of this history." Brando, hearing his words, Princess Griffine turned her head. "I'll let you go first." "Me?" Brando was stunned. "Yes, you are my knight. In my mind, only you are the most similar to the knight of the Azure Lance." "I hope that the Azure Lance can choose you," Her Royal Highness replied. "So I want you to try first." Brando was slightly stunned. He did not expect Her Royal Highness to have such high expectations of him. He thought for a moment, nodded to everyone, then raised his head and walked towards the Azure Lance. But before he could take 2 steps, a majestic aura had already pressed down on him. Before Brando had time to see what happened, a figure had already appeared in front of him. Only a few people present saw it clearly at that moment. The figure was clearly born from the intertwining lightning in the sky, and then appeared in front of Brando in an instant with an arc of electricity. At that moment, Brando could express his feelings with only one word: fast. The quality of a swordsman had long been ingrained in his bones. With his current strength and level of swordsmanship, almost no one could get close to him without him reacting at all. Even if it was an existence like William's, Brando could at least react before the surprise attack. However, this attack was clearly not within his expectations. Even including his experience in the game in his previous life, even with the eyes of a veteran warrior who was level 130, he had never seen such a fast attack. But he still saw it clearly. The opponent's starting posture was the classic posture of the Spear Knight in the game. But the Spear Knight would never have such terrifying dexterity. Before he could blink, the lightning spear had already pierced through his chest. Before Brando could confirm that he was injured, his whole body was already flying. At that moment, he finally saw the face of the human figure formed by lightning. But the moment he saw the face, Brando almost screamed out loud. The figure of energy under the outline of the lightning was clearly a woman. Of course, that alone was not enough to make him feel so surprised. Because the face he saw was almost exactly the same as the Roman face. Of course, the merchant miss would never raise her pair of beautiful little eyebrows high and put on such a murderous look. With this series of doubts, he fell heavily to the ground. "My lord! My lord!" The Shire and Metisha were the first to react, and a protective spell immediately fell on Brando out of thin air. And the Silver Elf Princess instantly held a spear in her hand, and single-handedly stood between Brando and the Lightning Girl. But the Lightning Girl stopped. She looked at Metisha and threw the spear in her hand. The lightning spear instantly turned into countless arcs of lightning and dissipated into the darkness. She coldly looked at everyone in the hall. Metisha finally saw the other party's face. "Ah, Miss Roman!" she screamed. "Ah!" As if it was a chain reaction, the Roman also stared at the Lightning Girl with a stunned expression. The Lightning Girl was slightly startled and turned her head. As if noticing her movements, Metisha raised the spear in her hand, but at this time, Brando finally caught his breath. "Don't fight with her, Metisha!" Brando released his hand from his chest. The Count's coat was scorched black, but there was no trace of blood. He took a breath and replied, "She doesn't have any killing intent. She seems to be a heroic spirit that protects the spear." "Heroic spirit?" Metisha turned her head. "My lord, whose heroic spirit could she be? How could she look exactly like Miss Roman?" But before Brando could answer, a deep magnetic female voice had already echoed throughout the hall. "My name is Ovina." Who are you, humans, elves, and silver folk? What is your purpose here? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 674. This is the third update. It's written at the front. If you didn't notice the first two updates, please flip to the front. Ovina? Even Brando couldn't find the origin of this name no matter how hard he tried, let alone the others. Only Roman asked in a trembling voice, "You, how did you impersonate me?" Ovina glanced at Roman and paused. "I see." "Ha! What do you mean?" The merchant girl was confused. The lightning girl turned around and frowned at Brando on the ground. "You seem to have inherited the authority from the Society of Truth, but you clearly have a higher authority. How strange. Let me see, it's really strange. You have the aura of Gaia's will." She turned her head and swept her gaze over all the others, pausing only for a moment on William. The great mage of the Silver Alliance frowned and didn't say a word, as if he was thinking about something. But Ovina's eyes lit up when she saw Freya, the descendant of the goddess of war's guards. "I didn't think this bloodline would still exist in this world," she said with slight admiration. Brando heard the lightning girl's words, of course, but he felt like he was listening to a book from heaven. He had never heard of any of the terms Ovina mentioned. Even in his past experience in the game, there was no mention of this. He frowned. "My lady, who are you? You are a heroic spirit. Whose will do you represent?" "Me." The lightning girl took a step forward and lifted her chin. "Human, according to your records, you should call me the Knight of Azure." The Knight of Azure. These three words echoed in Brando's mind. He opened his mouth but seemed to have lost the ability to speak. The others weren't any better than him, or worse. Metasha almost dropped the spear in her hand. Behind the princess, Makarov and the others kept muttering to themselves. "This is impossible. This is impossible." In front of them was the Azure Knight who had shattered the heavens, caused the stars to fall to the ground, and brought about the era of mortals. If one were to ask what was the most famous epic in the history of the Amber Sword, it would definitely be the Pale Poem. If one were to ask which part of the Pale Poem was the most widespread, it would definitely be the legend of the Azure Knight. That was the ancestor of all knight epics. Later generations had made up countless stories based on this legend. Almost all the knights' fantasies had the shadow of this legendary character. But she was actually a woman? Everyone couldn't help but find it hard to accept. Only Roman, after confirming that the other party wasn't pretending to be her, asked curiously, "But why do you look exactly like me?" Time flows like a long river. Among the billions of stars, there are always two that are so similar. "This is just a coincidence," the lightning girl replied in a low voice. Brando felt like this lady was spouting nonsense. He asked, "Master Knight, may I ask what you meant by what you said before?" Ovina glanced at him and answered, "You heard what I said and that's that. What I didn't say, I won't tell you. In this world, all secrets have a price." "What kind of price do I have to pay?" Brando asked with a frown. In the game, the players had been trying to solve a riddle, the final path to the power of existence. Obviously, no one had succeeded. But Brando had a feeling that the term Ovina mentioned before might have something to do with the final door. Because ever since the fall of Babel Fortress, ancient knowledge was lost to the earth. There were no more records of the power of existence. Since then, no matter if it was the gold citizens or the silver citizens, no one had ever truly opened the final door. Even the high and mighty dragon race stopped at the peak of the gold body. Brando looked at Ovina seriously, but the female knight made of lightning shook her head. "You can't afford to pay them, human. All right, tell me, what is your purpose for coming here?" Purpose. Brando came back to his senses and remembered the purpose of their trip. "Master, we accidentally found the azure lance that you once used. We hope to gain its approval." "I see." The lightning girl nodded. She looked up at the entire hall. "This should be the ruins of Bobbard's Great Hall. You probably haven't heard of this name. So to you, what is this place? What year has it been in the outside world?" "This is now the territory of the Kingdom of Erewhon. It is the underground of a trading port, Ampere Seal." "Master Knight," Princess Griffin's voice sounded. This is the first era, the year 376. The Chaos Era has ended. The Lightning Girl muttered to herself. Are there still divine citizens on the earth? Divine citizens. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. What kind of term was that? Even to the players, that was a background that only existed in legends. Ovina looked at their expressions and understood what had happened. However, there was no sadness or joy on her face. She only replied, I see, I understand. She looked up and replied, You said that if you want to gain the approval of the Azure Lance, it's very simple. You just have to defeat me. Defeat you? Brando almost choked on his own saliva. She was the legendary ancient hero who shattered the heavens and ushered in a new era. Legend had it that the Azure Knight was a hero who lived in the era before Babel Fortress was destroyed. She almost certainly had existential power, and even in that terrifying era, her power was at the top of the line. From this, one could tell how terrifying the Lightning Girl's power was. Although he knew that it would not be easy to obtain the Azure Lance, after all, the Amber Sword was first and foremost a game, and since it was a game, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Brando did not expect the conditions of this dungeon to be so simple and yet so demanding. Defeating the Azure Knight's heroic spirit was enough. The question was that even possible? Brando could roughly estimate based on the power of the previous attack. Even if he was at his peak in the game, and with the help of the other top players in the Grecia's Knight squad, he might not be able to defeat the Lightning Girl in front of him. He could not help but wonder. He asked, My lady, may I know, how much power does your heroic spirit have when you were alive? Ovina smiled slightly. You are very smart, human. You even know to investigate your opponent's power. But I'm afraid my answer will disappoint you. As long as I am in this hall, my power is equal to my peak power. Everyone felt as if they had been punched in the face. Makarov and the others could not help but look at the legendary mage from the Silver Alliance. But William could not help but smile bitterly. Although his power was close to the peak of the mortal world, it was not enough in the face of the power of existence. He shook his head. There was no chance of winning. This is too much. Princess Griffine was stunned. She could not help but frown as she replied, My lady, how could anyone defeat you? Little half-elf girl, if you cannot defeat me, what right do you have to use my weapon? The Lightning Girl smiled and replied. Brando frowned. Unlike everyone else, he immediately felt that there was something wrong with this condition. A game would never set a condition that could not be completed. Her Highness asked a good question. Who could defeat the Azure Knight? Even in his era, which player would dare to claim that they could defeat the Azure Knight, let alone the people present here? Or even further back, as long as they could not control the power of existence, there was no possibility of victory. He immediately thought of something fishy. He raised his head and saw a pair of eyes looking at him. It was a pair of black eyes with a hint of light purple luster. Under the slender eyebrows, together with the beautiful black hair, it set off the heroic and vigorous face. The female knight stared at him. The meaning in her eyes was clear. But she still mouthed a warning, word trap. Brando reacted immediately. He did not have time to think about why Maynard would suddenly think of this problem. But he had already raised his head and asked Ovina, My lady knight, are you saying that as long as we are in this hall, your power will be equal to your power at the peak of your power? The Lightning Girl was stunned and looked at him. Brando already understood. My lady knight, as long as I defeat you, I will be recognized by the Azure Lance? Yes. Ovina nodded. That's good. Brando suddenly leaped backward and shouted at the Shire beside him. The Shire, Dragon Strike! The young wizard squire understood the moment his lord spoke. Since Ovina was undefeatable in this hall, then they would change the battlefield. He reached out to the ground and the halo of law magic gathered in his palm, dazzling. What do you think you're doing? Ovina's eyebrows, made of lightning, twitched. Then anger flooded her face. I hate opportunistic people the most. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Then the Roman's scream rang out. Brando, behind you! Brando's heart went cold. Normally, in a situation like this, the first thing anyone would do would be to attack the Shire to cancel the spell in his hand. But Ovina obviously saw through his relationship with the Shire. In other words, she knew he was a planeswalker. Brando felt a chill run down his back. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. A cold hand that didn't seem to be made of lightning had already grabbed his back. Order him to stop. The lightning girl's voice was frighteningly cold. No, the Shire cast the spell. There's some kind of law here that she can't hurt anyone. Brando immediately shouted. Ovina paused. How did you know? Brando smiled proudly. Because you just stabbed me with your spear, did you forget? You noticed? The lightning girl's almost platinum eyes were filled with disbelief. You're a smart guy, but you think that's enough to make me helpless. Brando saw the cold, smug smile on Ovina's face and knew something was wrong. He followed her gaze and looked over. In that direction, the beam of light from Charles's dragon strike had already left his hand and hit the ground. The hall was already extremely fragile after countless years. With just one hit, the ground cracked and looked like it was about to collapse. But at that moment, Ovina said coldly, Power of fate, history reversal. Just 8 words. And then a miracle happened. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 675. Power of Fate, History Reversal. Ovina's deep voice echoed in the hall. A strange scene appeared in front of Brando. Time and space were like a series of replays. The ground that had been pierced by the white beam of light reassembled itself. The colorful array of light flowed back. The shattered stone slabs, layers of soil, and rocks were glued back together, seamlessly returning to their original state. Dragon's strike was like a retracted platinum sword that flowed back from the ground and returned to the array of laws in the hands of the stunned Shire. The rearranged magic flowed back and was disassembled into the most primitive magic, reversing the entire spellcasting process. This was a scene that had never been seen before. Anyone with a basic understanding of magic would understand what kind of power was contained in this scene. Tanya and William, the 2 outstanding wizards in the crowd, were both shocked and fascinated. Time, space, and energy were the most basic explanations of the laws of the world. This was the power of existence. There's no way to fight this, boss. The Shire screamed. You can't defeat me. The lightning girl declared proudly. Thousands of electric arcs appeared on her body in an instant. These electric arcs expanded in all directions, each one accurately hitting every single person in the hall. The first to bear the brunt was, of course, Brando, who was being held hostage by Ovina. He was sent flying. Dilferi, Amandina, and all the non-combat Roman females let out a scream. The expanding electric arcs formed a giant net of light in the hall. One end of the net enveloped every single person and bound them to the wall on one side of the hall. Only William's eyes flashed. He raised Draka, the scepter of the sky, with one hand. A transparent hemispherical shield appeared around his body. Hundreds of golden electric arcs flashed across the magic shield and shattered into countless electric particles like fireworks. The other one who was still standing was Brando. The moment he got up, he activated the talent of the Fool. The blood of God burned fiercely in his body, forming a barrier of willpower that was almost visible to the naked eye around his body. All the lightning disappeared before it could get close to his body. When Ovina saw this, a look of curiosity appeared in her eyes. This is Odin's aura. There are so many strange things about you. This kind of magic is completely ineffective against me. Brando's Halran Gaia was already out of its scabbard. He lifted his head to look at Ovina, who was in the middle of the lightning, and swung his sword at her. What a joke. Even if he himself came, he wouldn't be a match for me. The lightning girl snorted coldly, and in the blink of an eye, all the lightning in the underground hall disappeared into the darkness. Only one beam remained, and that was the lightning spear in her hand. It was as if Ovina had already seen through Brando's attack route. The moment the ghostly blade appeared before her, her spear had already blocked Brando's Halran Gaia with a clang. The lightning in her hands was like a substance, and she was able to change the nature of the energy at will. This kind of power had long been extinct in this era. You also know the sword skills of the dragons. Do you want me to teach you a few moves? Ovina didn't seem to care about Brando's flash strike sword art at all. She parried Brando's attack with one hand and took a step back, easily maintaining her distance from Brando. Brando actually wanted to say, sure. To be able to get the Azure Knight to teach him any skill, Even in the games of his era, it would be shocking. But unfortunately, he couldn't say anything because the spear in Ovina's hand was already stabbing at him like a dragon's fang. At that moment, he was almost scared out of his wits. The lightning girl's spear split into 4, and each one was like the shadow of the moon. This was the ultimate spear skill of the astral knight. Silent Knight. A skill with such a literary name, of course, had to be a royal inheritance of the Wind Elves. In fact, it was also one of the secrets of the astral inheritance. But the question was, what about the prerequisite skills for this move? What about the charging time? How come they all disappeared in this woman's hands? Wasn't this a bug? The 4 spear shadows hit Brando's body in an instant. Spear technique. Silent Knight's specialty was like endless darkness. The more he dodged, the more he would pursue. But once he hit, the follow-up attacks would disappear without a trace. But with only 4 spears, with Ovina's power level, it was more than enough for Brando to suffer. Even she herself thought that Brando would lose. She didn't expect the lightning spear to pass through a layer of shadow. An illusion? A cold light flashed through the lightning girl's platinum eyes. She saw that Brando's illusion in the air was still advancing and stabbing at her. Ha! This isn't an illusion. It's a magic doppelganger. Ovina's voice was slightly surprised. She took another step back and dodged the attack. She asked in surprise, "This really is a genius sword technique. Did you come up with it?" Brando didn't answer. The 9 luminaries sword technique instantly created 4 or 5 doppelgangers. Each doppelganger attacked once. It was as if Brando's sword technique had created multiple shadows around the lightning girl. "TSK, you think you can win like this?" The lightning girl sneered coldly. She blocked all the attacks with clanking sounds and didn't use her right hand from beginning to end. Then she held the spear horizontally and swung it like she was dancing in a circle. This opening move. Dragon Tooth Slash of Steel Scales. Brando's body reacted faster than his brain. He knelt on the ground and leaned back, allowing the lightning spear's blade to graze his chin. Dragon Tooth Slash was known as the most powerful single-target armor-piercing skill. When Ovina used it, it was even more terrifying. The sound the spear made when it sliced through the air was almost like a shriek, so much so that the very air itself seemed to tremble. But Brando knew very well that this skill had a fatal flaw in its attack range. He was very familiar with this skill, so before Ovina even made a move, he had already reacted instinctively. The lightning spear flashed past like a flickering shadow. At the same time, Brando's left hand was on the ground and his right hand was already swinging Halrangaya at the lightning girl with the spear. This move was the simplest and most effective way to deal with a warrior using Dragon Tooth Slash. Of course, it was also the most effective counterattack that the players had come up with after thousands of battles. In the past, every time Brando used it, it was always successful. But Ovina reached out with her right hand and with a creak, she firmly grasped Brando's blade. She used 3 fingers to pinch the pitch-black back of Halrangaya. Brando felt as if the sword in his hand had sunk into steel and couldn't move. The lightning girl smiled. "You have quick reflexes. For someone your age, you have plenty of battle experience." As she finished speaking, she raised her spear and thrust it at Brando. This thrust made Brando's vision go dark. It looked like a normal thrust, but it was clearly the rock resonance spear of the Earth Knight. As expected, as soon as Ovina thrust her spear, the ground beneath the lightning spear trembled and cracked. Rock fragments flew up from the ground and were blown away by the shockwave. Ovina had only attacked 3 times, and each time, it was the ultimate skill of a warrior class. But in her hands, it was like an ordinary skill. She threw it out one after another as if it didn't cost any money. This time, "I've really run into a cheat." That was the only thought that flashed through Brando's mind. He watched as the spear came at his throat, but he couldn't move. The rock resonance spear was the signature skill of the Earth Knight. Its specialty was that it used the power of spatial vibrations to lock onto the enemy's dodging range. In the game, it only showed a lack of dexterity, but in Ovina's hands, his dexterity was cut to 0. Was this something a human could do? But at that moment, there was a sudden loud boom. The ground beneath Brando's feet cracked. His entire body sank, causing the lightning spear to lose its original target. The spear brushed past his scalp. The lightning girl immediately turned her head. She looked in the direction of the great wizard William and asked coldly, "Earthquake, William put down the sky scepter in his hand and placed the end of the scepter on the ground. He nodded politely at Ovina. Yes, Mistress Azure Knight. You want to fight 2 against 1? No problem. Ovina turned around, no longer facing Brando. Instead, she snapped her fingers. Fate, the miracle of time. A strange scene immediately appeared in the hall. Rainbow-colored light shone through the darkness like sunlight through a prism, forming pages of colorful gaps. It was a mesmerizing sight. But Brando, who was in the middle of it all, didn't find it beautiful at all. He only felt that his scalp was in trouble. Because the flowing lights were all gaps in time, the flow of time in the hall was completely disrupted. He realized that both his and William's movements had slowed down. Brando was going crazy. Even if the Azure Knight's element was fate, how could she manipulate time and space so naturally? Since when did the talent of fate add this ability? But Ovina seemed to have seen through his confusion. She answered in a low voice, those broken pieces of time and experiences are also part of the memory of history. The fate of people describes the world itself. There is nothing that cannot be manipulated by the laws. Your understanding of the elements is still very shallow. Now, it's my turn to attack. The lightning girl raised her spear. Endless space seemed to gather at the tip of her spear. In a flash, it formed a singularity that was impossible to see with the naked eye. The singularity had no color. It was pitch black, with lightning flashing around its edges. Although Brando had never seen a move like this, he knew that it was no joke. Because this was the first time he had seen Ovina charge up. How did he meet such a freak? Brando didn't know what to say. He turned around and glanced at William. Their only chance of winning was to force Ovina out of the hall. Otherwise, fighting the Azure Knight would be a joke. The Archmage of the Silver Alliance seemed to have realized this as well. He nodded at him. I'll hold her back. Brando yelled. Of course, to be honest, he had no idea if he could succeed. But at least he had noticed that all of Ovina's previous attacks were harmless. This meant that due to some kind of law, this heroic spirit who was guarding this place couldn't kill the challenger. As long as he didn't die, then anything was fine for Brando. The gathering power had already created a whirlwind in the hall. Brando raised his head and glanced at Ovina in the center of the whirlwind. He raised the Halrangaya and slowly inched towards her. It wasn't that he wanted to move slowly, but Ovina's miracle of time was too freakish. Not only did it slow down time for everyone around her, but it also sped up for herself. It was much more powerful than the legendary 12-circled time imprisonment spell of the law-defying sorcerers. But Brando knew that he still had a chance. He still had the Flash Strike Sword Art. The Flash Strike Sword Art could ignore space and time. If he got a little closer, he would be able to attack. He raised his head and watched Ovina's every move, hoping that she would be fully focused on casting that ultimate move. Then he would be able to take advantage of the opening. Of course, he didn't expect his attack to do much damage. He only needed to disturb her a little. As one of the 12 leaders of the Drala sorcerers, William's spellcasting speed was not to be underestimated, even under the effect of time slowing down. Brando silently estimated the distance. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 676. 10 meters. 7 meters. The sandstorm had completely engulfed the entire hall. The underground hall rumbled and the entire space seemed to be attracted to one point by some kind of force. Brando narrowed his eyes and endured the sharp stones scratching his face. But in the end, he found the predetermined spot. The blade flashed slightly. In the next moment, Brando's figure disappeared from where he stood and reappeared beside Ovina. The lightning girl didn't seem to notice. She looked up in surprise, but a trace of mockery flashed through her platinum eyes. Brando observed her expression and immediately realized that something was wrong. Shallow. Before he could swing the Halrangaya in his hand, he heard Ovina's cold comment. In the next moment, Brando felt the sword in his hand hit an indestructible wall with a clang. The wall was transparent, as if the blade of the Halrangaya was stopped 3 feet away from the lightning girl. What is this? Brendel was horrified. He had never heard of a skill that could give the caster a layer of mana shield when it was being used. How was he supposed to survive? This is not a magic shield, human. Ovina raised the tip of her spear and pointed it at his chin. She answered calmly, "Because you cannot defeat me. This is your destiny, like a predetermined destiny. That is why you are hesitating." Brando immediately understood that this was also one of Ovina's elements. This was another manifestation of the power of destiny. It planted a subconscious thought in the hearts of all her enemies, making them believe that they could not defeat her. In other words, there was no magic shield around her at all. It was because he believed that he could not defeat her, so his sword stopped there. Everything was just an illusion. But this illusion was so real that it was impossible to resist. Even if Brando used all his strength, his sword would always be stopped 3 feet away from the lightning girl. It was as if he was fighting himself. This kind of power was unbelievable. Never mind since he transmigrated to this world, even in his previous life in the game, he had never heard of such a thing. He had often heard other players speculate about how terrifying existential power was, but now it seemed that it was even more terrifying than they imagined. "Understood?" Ovina asked. Brando smiled bitterly. This was indeed an undefeatable power, because he saw that the girl surrounded by lightning had already begun to accumulate the last of her strength, preparing to unleash her attack. At this time, the mages from the Silver Alliance had just started chanting their spells. Brando turned around and saw William's serious expression. But it was at this moment that a figure appeared in Brando's vision behind the endless storm. A figure that he couldn't even imagine in his dreams. It was a long, flame-like ponytail. Her long hair fluttered in the wind as her master pushed forward, curling around the spear in her hand. It was just a standard pike of the White Lion Legion. It couldn't even be considered a magical weapon. But the tip of the pike reached Ovina's back in an instant. It was Scarlet. The girl of lightning acutely sensed the sneak attack from behind her. With a backhand chop, she sliced half of the pike in Scarlet's hand. She turned around and looked at Scarlet in confusion. "That's strange. Such weak power. How did you escape from my lightning cage?" "Because I'm lightning too." The girl with the ponytail roared. "Let go of the Lord." "I see." Ovina had already seen the electric arcs floating around Scarlet's body. She raised her eyebrows slightly. "Such pure power of lightning. You also have God's blood in you and its kaisus. But unfortunately, it's far from enough." As soon as she finished speaking, she had already sent another chop towards Scarlet's neck. The Azure Knight's heroic spirit had probably seen through Scarlet's meager power and decided to take care of her first. "Careful." Brando was still beside Ovina. He now knew that attacking the heroic spirit of the Azure Knight was pointless. As long as he couldn't break through the element of fate, he wouldn't be able to chop off her neck even if she offered it to him. But if he wanted to interfere with Ovina's movements, he had many ways. Brando dodged the girl of lightning and swung Halran Gaia downwards. He roared, "Rise, power of the earth." The power on Halran Gaia suddenly exploded. The floor of the hall seemed to be bursting with layers of cracks. The floor under Ovina's feet was about to be completely torn apart. Ovina was furious. She had no choice but to retract her chop. She pressed her hand downwards and released another time reversal. This hall was her biggest weakness. Of course she wouldn't let Brando tear it apart. But as soon as she turned around, the girl with the ponytail behind her found another opportunity to attack. She didn't care that she was less powerful than an ant in Ovina's eyes. She didn't say a word. She held the standard pike with the chopped-off head and stabbed it towards Ovina's back. "Scarlet, get out of the way!" Brando shouted helplessly. He knew that Ovina's elemental power was very special. Even he couldn't do anything to her, let alone Scarlet. If Scarlet stayed, she would only be a burden to him. But it was too late. Scarlet and Brando's relentless attacks infuriated even Ovina, who had a good temper. More importantly, the magic power that William the Great Wizard was accumulating was slowly becoming a threat. Of course, with William's power, it was impossible for him to hurt her. But if he was determined to destroy the hall, it would be a time-consuming and laborious task for her to fix. A waste of energy and time. The girl of lightning finally commented coldly. At the same time, she turned her pike and stabbed it towards Brando. Ovina was very rational. Scarlet obviously posed no threat to her. In comparison, Brando, who had Halran Gaia in his hand, was more of a problem. But as soon as she thrust her pike, she immediately realized that she had made a huge mistake. Because she immediately felt Scarlet's pike hit her squarely in the back. Ovina's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could a mortal who wasn't even at the peak of gold hit her? Where was her talent of fate? Scarlet had used all her strength to strike Ovina's back. She didn't even scratch the heroic spirit skin. Instead, she herself was sent flying. But according to the power of the precepts, whether or not this attack caused any damage, it had completely interrupted Ovina's charging skill. With a bang, the black singularity on the Azure Knight's heroic spirit pike completely disappeared. An opportunity. Brando didn't know how Scarlet had been able to pierce through Ovina's elemental power. But at least he knew that this was a perfect opportunity. While the Girl of Lightning was distracted, he had already raised Halran Gaia and stabbed it down. With a loud crack, the power of the earth that had been nurtured by the sword instantly spread throughout the floor of the hall. Immediately, dense cracks appeared on the flagstones on the ground, and the earth cracked under the flagstones. The underground hall rumbled and tilted to one side, seeming as if it was about to collapse completely. What the hell? Ovina finally reacted. Even though she claimed to have the power of the Azure Knight at her peak, Brando could tell that this heroic spirit had only inherited the power of that legendary hero. But her battle experience and her ability to handle the battlefield were far inferior. Seeing that the hall was about to collapse, the Girl of Lightning began to panic. She opened her arms and a vast amount of elemental power instantly enveloped the entire underground hall. The entire hall collapsed and then immediately recovered. But then more cracks appeared. Ovina's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She slowly realized that she couldn't hold on any longer. Because William the Silver Storm had joined the battle. The magic of an extended earthquake spell was injected into the ground, causing the entire hall to tremble. The pillars in the hall cracked and the ground began to move. Then, a large fissure appeared and sank, sliding into the cracks beneath the ruins along with countless rocks. The Girl of Lightning seemed to have finally realized that defeat was inevitable. But she gritted her teeth and raised her head. She said angrily, "Don't think that you've won." The entire hall was falling apart into countless pieces. Ovina stood under the largest rock and looked down at Brando and Scarlet. She reached out her hand and retracted the elemental power that had enveloped the entire space. Then she shouted, "Destiny, the shining fountain!" History unfolded behind her like a curtain. Countless heroes and legends came to life in those shining fragments and then appeared before Brando. There were some characters that Brando couldn't even name, but there were also some from the era after the Azure Knight. Among them, Brando recognized the 4 wise men. Mainly because he was too familiar with the image of the Xianxia. These summoned creatures formed from fragments of history. Brando couldn't even describe their state of existence. Rather than heroic spirits, they were more like the manifestation of a law. But clearly, these things that Ovina summoned were not here to have a tea party with him. The Girl of Lightning pointed her spear downwards. Her deep, penetrating voice almost drowned out the rumbling of the collapsing hall. Heroes are merely beings bound by fate and wishes. Their goal is to ensure that the fate of the world continues to exist along a predetermined line. Human, accept their challenge. More than 10 projections of heroes that seemed to have walked out of Legends rushed towards Brando. Brando's face was pale with fright. Although he didn't know how much power these summoned creatures had, if they were too weak, Ovina probably wouldn't have let them out. The elemental power of fate was a bug. Brando immediately revised the order of the elemental power in his mind. In the past, there had been quite a few players who had the gift of fate in the game. But he didn't expect this elemental power to be so freakish when it reached the realm of the power of existence. It was as if he could get anything he wanted. The first to reach him was Xianxia's illusion. He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but the Wind Empress had clearly demonstrated the power she should have. Brando was just about to raise his sword to parry the elf's attack when Xianxia stepped back and a series of illusions appeared in front of him. 9 Luminaries Sword Art. Brando immediately realized that his 9 Luminaries Sword Art was nothing compared to the real Xianxia. First of all, their magical powers weren't on the same level. The Wind Empress in front of him seemed to be able to continuously cast 9 Luminaries Sword Art. And each illusion lasted for a very long time, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. And that wasn't the end of it. Next to him was the Flame King, Gretel, who was ready to attack at any moment. Brando's flash strike sword art had left a deep impression on him. But luckily, Brando still had one last trick up his sleeve. The hall was disappearing beneath everyone's feet. He took a step back and grabbed the ponytailed girl's arm. Scarlet paused and instinctively pulled back her hand. "My lord, we can't win. Let's run," Brando answered. He never had the self-awareness of being an expert. He raised his head and took one last look at Ovina, who was at the very top. More and more heroes were emerging from the screen of light behind her. It made his scalp go numb. There was no way to win. He didn't know which idiotic designer had designed such a scene. What made him even angrier was that this design actually existed in this world as well. Was there any scientific basis for this? Brando shook his head and shouted in the direction where William had been. "Master William, we'll be going first." With that, he immediately grabbed Scarlet's hand and jumped into the darkness below. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 677. Brando swore that if he had known what it felt like to be buried under sand, he would have surrendered rather than run away. At first, he felt his body falling rapidly in the darkness. Countless objects fell around him, accompanied by the sound of the wind. There was only a faint light above his head, which should be the direction of the collapsing underground hall. About a second or two later, he felt a violent impact. A normal person would have been smashed to pieces under such an impact, but it was nothing to a peak gold-tier physical strength. Brando only felt that he had hit a slope, and then rolled down along the sharp rocks. He tried to grab onto something, but it was futile in the darkness. A large amount of sand rolled him down until he hit a flat rock. Brando felt the first impact, and then the second impact was a soft body hitting him. He immediately realized that it was Scarlet. More rocks and sand were falling from above. Brando hurriedly pulled the girl down, and then turned around to block in front of her. In just a split second, there was a loud rumble as several huge rocks smashed heavily onto his body. Of course, this was nothing to Brando. It felt like he was hit by a few sticks, but the large amount of sand made him suffer. He coughed, and his mouth was full of sand. But this was not the most tragic experience. The key point was that when he lowered his head and subconsciously wanted to spit out the sand in his mouth, he met a pair of bright eyes. It was a pair of quiet, curious, and shy eyes. Obviously, it belonged to a mountain girl who liked to keep her hair in a long ponytail. Scarlet was under Brando's protection, and she obediently looked at her lord without moving. For both Brando and Scarlet, it was not difficult to see in the dark. Both of them could clearly see each other's state. But fortunately, it was not the first time they had encountered such a situation. The last time they were chased by the misty nightmare in the loop of trade winds, they had experienced almost the same situation. After the first experience, at least the second time was not as awkward. "My lord," Scarlet whispered and blinked. "Thank you." Woo-woo. Brando's mouth was full of sand, and he was unable to speak. His face was almost touching Scarlet's. He couldn't spit sand on her face, could he? Rumbling sounds were still coming from outside. It was clear that the collapse would not end any time soon. But Brando did not answer, and the mountain girl looked at him carefully. After a while, Brando suddenly felt Scarlet move, and then gently leaned her forehead against his chest. This seemingly unintentional action made Brando's heart skip a beat. He subconsciously lowered his head and saw Scarlet curled up in his arms like a child. "Wah, Chen? I'm sorry." Scarlet seemed to have been awakened by his voice. She was startled and quickly let go of his hand. Brando looked at her carefully shrinking back and couldn't help but feel sorry for her. "Actually, it's okay. Are you scared?" Scarlet frowned and shook her head slightly. Brando was silent for a moment. To be honest, he could not tell what this girl was thinking. Since the Battle of Ampere Seal, Makarov had come to see her a few times, but she had rejected him. Scarlet was usually quiet and only occasionally accompanied the Roman, but according to the other members of the Grey Wolves mercenaries, she was not like this in the past. He thought for a moment and felt that he was not suited to guess a girl's thoughts. After all, he was a complete loser when it came to that in his last life. He shook his head and decided to change the topic. Scarlet, how did you break through Ovina's element? The mountain girl paused and looked up at him curiously. You don't know? Brando was stunned. Of course, he could see that Scarlet's expression was genuine. Scarlet shook her head in confusion. That's strange. Brando was even more confused than Scarlet. He knew the power of Ovina's element of fate. Ovina's element of fate was similar to a speech spirit, but it was much more powerful. If you could not break through your own fate, then you would never be able to defeat her. You might not even be able to attack her. But the problem was, as a gold-level being, it was an impossible task to break free from the element of a legendary hero who had mastered the power of existence. Even the Silver Storm, Master William, would not be able to do it, much less him or Scarlet. Could it be because of the dragon bloodline? But he had never heard of a gold person being able to challenge someone of a higher level. It could only be said that they were more talented. Brando frowned and couldn't figure it out. But at that moment, he suddenly felt something. He looked up and realized that the sound of the falling rocks had quieted down. This was undoubtedly the best news for him at the moment. He hurriedly threw away the messy thoughts in his mind. He stretched out his hand and easily lifted the rock that was pressing down on him. With another push, the gravel rolled down into the darkness along with the sand and sand. Brando climbed out of the rubble in no time and then rescued Scarlet from the rubble. The two of them finally reached a flat rock. They looked around and realized that the collapsed hall had formed a giant hole. They were in the middle of this hole. Above their heads, any signs of human activity had long disappeared. Brando looked around. In theory, when the hall collapsed, besides him and Scarlet, William and Ovina should have been caught in the mud and sand. The others were bound to the wall by the lightning cage and shouldn't have been in too much danger. But Brendel strained his eyes to find William and Ovina's silhouettes in the darkness, but he couldn't find any of them. That's strange. He paused slightly. According to Ovina and William's powers, they should have been able to escape earlier than he was. The collapse from before looked dangerous, but for beings of their level, it shouldn't have been much trouble at all. My lord, look over there. Scarlet stood beside Brando without saying a word after being dragged out of the rubble. But as a half-dragon, her eyesight was obviously much better than Brando's. Brando looked in the direction she pointed. After a while, he saw a dot of light flying out of the darkness. But when the light came closer, he realized that it wasn't a dot of light at all. It was William flying in midair, holding a glowing staff in his hand. And when he got closer, Brando suddenly saw that the old magician was carrying a person in his hand. From the platinum body made of lightning, who else could it be but Ovina? William's flying spell was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Brando. He descended, his long robe fluttering in the air, and then landed firmly in front of Brando. He reached out and threw Ovina in front of Brendel. She's unconscious? Brendel's jaw dropped as he stared at Ovina, whose eyes were tightly shut. He couldn't believe that this was the mighty Lord heroic spirit from before. Normally, as long as one's body was complete, even if one fell from a height of several thousand feet, one shouldn't have fainted. This was too degrading. You guessed right, little one. After leaving that hole, her power weakened rapidly, the old magician replied. When I found her, she was at most an upper silver level. And her magic was still draining away. I can foresee that if this continues, she won't even be able to maintain her original form. I see. Brando paused, but then he felt a little troubled. He couldn't help but look at the lightning girl on the ground and say, so what's the situation now? Did we win or lose? This girl isn't going to go back on her word, is she? Ahem. What do you take me for? Brando had just finished speaking when the unconscious Ovina on the ground suddenly woke up. Although she still looked a little weak, she still glared at Brando and said, although I hate opportunistic people the most, a win is a win. I won't deny it. The girl panted, and then her face became much rosier. Brando and William both frowned slightly, because at the same time, they realized that Ovina's power seemed to have increased. You can still recover your power? Brando couldn't help but ask. Wasn't that hall destroyed? Wait, you. He narrowed his eyes, as if he realized something. But the silver magician leader was one step ahead of him, and a look of realization appeared on his face. Humph, at least you have some smarts, Ovina snapped. Ovina replied in annoyance, "It's just as you guessed. My power doesn't increase the closer I get to the hall. Instead, the closer I got to the holy lance of heaven, the closer my power was to its peak." "I'm sure you've guessed it. I'm not some azure knight. I'm the heaven." Ha! Brando felt as if he had been punched in the face. "So you're saying that everything that happened before was a self-directed act?" "Not entirely. As a divine artifact, of course I have the right to choose my owner." Ovina lifted her chin and answered proudly. "All right, that has nothing to do with us anyway." Brando shrugged. It wasn't the first time he had seen a magical equipment with a soul. The ring of the Wind Empress on his hand had a heroic spirit sealed in it during the War of the Holy Saints. Not to mention that many famous magical equipment in the Amber Sword had similar mechanisms. However, it was the first time he had seen a heroic spirit sealed in a ring that was so powerful. But the more it was like this, the more it proved the value of the heaven. He thought for a moment and continued, "No matter what, you admit that we won before, right? So now you can choose who your owner will be, right?" "Yes," Ovina answered through gritted teeth. "But before that I have a question. I want to know how she was able to pierce through my elemental power." The girl in lightning form looked at Scarlet on the side, her face once again filled with disbelief. Like Brando, she couldn't figure out how a gold rank could ignore the influence of her elemental power of fate. Brando glanced at Scarlet and thought for a moment. Maybe it's because of her dragon bloodline? Impossible. Ovina denied without hesitation. She's just a gold person. Since when did their bloodline have such power? Unless some genetic mutation happened in the past 10,000 years, but the chances of that are too small. Genetic mutation. Brando chewed on this word by word. Did the Amber Sword have such a setting? But the girl in lightning form only snorted coldly and didn't answer him. The darkness seemed to fall silent again until the Archmage William thought for a moment and said, "Maybe I know why?" Everyone turned to look at him. In our history, there are some things that can allow people to change their fate and break free from the shackles of fate. The Archmage answered slowly. "Brando, you know that little girl Alaz, right?" "Ah!" Brendel suddenly exclaimed with a look of sudden realization. "So that's how it is, I got it. P.S. The mighty baboon is at it again." Please don't mind the wrong title of the second chapter. Anyone who cares about details is an idiot. Keep following me on Weibo. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 678. So, what's going on? Ovina asked with a frown, still half kneeling on the ground. She rubbed her arm with one hand and frowned. The girl's energy body looked like it was made of platinum. The white irises in her eyes were like translucent rings. Only when they contracted slightly could one guess what she was thinking. She was obviously very angry right now. The reason is actually very simple. Brando grinned. His voice echoed in the darkness with a hint of playfulness. He suddenly raised his hand and placed it behind Scarlet, pushing the girl who had been standing in the shadows with her head lowered in front of him. "Lady Ovina, you must have heard of the legend of the fairy's golden apple, right?" Scarlet seemed a little nervous. She turned to look at her lord in surprise. But Brando shook his head at her, indicating that she need not be nervous. He did this in hopes that Scarlet would leave a deeper impression on Ovina, because Ovina would definitely choose the successor of the Holy Lance of Heaven from the three of them. He himself was more accomplished in swordsmanship, and William's identity and profession were not suitable to be the successor of the Azure Lance. Therefore, he hoped that Ovina would choose Scarlet as the successor of the Azure Lance. Most importantly, he hoped to give Scarlet courage and confidence, so that this Highlander girl would understand that no one's existence in this world had to rely on others. He hoped that Scarlet would have her own thoughts and destiny, to pursue her own dreams. A Scarlet who would always stand behind him, like a silent shadow. This Scarlet made his heart soften. But it was also because of this that he hoped the girl would understand that there was no such thing as a lowly background in this world. A girl from the countryside of Buchi could also become the hope and protector of many people in a certain era. Only confidence and hard work were the driving forces of every individual's progress in civilization and order. Ovina took a closer look at Scarlet. Her pupils were like burning platinum flames, and her eyebrows were like extended flames. She frowned slightly. Is this the reality of longing? She closed her eyes and sniffed. So that's how it is. She does have the unique scent of the fairies. The residents of Valenia's home of the fairies have been researching ways to change fate for a long time. I didn't expect them to succeed, but it's only breaking the laws. It's still useless to advance in chaos. I was too careless. Then she opened her eyes again. She looked at Scarlet and then at Brando. I heard her call you Lord. Is she your subordinate? Oh no. Brando thought Ovina was going to hold a grudge against him and hurriedly explained, I guess you could say that. Barely. Ovina stared at Brando suspiciously and dragged out her words. Brando pondered for a moment and quickly organized his words. It's probably because I helped Scarlet when she was in trouble, so nominally, Scarlet is now by my side as my guard. Of course, you can also think that I'm forcing her to return the favor, but no matter what, the contract between us will continue until she feels that she has repaid the favor. Lord. Scarlet turned around and called out softly. Brando's self-deprecation obviously made her nervous. Brando hurriedly gave her a look. Ovina looked at the two of them with slight disdain. How clumsy. But I didn't know you had some kindness in you. But don't you think it's a bit inappropriate for me to acknowledge her? It's not just that she's weak, because that's not the point. The point is that she doesn't have the heart to become strong. Without confidence, she can't look at herself. How can she realize her beliefs? Maybe she's even confused about her beliefs. The azure lance in her hands will only bury me. She stared at Scarlet, who lowered her head in silence. Then Ovina turned around and looked at Brando with some admiration. You, on the other hand, although you're still weak, you already have some potential. That's true. Otherwise, that guy wouldn't have chosen you, right? Haven't you noticed that you have a temperament that doesn't fit in with this world? And it's because of this temperament that you have the possibility of changing history. What do you think? Do you want to consider making a pact with me and becoming the new master of the Azure Lance, human? Brando was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Ovina to acknowledge him. But he sighed and shook his head. You're wrong, Lady Ovina. No one is born strong, and no one is born to change the world. But at every moment, everyone will change themselves for some reason. As long as there's something important in your heart that needs to be protected, anyone can become strong. In this world, strength and weakness have never been a constant factor. I've seen Scarlet's anger over her dead companions. It's because of that anger that I believe she can do it. Scarlet, raise your head. You've defeated Lady Ovina, so you also have the right to be acknowledged by the Azure Lance. Brando ordered firmly and sternly. Scarlet trembled. She bit her lip and raised her head to look at Brando. She knew that it was the Azure Lance, the most dazzling existence in the legends. Her Highness the Princess, His Lordship, and even Count Yenbao. There were many people here who were more qualified than her to pick up the holy lance that had once shattered the Azure Lance. Her Highness the Princess was brave, His Lordship was righteous, and Miss Dilfrey was determined and full of ideals. Everyone here seemed to be better than her. The Azure Lance could belong to any one of them, but how could it belong to her? But even so, there was still a trace of indescribable gratitude in the depths of her eyes. That gratitude was because she was touched by the acknowledgement. The darkness was controlled by solitude for a moment, and it silently spread out. William stood beside the three of them. Under his silver eyebrows, his wise eyes revealed a look of interest. It was as if it had nothing to do with him. He only occasionally used his fingers to sweep the dust off his long sleeves. As a wizard, he had no interest in the ownership of the Azure Lance to begin with. Ovina couldn't help but groan. She was probably grumbling about the fact that she had been defeated by a little girl like this. She couldn't help but look at Brando with some annoyance. You really want her to pick up the Azure Lance? Can't she? There are many others in the Great Hall. They are even more suitable than her. That half-elf girl, she is calm and collected. And that little woman dressed like a merchant who came with you, she has a noble bloodline. There are a few others. Although they aren't as good as these two, at least they are much better than her. Ovina frowned. I really don't understand your thinking. I know that, but I still think Scarlet is better. You. The girl of lightning stammered. Why? Because she is ordinary. That's why she can turn from a cocoon into something magical. In a time in the past, the Knight of the Azure Lance once used the Holy Lance to shatter the Azure Lance, causing the stars to fall to the ground. In the end, it brought about the Age of Mortals. Lady Ovina, in Kurlut's history, the Azure Lance represents an endless struggle. Even the lowliest of existences can stand at the pinnacle of glory. Because of this, the Age of Mortals is filled with color. Brando answered slowly. Ovina was speechless for a moment. She glared at Brando. The sound of clapping finally rang out. William clapped his hands lightly and answered, "Well said. The age of silver and gold has long passed. Mortals have to control their own destinies. Lady Ovina, honestly speaking, none of us here have the right to inherit the Azure Lance. But in comparison, sometimes a coincidence might be Martha's will? All right, I understand." Ovina sighed and stood up from the ground. She looked at Scarlet and extended her hand. "You are very lucky, little girl. Come, extend your hand. Let me see what you are thinking." Scarlet hesitated for a moment and turned to look at Brando. But Brando only nodded slightly at her. "Okay." The Highlander girl seemed to have finally gathered all her courage. She bit her lip, then extended her hand and placed it in Ovina's palm. Ovina closed her eyes and her sword-like brows finally relaxed. For the first time, a peaceful expression appeared on her face. "So this is your past. It is better than I imagined. But it is only a temporary setback. It is not an excuse for people to be weak. The Azure Lance is a sharp blade that protects the mortal world. Scarlet, the shattering of the heavens and the falling of stars. This is the history of mortals conquering their destinies. Can you feel the courage contained in all this?" "Yes. You want to protect?" Ovina suddenly asked. Then there was a short silence. Scarlet did not answer. But after a while, Ovina suddenly opened her eyes. She turned to look at Brando in confusion. The strange meaning in those platinum eyes made even Brando pause. But when he looked again, Ovina had closed her eyes again. "Open your heart and accept me, Scarlet," Ovina chanted. "From this day onwards, until the final day comes," Scarlet repeated. "The contract is established." A pillar of white light and a green halo spread out from the darkness. Like an invisible wind, it lifted the Highlander girl's long hair. Scarlet suddenly screamed, because she saw Ovina turn into the purest white light in front of her and merge into her chest. Everyone saw this scene. Out of all of them, only Makarov, who was bound to the wall by lightning, had the most complicated expression. He probably could not understand why Brendel would give up the opportunity to sign a contract with the Azure Lance, and give this unprecedented divine weapon to his adopted daughter, who was not particularly outstanding. The princess frowned slightly, but quickly understood. Dilfrey was curious. Among everyone, the only one she liked was the merchant girl, who was bound tightly by lightning. It wasn't that Ovina was giving her special treatment. It was just that the merchant girl was too dishonest. Plus, the Witch Queen's inheritance in her bag was not to be underestimated. "But even so," Roman said happily to the white mist on his shoulder, "I knew Scarlet would be the most suitable. Last night I even made a bet with Brando. Because among us, only Scarlet uses a gun, right? That me is so stubborn, unlike me who guessed the result right away. Scarlet and that gun are so compatible, so beautiful. When I have time, I must borrow it from her and play with it." White Mist yawned. She was too lazy to answer her, and too lazy to remind the merchant girl that Metisha also used a gun. Even though Metisha was a heroic spirit, Roman probably didn't think that far ahead. On the other side, in the darkness, after the seemingly endless light dissipated, Ovina had turned into thousands of lightning bolts. The platinum lightning gathered into a bundle in Scarlet's hand. When the light faded, all that was left was a shining spear. Upon closer inspection, it was the Holy Lance of Heaven. Scarlet stared blankly at the pale green holy spear that was like jade. She couldn't react in time. "Lady Ovina?" The holy lance in her hand buzzed. This is her." Brando walked forward and stared closely at the legendary holy lance. "Ovina is the will of the holy lance. But your power is still too weak, so I'm afraid you won't be able to sense her presence for the time being." As he spoke, he lifted his head. Without Ovina's power restraining them, the lightning cages in the hall dissipated. The remaining magic brought everyone down slowly, landing not far from Brando and the others. The merchant girl, who was the first to land, immediately shouted in surprise, "Brando!" Then she hurried over. "My lord! Brando! Mr. Brando!" After that, Metasha, the Shire, Freya, and Princess Griffine all gathered around the three of them. Of course, without exception, everyone's eyes fell on the holy lance of heaven in Scarlet's hand. This was the weapon that pierced through the heavens in the ancient legends. The Roman couldn't help but blink and asked curiously, "Brando, is this lance really as powerful as the legends say? Is this lance really as powerful as the legends say?" This was undoubtedly the question in everyone's mind, including Brando. He thought for a moment, then walked forward and placed his hand on the blade of the holy lance of heaven in Scarlet's hand. Scarlet paused and looked up at him in confusion. "My lord?" Brando didn't answer immediately. He had already seen a pale green screen of light extend from the tip of the lance. Holy Lance, Divine Weapon Attack. 112-147 plus 45 Strength, plus 45 Dexterity, plus 45 Vitality, plus 45 Bloodline, plus 45 Senses. Additional skills. Fate. A legend that has accumulated over time on the spear. It is like an eternal fate that curses its enemies. Any target hit by the Holy Lance will continuously bleed from the wound due to the curse, dealing 11 points of damage per second. This damage can be stacked repeatedly. Holy Lance. Pure wind elements surround the blade of the lance. The wielder can summon the power of lightning. Every time the wielder attacks, they can copy the power of lightning to deal the same amount of damage to enemies in any direction. The amount of lightning depends on the magic of the wielder. Divine Weapon Domain. Undefeatable Fate. An invisible force protects the Holy Lance. Any attack that is lower in power than the wielder will be weakened by 90%. The ability to change fate is immune to this effect. Brando narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw these rows of attributes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 679. The changing of the seasons went on unhurriedly around the port of Ampere Seal. The increasingly dense forest began to cover the green hills, and the excavation work outside the port could not completely cover up the news. Since the Buga craftsmen left, the rumors about the Azure Lance still spread. What an eventful time. Wood rubbed his eyebrows and stared at a page of letter on the mahogany table. The paper was snow-white and came from the eastern part of Cruz, adjacent to the forest border of the four-leaf clover. There was still a faint burnt smell in the corner of the letter, which was the unique trace of the magic imprint left by the flame magic. Before this imprint was erased, it should have been 4 pairs of eagles with their wings spread, representing the Holy Cathedral of Fire, or rather, the highest level of confidential documents in the Cruz Empire. He looked up and sat at the mahogany table for a while, staring at the opposite wall under his thick eyebrows. For a moment, his eyes seemed a little illusory. Then the former Archbishop of the Holy Cathedral suddenly ignited a golden flame in his hand. He shook his hand gently, and the charred letter suddenly turned into ashes. Wood carefully tidied up the embers on the table, then straightened up and tidied up his golden priest robe. The news in the secret letter confirmed the news that had been circulating in the port in recent days, but in fact, he had already learned all the relevant information from the young Count Tonagel. The people of Erewhon did not intend to hide it from him, or at least did not intend to cover up the apparent fact. The Azure Lance did exist in Ampere Seal. But it was meaningless because the Buga people had already taken it away. Wood's expression was uncertain, and his mind was repeatedly trying to figure out the information contained in this incident. He didn't know if it was the decisiveness of the little princess of Erewhon, or the shrewdness of the young count, but the benefits they had exchanged with the Azure Lance from the Buga people were very obvious. He couldn't help but look back and cast his gaze out of the window. Outside the window was the light red undulating roof of the port of Ampere Seal. Emerald green vines hung down from the glass, splitting the sunlight sprinkled on the mahogany table into strange shapes. This was really a vibrant city, but now it no longer belonged to the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Wood did not feel anything about this matter. The temple had made a mistake and should pay the price for it. The key was that at least this kingdom still believed in the way of the golden flames, and their people did not deviate from their reverence for the Holy Cathedral of Fire. As for secular interests, Wood had never been too concerned. However, what really worried him was the inner circle of the Holy Sanctum. No, it should be said that the upper echelons of the empire coveted the azure lance. Greed could blind a person's heart, and this was especially true for the nobles. Even he himself had suffered greatly from it. However, judging from the words in the letter, His Majesty the Emperor himself should also be interested. After all, it was the azure lance, the most famous weapon in the Pale poem. At this level, it was no longer something he could change. In the past, he might have been able to come up with some solutions when he was the archbishop, but now it was not something he could worry about. He could only hope that the people in power within the Holy Cathedral of Fire could be more rational and see the true teachings of the Flame King. He sighed, took off the archbishop's square hat and put it on his head, then opened the door. The knight loyal to the Holy Sanctum had already been waiting outside. His deputy was no longer the former Friar Get. Since he became the liaison between the Holy Cathedral of Fire and the Erewhon royal family, his deputy had been replaced by a more shrewd officer. That person must have come from the core diplomatic agency of the empire. Wood only had to look at his clothes and habits to know the details at a glance. This person was called Peter, and he was extremely tactful. When he saw Wood, he immediately bowed his head deeply, revealing his shiny bald head, and respectfully asked, "Lord Archbishop, is it about the holy sword Oderfeis?" Wood glanced at him, as if he wanted to see through this guy, and then replied lightly, "This is a secret of the Holy Sanctum. If necessary, I will tell you." "I understand," Peter replied with a smile. Wood looked back. The fragment of the holy sword Oderfeis that Williams lost in the Battle of Ampere Seal was not important. The Holy Sanctum had also agreed to exchange a new frigate with Brando for the fragment of the holy sword, but the key was the will and soul of the holy sword. The identity of Count Tonagel was very special. He even had the shadow of the silver elves and the dragons behind him, which made the Holy Sanctum's higher-ups feel very troubled. What's more, the other party did not seem to have any intention of joining the empire, so the opinions of the higher-ups were not unified. On one hand, they believed that they should follow the choice of the Flame King, while on the other hand, their opinions were much stronger. This was another troublesome matter. Too many years of being high and mighty had made the Holy Sanctum of Fire somewhat arrogant and even indifferent to things outside. Some of the elders even had thoughts of assassination. Not to mention how ridiculous it was to assassinate a noble under the rule of the Holy Sanctum of Fire. What really made Wood angry was that these people seemed to have forgotten the teachings of the sages. Whether it was the Empire or the truth, it would not have been a problem for the Holy Sanctum of Fire 100 years ago. Since Cruz's reform, although the unity of the Empire had strengthened day by day, the weight of the royal power had increased day by day, and it had begun to threaten the foundation of Cruz's existence. The funny thing was that some people had not realized this problem at all. Wood was still going to meet the representatives of the northern nobles who were still in the port of Ampere Seal today. Although the things under the table were getting more and more onerous, the war was still the top priority for the affairs left in Erewhon. The war against the Golden Mane Toquinen. Wood did not know if the eldest son of the king was fully prepared. Although he made a solemn vow when he made the promise, the Cipher family had already suffered a great loss in this war. What's more, as a puppet, it was still unknown how much prestige he could have. The Holy Sanctum would never invest much energy in a bet that was bound to fail. In this regard, Wood could only hope that the eldest son of the king would also understand this point. Fortunately, he was a smart guy, and presumably would not be too naive. He walked out of the door with his deputy, but it was at this time that a servant came to him and bowed, saying, "Lord Archbishop, there are special visitors." Special visitors? Wood stopped. The bald Peter had already stepped forward and wanted to drive them away. Can't you see that the Lord Archbishop has something important to do? If there are any visitors, as long as they are not from the Empire, just let them wait a moment," Wood interrupted him and reached out to stop the guy. "Are they guests from the Empire?" Peter froze for a moment. "Yes," the servant replied deferentially. "Let them wait a moment, I'll be right there." Wood thought for a moment and replied with a frown. But before he could finish his words, a serious woman's voice rang out. "There's no need, Archbishop Wood. You know my habits. We are already here." Wood heard this voice and was slightly startled. He raised his head. Sure enough, he saw the woman with a prominent reputation in the Empire. She actually came. Unlike the sunny area of Ampere Seal, After crossing the vast Frauda forest in the north and entering Petalsun, the weather in the countryside became rainy and rainy. The heavy rain in the past few days had caused the Maj River to surge, and the roads around Majitan had become muddy and difficult to walk on. In the torrential rain, a black, ghost-like carriage jolted through the woods. A corner of the window curtain was lifted, and in the pitch-black carriage, an eye that was faintly white like a dead fish's eye stared motionlessly at the shadowy scenery outside the window. The gloomy clouds twisted into a ball over the forest like a shroud. Although it was only noon, the sky was dim. What is the commander of the Azure Skies doing in Ampere Seal? Declaring war on the Erewhon people. A hoarse voice asked, and then he sneered, as if he thought this joke was very funny. The sneer in the carriage was chilling. After a while, another voice said, "I'm afraid it's for the war in the north." If that's what you think, you're not far from the gallows. The Cruz people don't need to be distracted by a small Toquenin. They suffered a great loss in the Battle of Ampere Seal, and they don't want to give the Bugas any more leverage. The third person to speak had a calm, serious, and dignified voice. As soon as he spoke, the others fell silent. The Holy Cathedral of Fire lost both face and power in Ampere Seal. On the surface, they didn't gain anything from us, but in fact, the final winner was neither us nor them. The voice paused for a moment. Erewhon has a wise princess. Duke, someone finally dared to speak up. Are you saying that we have attracted the attention of the Holy Cathedral of Fire? Very likely. It's impossible that the Cruz people didn't notice anything wrong. Do you really think you can do it flawlessly? The dignified voice replied. Then what should we do? No one answered. The carriage was silent for a moment, and only the creaking of the carriage could be heard. After a while the hoarse voice said, "As long as we find a way to delay. So that's why we're here." The dignified voice replied. At this time, the carriage finally stopped in the middle of its journey, and a dark green castle appeared in front of them in the rain. The soldiers on the battlements shouted, but it was difficult for their voices to pass through the rain. At this time, the door of the carriage finally opened, and a swordsman in a cloak jumped down. The swordsman looked up, and the unshaven face under the hood looked like a wreck or a wandering knight from the north. But if Brando was here, he would have recognized his name. The Eagle Swordsman, Devard. "Hurry up and open the city gates. This is your count's most distinguished guest," he shouted. "Who are you?" The soldiers on the battlements questioned. "We are the allies he wants to see the most. Go tell him, if he doesn't want to be hanged by the princess, immediately open the gate and let us in." Devard replied arrogantly. This question and answer was extremely rude, but just as the soldiers were about to flare up, the Eagle Swordsman threw an item far away on the battlements. He watched as the item drew a beautiful parabola in the rain and fell into the city, then shouted, "Take this to Count Radner. He will understand." "Go, idiot." To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 680. Brando, do you want me to ask the Roman too? No need, Freya. I'm used to it. Let her be. She knows what she's doing. By the way, help me keep an eye on her and don't let her come crying to me with a red forehead. The background of this conversation was the verdant path of the Gras forest. A long line of carriages passed through the scattered spots of light. The knight in gold and red battle robes moved in an orderly manner, except for one. The merchant lady was wearing a shiny armor and holding the azure lance. She yelled and ran around the carriages without a care for her image. This was the second time she had done this week. Fortunately, the knight was already familiar with this cute countess. Anyway, as long as they stayed far away, at least they would not be knocked over. No matter how muddle-headed the merchant lady was, she would not hit the carriage, right? Freya looked back and could not help but sigh slightly. She originally thought that after she went to the Royal Knight Academy, Brando could at least restrain the Roman a little. But obviously it was just wishful thinking. At least until now, no one had succeeded in restraining this young lady. She looked at Brando and nodded to him. Then, she let down the curtain and rode her horse to Scarlet's side. The mercenary lady looked at the scenery around her with some familiarity. Unlike Freya, the south was as close to her as home. Scarlet. Miss Freya. Scarlet looked back and answered with some respect. Scarlet, I've told you many times. You can just call me Freya. I'm not a noble. Before I became a knight, I was just like you, from the countryside in the south. Freya frowned. Scarlet was a little embarrassed. Freya, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have given the azure lance to the Roman lady. I didn't expect her to be so. She suddenly felt a little rude, but she couldn't find a better adjective to describe the Roman's current state. Freya saw her embarrassment and comforted her. All right, she's not a rich girl. Forget it. She's just like that. She sighed weakly. When I was with her when I was young, I really admire myself for being able to live until now. But she's actually a very good Roman person. She's just a little childish. Scarlet looked over and couldn't help but deeply agree. However, when she turned her head back, her gaze couldn't help but fall in the direction of the carriage. Brando put down the curtains. After nearly a month of observation, he could basically confirm the state of the Holy Lance of Heaven. The firmament in Scarlet's hand was clearly not the complete form of the legendary Holy Spear that could strike down stars. There were multiple seals on the Holy Spear, and this was one of the possibilities that he had long thought of. What Brando didn't know was that Ovina had purposely placed these seals so that Scarlet could successfully control the firmament, or that someone had left these seals on the Holy Spear in the first place. But there was no doubt that even under the heavy seals, the Holy Lance of Heaven lived up to its name as a divine artifact. Its attack power was more than twice that of Halran Gaia, and its accompanying skills were even more terrifying. Most importantly, as a divine artifact, the firmament also had a special divine realm. The terrifying invincible fate was so powerful that even Brando had never seen it before. However, Brando did not reveal this secret. For one thing, he really couldn't find a good way to explain the fact that he could directly see the attributes of the equipment. In Wonde, this was the job of high-level astrologers and alchemists, and they also had to go through many experiments before they could finally determine the purpose and usage of a magical equipment. On the other hand, for the current heroine, the weaker the azure lance the better, and the lower the profile of its existence the better. The merchant lady was messing around with the azure lance, and that was actually what he wanted. Anyway, everyone knew her temperament. If she took it out so blatantly, it would make people less suspicious that it was the real thing. Who would use the azure lance as a toy? Perhaps even William wouldn't dare to do so. However, Brando had been feeling a little uneasy recently. He had a faint suspicion that Ovina would kill him directly when she reappeared in the future. He turned his head anxiously and his gaze fell on the siblings opposite him. To be exact, it was the first in line to the throne of the kingdom of Erwin and his sister, the half-elf Princess Royal. It had been almost a month since the Holy Lance of Heaven recognized Scarlet as its master. The weather south of Ampere Seal was in fact getting hotter by the day. Since the Battle of Ampere Seal, every overt and covert activity carried out by the princess forces in the port had gone smoothly. However, the final destination of the Azure Lance was somewhat unexpected. The Bugas suddenly decided not to take the Azure Lance away. According to William's original words, they thought that this legendary holy relic might be more suitable to stay in Erewhon. However, Tanya also mentioned that the Bugas would probably send 1 or 2 wizards to the kingdom to study the power of the Azure Lance. Although he did not understand the Bugas' thoughts, these were afterthoughts for Brando. Time was tight, and he was unlikely to have new envoys from Ampere Seal and other wizards arrive. After seeing William off, he left the port directly with the princess, passing by the Royal Knight Academy, and went straight to Tonajal. The princess was eager to see her best friend Magadal, and he himself had to start preparing for the future of Erewhon. After a week of travel, the carriage finally approached the Glass River. Here, for Brando, it was basically the same as returning home. During this half a day, he had met several old members of the Red Bronze Dragon mercenary group, and Sue was finally able to meet her father, the Red Bronze Dragon Reto. It was the first time Brando saw the strong bar owner's daughter cry. The meeting between Carglass and his father was naturally a different scene. Since Brando was officially recognized, Sir Maxon was naturally exempted from the embarrassment of being imprisoned. However, this old-fashioned noble obviously did not necessarily agree with his precious son's approach, and scolded the first commander of the White Lion Legion under Brando. This naturally became the joke of the group of young people from Tonajal. But in any case, being able to return home was still a matter of excitement for everyone. However, No one would forget those heroic souls that would forever stay in Ampere Seal. Brando silently thought about these trivial matters until the princess in front of him softly opened her mouth. The half-elf girl raised her head and looked at the young man opposite her. The mottled sunlight outside the curtains fell on her face, and that beautiful face of hers was divided into different shades of shadow. It was as if she was wearing a layer of natural veil, adding a sense of mystery out of nowhere. However, Princess Griffine's expression was very calm. She thought for a moment before quietly asking, "Mr. Brando, the royal spies have news that Count Randner seems to have met with a wreck, just as you guessed. In order to fight against us, they will form an alliance. Although Duke Anthony and the Highland Knight have agreed to send troops to fight, I'm still a little worried." "Worried about what?" "I'm worried about a wreck, Mr. Brando. My father is very familiar with him. The Arek family has been operating in the Highlands for generations under their rule for the sake of overthrowing the kingdom. And today's Grand Duke Arek is undoubtedly the most cunning of all the heirs of their family." Her Royal Highness replied softly, "Archbishop Wood told me that he has evidence to prove that Arek also colluded with All for One, but in the entire war, he only sent the eagle swordsman Devard to show his face at the end. As soon as the war ended, he hurriedly left Ampere Seal before the Holy Cathedral caught him, but he did not return to his own territory. Instead, he went to Magiton and formed an alliance with Count Randner. He never fights a battle that he is not sure of, so I suspect that he must have some conspiracy." Brando nodded. In fact, this was also something that bothered him. In fact, before the princess received the news, Wood had already sent a letter to tell Arek the cause and effect of the day of his escape, but he keenly felt that the Holy Cathedral seemed to have concealed some key information. The most important point was that Brando knew that a knight regiment from Cruz had secretly entered Erewhon, but he didn't know which regiment it belonged to. This knight regiment was obviously not here to deal with him, and naturally, it would not deal with the eldest son of the king in the north. So the remaining possibility could only be pointed to Arek. But what did Arek do to deserve such attention from the Holy Cathedral? Even if he colluded with the cultists, it was just a joke. To be honest, how many nobles in Erewhon did not collude with the cultists? Although Grand Duke Arek's direct collusion with All for One was a minority, the great nobles more or less raised some shady thieves. If the Holy Cathedral wanted to use this excuse to dodge, Brando really didn't even have the mood to listen. Arek must have some conspiracy, but the question was what the conspiracy was. Radner's primary target was definitely him and the princess, and a war between the two sides was inevitable. Although the Holy Cathedral of Fire was looking for trouble with Arek, it didn't necessarily mean that he and the princess would do the same. Cruz's people suffered a big loss in Ampere Seal, and they might take the opportunity to retaliate. And the core of the problem was that the situation in the north and south had stabilized, so the Holy Cathedral of Fire might not be happy to see the princess quickly unify the south. Besides, Erewhon's letter also mentioned that the upper echelons of the empire coveted the Azure Lance. Once it was confirmed that this holy relic was still in Erewhon, it could be a huge problem. This was the real problem. He thought about it and felt that the most important thing now was to get rid of the alliance between Arek and Radner. However, it was obviously not realistic to remove the power of the Arek family in the Arek Highlands in a short time. On the contrary, Count Radner himself was the weak link in this evil alliance. However, he and the princess alone were not enough. P.S. The warlord is here again. It's the third night watch again, you know. Finally, Nico-chan, I like you too. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 681. The sound of the brass doorknob turning seemed to pierce through the dark emptiness and solitude. Princess Griffine opened the wooden door with a creak and walked out of the room. Her silver curly hair set off her elf-like slender face. Her eyes were still a little red, but she had already regained her usual cold expression. Magadal, she has been sleeping all this time? Yes, it's no different from being dead. Although her basic physiological functions are still maintained, that's just on the surface. A self-conscious girl's voice answered before Brando could reply. Looking towards the direction of the voice, Princess Allah's curly hair shone like gold in the dark. She held a red wild fruit and took a bite. The juice flowed down the corner of her mouth and the curve of her chin. But the little female dragon did not care. Instead, She stared at Brando and Princess Griffine with her golden cat eyes. In fact, you can say that the one lying on the bed is just a shell that has lost its soul. According to the words of you humans, this description is very apartment. If she was a human, she would have died long ago. Her Royal Highness is asking me, Allahs. Brando replied with a straight face. Ever since this little female dragon came to his territory alone, she had been using his name and the deterrence of the dragon clan to eat and drink until today. The only praiseworthy thing she did was to check on Magadal's condition. But that was also driven by her curiosity. And it was obvious that even though she had been traveling in human society for a long time, she had not learned how to be tactful when talking to people. If she's asking me, I won't answer. What do you take me for, Brando? Alaz narrowed her eyes dangerously. But with the height of a 13-year-old girl, she was hardly intimidating. Stop arguing, it's nothing. The princess interrupted them. She did not want Brando to provoke the Dragon Clan because of her. She walked forward and asked quietly, My lord, about the alliance between Arek and Radner, do you have any thoughts? Alaz snorted coldly. Brando was startled. He thought that Princess Griffine would ask him about the nun princess, but she brought it up again. He had already thought about this problem on the carriage. The most suitable way to deal with Count Radner was to kill him. After all, things were different now. Unlike when he first came to Tonajal, Count Radner had overwhelming power. In terms of high-end combat power, even Duke Arek and Count Radner together might not be his match. Duke Arek had the Eagle Swordsman and Silver Knight, as well as a few famous swordsmen and some retainers, while Radner only had 7 or 8 gold-ranked lackeys. Even if Radner did not die in Ampere Seal, Brando could easily take care of them. After all, this was wound, and personal strength accounted for a considerable proportion of the war. In the history of Wound, most of the higher-ups of the several legions were outstanding people, and there was no lack of outstanding people like his grandfather, Darius. The only problem was that the calculations in war were always mutual. If he schemed against the other party here, Duke Arek might beat him at his own game. The strength he showed in the Battle of Ampere Seal was already shocking. Although most people thought that Williams died under the gunfire of Erwin's First Fleet, just the battle with Eagle Devard and the battle against the Titans was enough to make people pay attention to him, the rising star of Erwin. The name of Count Tonajal had long been spread throughout Erwin, and even among the higher-ups of Cruz, he was familiar with it. Whether it was in the tundra of the north or the countryside of the south, everyone knew that Erwin had another sword saint. He was even the descendant of Darius. Such news naturally could not escape Duke Arek's eyes and ears, not to mention that the old fox had personally experienced the war that day. Since he dared to show up in public despite knowing the disparity in strength, he was either too arrogant, or he had other plans. Brando would rather believe that it was the latter. Therefore, it was best to prepare for a conventional war in addition to the strategy of beheading the leader. However, the territory of Arek was vast, and there were many mountains in Radner's territory. Without considering the participation of Cruz, it would take a lot of time to fight in both places. Count Radner had been at war with Duke Vero for many years, and maintained a large number of private soldiers in his territory. As for Duke Arek, he had been planning for a long time, and most of his subordinates were elite soldiers. On the other hand, other than the First Royal Fleet that was still resting in Ampere Seal, the princess could only rely on Frauda's army and the Southern Legion. In addition, she also had the support promised by Duke Anthony and the Highland Knight. However, the Southern Legion had not received any supplies for a long time, and most of their structures were incomplete. Duke Anthony's army had also suffered heavy losses in the war in Ampere Seal, so the only ones that could participate in the war were Frauda's nobles' army and the Highland Knights' reinforcements. In addition, Tonajal's pitiful little military strength. These miscellaneous troops together could not form an absolute advantage over Duke Arek and Count Radner's forces. Even if they did not consider Arek's schemes, it would probably be a long and arduous task to conquer Radner and Count Radner. The problem was that Brando was very clear that Erwin did not have the time to engage in such a long and drawn-out war. He could only look for other reinforcements. The best choice was naturally Duke Vero, who had a feud with Count Radner for generations. Princess Griffine silently listened to Brando's thoughts. When the sunlight from outside the courtyard shone on her face through the arched door, the half-elf girl stopped and turned around. I understand. The war with Count Radner will be handed over to you, Mr. Brando. Frauda's army will also be under Tonijil's command. Brando suddenly froze. Your Highness. Of course, he understood the meaning behind the sentence, but he did not seem to react for a moment. He subconsciously stopped and looked at the princess. The sun afternoon seemed to have just flooded the wild grape shelves in the courtyard, and the lush green color passed through the last section of the corridor before the arched door and imprinted on the princess' long dress. There seemed to be a moment of silence, and not a single sound could be heard. Princess Griffine looked at him, and there was only a very calm color in her silver eyes. There's no need to say any more. I believe in you, Mr. Brando. But Brando's mouth was a little dry. Although Princess Griffine had handed over the keystone to him that day in Ampere Seal, it was different from before. Now that Princess Griffine had handed over almost all of her forces to him, it seemed a little indulgent. This did not seem like the behavior of a clear-headed politician. However, Princess Griffine did not seem to want to give him a chance to speak. She lowered her eyelids, blinked her thick eyelashes slightly, and continued quietly. There's one more thing. Brendel heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Alaz, the little female dragon, had already walked away in boredom. Otherwise, she would have laughed at him for making a fool of himself. Magadal, she is my dear friend. I understand. She became like this because of me. No matter what, as long as there's a glimmer of hope, I hope you can save her. You're the only one by my side who has such an ability. So, can you promise me that? Brando did not look at the expression on Princess Griffine's face, but he could hear the rare weakness in her voice. He did not say much and only nodded. In fact, even if Princess Griffine did not mention it, he would have thought of a way to save Magadal. After fighting side by side, they were considered companions. This was what Senior Griffine had said. I understand, he replied. Princess Griffine raised her head, looked at him carefully, and then took 2 steps forward. She reached out a hand and pressed on his nobleman's scarf, and smiled with some relief. Thank you, my knight. You have never disappointed me. Then she stepped back, took one last look at him, and walked down the stairs. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from the courtyard, leaving Brando standing alone in a daze under the arched door. Princess Griffine seems to have a good impression of you, Brando. Until a crisp voice interrupted his thoughts. Brando's eyebrows twitched slightly. He turned around and saw a familiar face. Roman was wearing her thick merchant's clothes. She crossed her arms and stood a little behind him, curiously looking at the direction Griffine disappeared in. He didn't know when this guy had arrived. Brando looked at her face full of question marks, and could not help but ask a little unhappily. So you don't know how to be jealous at all? A little. Brando stared at her. Is my answer wrong, Brando? Roman looked at him and shrunk her neck. Brando sighed and reached out his hand. Give me your hand. Why? This is an order. Oh. Romaine thought for a moment, and wiped her hand on her coat, and then put her hand in his palm. Brando felt the slightly cold temperature, and could not help but look at the young lady, and his heart softened. Have you been out on the streets? Not yet. Fella did not let me go out. If I knew this would happen, I would not have asked Scarlett to borrow that gun. It's too much. I already returned it to her. Roman was unhappy. I'll accompany you for a walk. Really? Romaine asked in surprise. Of course. Then. Brendel, can you really wake up that Princess Highness? It sounds like a night story, a prince and a princess. When she wakes up, will she marry you, Brando? This is not something you need to worry about. Brando replied unhappily. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 682. Once the war was put on the agenda, the preparations were like a wild horse that had escaped its reins and galloped forward. Tonijil had entered a state of readiness early on, and the White Lion infantry had begun to fill up the ranks. Ever since Metisha returned to her territory, the training of the wind archers had also been scheduled. Under the princess' instructions, the nobles that bordered Tonijil also began to expand their private armies. Most of these nobles were originally enemies of Abes. But ever since Count Ranner became the enemy of the kingdom, The number of people who wanted to curry favor with him increased day by day. Although Brando did not like these people, he did not reject them at the door. The moon of hazy summer passed by in a flash. Before the moon of scrolls arrived, the land was already filled with the scent of fire. The rising temperature burned the leaves of the trees, and the scorching sun licked the ground of the southern border day after day. Frada and the Southern Legion's army finally arrived. But before the last festival of summer, I still have to calm my citizens down from their nervousness. Before the last few weeks, he had ordered ABs to hold the Festival of Fire's championship as scheduled. This kind of competition corresponded with the Festival of the Winter Hunt. It was less formal, but because of the open availability of alcohol, it attracted the nobles and knights in the vicinity. The competition venue was set up outside Castle ABs, and the clamor of the competition had almost ignited the entire territory. However, for some quiet places, they still maintained their relative independence. A thin wooden wall separated the sea of noise and the silence of the bar, and only the mercenaries' whistles would occasionally invade this relatively independent space. The hall was filled with the unique smell of cooked meat and spices. Although it was pungent, it gave a strong feeling of home. There were a few tables with unique names written on them, such as Brendel, Romaine, Amandina, etc. They were reserved for the owner or his close friends. The signboard outside the hotel looked brand new. There was a three-masted ship on it, and the words Lord Romaine's Smuggling Anchorage were written on it. Such a vulgar name naturally belonged to someone. But the decorations in the bar were relatively warm. Scarlett sat at a wooden table in the southwest corner and saw more and more people gathering outside. Most of them were youths of the White Lion Legion, local citizens, and farmers. Ever since the refugees began to flood into Tonajil, the White Lion Legion had expanded beyond the 30 to 40 people that Carglass had when he first joined. Other than that, as more and more people settled in the territory, farmers, merchants, and craftsmen began to fill the countryside of ABs. At this moment, the championship of the summer festival was being held in the open space outside the bar. Now, it was the turn of the archery competition. There were many beautiful tree elves on the field, and the crowd was unprecedentedly large. Scarlett turned around and saw a girl in silver armor placing a bouquet of daisies beside a wooden plate. She then put her hands together and closed her eyes to pray silently. Such a scene was reflected in Scarlett's eyes. She watched quietly and then asked, "Is her name Bess?" Freya opened her eyes, and there was sadness in her brown pupils. She nodded silently and said, "Bess loves crowds. This archery competition must be her favorite. To be able to compete with the legendary tree elves. Please don't be sad, Miss Freya. The living have to move on." In the past, the veterans often told us that death is just a nameless monument, and the living have to cross it and carry more things on their backs. That's why we have to be strong. Scarlett comforted her. "I'm sorry, I understand. But I can't help but think of the past, especially at times like this." The girl from Bucci blinked her eyes and sighed. "Sometimes I really want to go back to that time. How good would it be if there were no wars?" I can understand," Scarlett answered carefully. Scarlett looked at Freya and thought for a moment. Then she said, "It's because I've been through many battles since I was young. In every battle, there would be a comrade dying. Some of them were newbies that I had just met, while others were close friends that I had spent a lot of time with. When I was still a child, I would cry loudly every time because of this, causing many people to laugh at me. But gradually, I became familiar with the parting of life and death." "How?" Freya was slightly stunned. She turned around and looked at the girl beside her in disbelief. Scarlett looked slightly younger than her, but her experience showed that she was much more mature. "I'm a mercenary. I work for money and survival. People like us will die in the next battle sooner or later. It's a natural ending for us. I've never been dissatisfied." Scarlett seemed to have recalled her past as well. She held the wooden cup in her hand and swirled the golden liquid inside, then quietly said, "But because of an accident, my lord changed me from this life, and let me know that there is another kind of life. I don't know if I should thank Sir Lord. I can more or less understand Sir Lord's thoughts and what he wants me to pursue. But, other than fighting, what else can I do? So compared to him, I'd rather be myself and not others. I can die with a clear conscience." "I'm sorry," Freya suddenly said. Scarlett was stunned. "I'm sorry, Scarlett. I never knew about your life. I think I'm too selfish to want to go back to the past. Brando is right. If we don't fight for it, no one can give us the peaceful life we want. Freya replied quietly. Erwin is far from being able to covet comfort. The mercenary girl looked at her blankly. Some things that Freya had gradually begun to understand were still in a fog in front of her. At this time, there was a burst of cheers outside the bar. The door of the bar was slammed open. Roman rushed in with a big basin and shouted, "Medisha took first place again. The ale is sold out. Come and help." "Be careful," Freya quickly reminded him. I know. Then there was a scream from the kitchen. "Ah, my barbecue!" Brando helplessly shook his head as he walked in, but he seemed to be in a good mood. He looked at Freya and Scarlet and smiled. "Two beautiful ladies, don't you want to go out and celebrate with everyone? Our little princess took first place in archery." The future Valkyrie stared at him with wide eyes. "Brando, what are you wearing?" "It's a military uniform. Erwin's cavalry uniform. How is it? Doesn't it look like it?" Brando raised his hand that was holding the barbecue. There were a few obvious oil stains on the dark blue uniform. It was obvious that someone had wiped his hand on it. How can you wipe your hand on the uniform? The uniform represents the dignity of the kingdom. It's the greatest glory of a soldier. Brando, you're too much." Freya was so angry that she forgot about the previous sad incident. "Oh, it was just convenient." Brando replied innocently. It was convenient. "Ha, Freya, you go ahead. I'll go out and take a look." Brando saw that the future Valkyrie was about to lose her temper. Obviously, the things she learned in the Royal Knight Academy had made her feel a little too proud. He quickly laughed and prepared to leave. "Stop right there, Brando." At this time, whoever stood still would be an idiot. Brando deeply understood this point. He originally came to show off the cavalry uniform to Freya and Scarlet, but he did not expect that the end result was a little out of his expectations. Fortunately, this small matter could not ruin his good mood at the moment. The cavalry uniform he was wearing came from AB's own cotton and dye workshop. Except for the cotton which was shipped through Ampere Seal, the uniform was almost entirely from Tonajul. This was once a barren land that produced almost nothing other than silver. The reason for the change was the increase in population. Due to the preparations made during the previous war, a large number of refugees were sent to Tonajul. The food reserves from Ampere Seal quickly converted the increased population into usable labor. 2 months ago, under Bosley's leadership, a cotton workshop, a dye workshop, a blacksmith workshop, a copper workshop, a clay and pottery workshop, and even a weapons and armor department were established. After half a year of careful management, Tonajul was no longer a barren land. On the contrary, it was gradually becoming self-sufficient to produce some necessary products. The first was food, weapons, and a small number of luxury goods. After the stormy season, business with the north gradually became more frequent. Sailboats with snow-white sails from Grey Harbor and Ampere Seal anchored at the newly built deepwater pier in Port Gris. Merchants with a keen sense of smell also began to discover the potential of this place. Ever since the month of the new moon, the number of merchants living in the port increased day by day. At the same time, there was also a large number of craftsmen. Just a few days ago, Brando met with a group of dwarven enchanters from the Black Mountains. These people were mostly refugees from the war. It was said that the war between the North and the Golden Mane Toquinen had begun to affect normal business. Under the pressure of the Holy Cathedral, the king's eldest son had no choice but to go to war with the Lion Beast men. This was a good opportunity for the south to develop and strengthen. As far as the eye could see, the carriages carrying goods were passing through the main road near Faber Castle. The fields at the border of the forest were no longer barren, and there were farmers working everywhere. A year ago or even half a year ago, this would have been a scene that would have been impossible to see in Tonajul. And all of this was brought about by the combined efforts of him and everyone else. He raised his head and looked at the tall riders in the distance, holding high the winner's pennant and galloping around the crowd. The silver flag with the lily embroidered on it fluttered in the wind. 1,000 years ago, it fluttered like this, and 1,000 years later, it fluttered above the earth once more. The crowd burst into thunderous cheers. Brendel saw the silver elf princess being lifted up high by the tree elves. She was also looking at the flag from afar, and there seemed to be something shining in her eyes. Metisha! Metisha! The citizens shouted as they raised their wine glasses high in the air. The straw huts from Grodin's era could no longer be seen on both sides of the streets. With the help of the Red Bronze Dragon mercenaries and Odum's workers, they had built a flat street along Castle Abes. There were neat wooden huts on both sides of the street. The adults and children standing by the huts all had satisfied smiles on their faces. When he passed by the street, someone recognized him, and a large group of people bowed to him sincerely. Brando also returned the greeting. In truth, he was already used to such a life, and no longer felt uneasy when people bowed to him. The knowledge that came from the modern era was slowly fading away. But in the depths of his soul, the pride of an advanced civilization still supported his every word and action. At least, he did not think that this respect and pride was innate. He placed a copper coin in the hands of a little girl beside him. This copper coin represented the blessing from the Lord before midsummer. The little girl was so excited that her face turned red. She held the coin with both hands and ran to the side of a woman. Perhaps it was her mother. The woman took the coin from the little girl's hands and bowed to him. "My lord! My lord!" The shouts quickly changed to a different kind of voice. The people of Abes were expressing their respect for their new lord from the bottom of their hearts. Brando narrowed his eyes. He knew that this feeling of satisfaction was illusory and temporary. Even earlier, the people were still anxiously asking about the upcoming war. In this turbulent era, everyone was trying their best to protect the temporary stability around them. There was nothing wrong with this, but Erwin was far from being safe. Some people were bound to bleed and even give up their lives to protect others. But at least, he wanted to protect Erwin. He walked through the crowd and walked to the side of Her Royal Highness. Griffine was silently watching all of this. The female knight was next to her, one hand on her sword. But Brendel could feel that Maynard was looking at him. In fact, the feeling Maynard gave him was far less intense than when he was in Ampere Seal, which made every nerve in his body tense up. Under such an atmosphere, how could anyone be nervous? "They like you very much, Mr. Brando. If there is anyone in Erewhon who can be called the model of the ancient nobles, then I can definitely find such qualities in you." Princess Griffine's eyes sparkled as she said with slight emotion. "This is the dream of Her Royal Highness. The whole of Erewhon, everyone can no longer be trapped by poverty, war, and disaster. The tragedy of Bucci will not happen again." Brando replied. Princess Griffine blinked. "Mr. Brando, I understand that this is a little too ideal, but I at least hope to change the kingdom's current situation. In the north, even in Ranner, Viro, and many other places, the war and disasters caused by the nobles themselves are still ongoing, and the descendants of King Eric have done nothing. Yes, so Tonajul will not be peaceful for long. Everyone must fight and sacrifice for their own future. Is Mr. Brando ready? We only need to convince Duke Viro." Metisha was tossed around by the enthusiastic elven girls for a while before being put down. The silver elf princess probably had never experienced such a scene in her life, and her clothes were messed up. Her little face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. The moment she landed on the ground, the tree elves whistled and scattered, probably because they were afraid of retaliation. The winner of our archery competition almost fell to the ground on her butt. Fortunately, Amandina was quick and hurriedly supported her. "Those damned girls." Amandina shook her head and handed over Metisha's silver bow. "Thank you, Sister Amandina," Metisha said with lingering fear. But when she raised her head and looked at the flag that belonged to the silver elf royal family flying high in the distance, her eyes shone with satisfaction. She did not know how many years it had been since this flag appeared in front of people's eyes so brilliantly. The moment she held the bow, her body and mind seemed to have returned to a time in the past. In the wilderness, silver warhorses galloped, and the horns sounded for a long time, as if resonating with the vast earth. Amandina saw that the silver elf princess was a little absent-minded for a moment, and guessed in her heart what she was thinking. She sighed and gently put a cloak on her. Although it was the middle of summer, it was easy to fall sick after sweating and the cold wind blowing. She had long been used to doing these things for Brando, and for a moment she forgot that Metisha was just a heroic spirit. Metisha was slightly startled, and looked at Amandina with some gratitude. "Thank you very much, Sister Amandina." This is the second time. Amandina shook her head, not taking it seriously. No, because I thought of my sister. Metisha replied seriously. Is that so? Well, it's probably more gentle. Just like how I imagine my sister. Yes, that's it. The silver elf princess smiled sweetly. Amandina looked at Medusa carefully. She had heard some of Medusa's stories and knew that her relationship with her sister was not as harmonious as it seemed. She reached out and smoothed the hair in front of the girl's forehead, and replied, Probably between the royal family, it's like this. Royal family? Metisha thought for a moment and looked at Amandina. By the way, Sister Amandina, has the Lord still not found the reason? Yes. Amandina also thought of this matter and couldn't help but shake her head. Miss Allah's also checked for me, but I'm not of the golden folk bloodline. That time, it was probably the blessing of Lady Martha. The blessing of Lady Martha? Metisha looked at Amandina and suddenly asked, Sister Amandina, where's your necklace? Necklace? Amandina was slightly startled and subconsciously pressed on her chest. Necklace? Yes, the necklace that I've been wearing before. Before going to Ampere Seal, didn't I always have it with me? I remember seeing it once in the shining sea. Metisha replied softly. That. I lost it before, what's wrong? It's nothing. The silver fairy princess smiled slightly. I didn't expect the meticulous Sister Amandina to lose something. If I tell the Lord, he definitely won't believe me. No need, Amandina hurriedly replied. The Lord is busy preparing for the war with Count Ranner. It's better not to disturb him with these trivial matters. Is that so? Amandina nodded slightly. Metisha thought for a moment, as if she wanted to say something else. But it was at this moment that a commotion suddenly came from a corner of the arena. The crowd over there seemed to be a commotion, and the attention of the two was attracted for a moment. But compared to Metisha, Amandina was after all just an ordinary person. The silver fairy princess quickly discerned what was happening over there. Huh, she said softly. What's wrong? Amandina looked in that direction in vain as she turned back and asked. Some strange guys have come. Metisha murmured. For Tosancade Forest, the rainy weather that had lasted for many days seemed to have begun to patronize Magi Tan and the nearby areas after a short period of sunny weather. For the residents of the Misty Forest, it seemed that there were not many good days since Duke Arek's visit. The gloomy sky that brought the rain always hovered above their heads, although the beginning of the rainy season in the Tosancade region was 4 or 5 months. But this year, it was a little too ridiculous. The wooden fence gate creaked and swayed in the torrential rain as it was lifted up. In the curtain of rain, a pair of cold eyes silently watched the rain slide down the fence gate, falling from the tip like a pillar with a broken string, and then mixed into the muddy water. 2 attendants held up a cloak for Count Ranner to block the continuous rain. The Count, who had the privilege of the kingdom, silently watched the carriage on the drawbridge drive out of the outer city under the guidance of the guards. Then he turned back and quickly disappeared above the city walls. Duke Arek held up the curtain of the carriage with one hand, withdrew his gaze from that direction, and sneered softly. The carriage fell into darkness again. This old fox is really careful and greedy. Indecisiveness and stubbornness are his biggest weaknesses. I'm afraid this is a typical weakness of the nobles, Your Grace. A woman's voice replied. But at least we managed to convince this guy, so this trip was not in vain. He will regret it. The hoarse voice laughed coldly. It's just that he doesn't have a choice, but he might not be sincere about joining us. Come to think of it, how could such a mediocre noble understand such profound principles? Duke Arek shook his head. But Duke Cohen, this guy is indeed not trustworthy. You'd better make plans. He reminded again. We're already prepared. The hoarse voice replied gloomily. He's just a scapegoat. Arek nodded and looked in that direction with an inexplicable gaze. The towering walls of Magi Tan had long become a faint shadow in the curtain of rain. Then he put down the curtain, and the carriage returned to darkness again. In a direction that he could not see, Count Ranner was accompanied by a knight as he walked down the spiral staircase of the castle. The dim light in the corridor shone on his face. The once arrogant count of the kingdom was now filled with cold doubts. Father, do you really intend to form an alliance with those things? A figure was already waiting below. The noble youth looked up and asked impatiently, "Once we agree, we will have no way out." Count Randner looked at his second son. "Do we have a way out now? It seems like you still don't understand your situation." "No, I mean, enough." Count Randner interrupted him impatiently. "I know what you want to say, and of course I will make preparations. Madara." At least Madara's sighed. He sighed. "Forget it, you go and contact Cruz's people." Cruz's people? There are always some things that they need to know. The Count was silent for a moment, and replied faintly. "P.S. The third day. I went out to do something today, so I'm much later." Sob, so be it. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 683. In Medicia's line of sight, a group of strangely dressed knights had already caught her attention. The knights stopped by the side of the road and all stopped to watch on their horses. They had different expressions on their faces, but most of them were a little curious. In the countryside of Tonajal, apart from the White Lion Guards and Brando's subordinates, it was rare to see such a knight in bright armor. However, even the White Lion Guards would not embellish their breastplates with a flame emblem. Moreover, their armor was not made in the style of Aween's locals. On the contrary, the armor on their bodies was dark red in color and was decorated with more fur and keratin elements. This was the typical style of armor of the people of Cruz. The color of the armor was also due to the fact that the local steel produced in Cruz was mixed with more fire elements. Some strange visitors have come. Metisha pondered for a moment and understood the other party's identity. But why would Cruz's envoys appear in Tonajal at this time of year? Lorena put down the iron handguard that blocked the sun and looked at the windmill and large tracts of farmland in the distance. But her gaze swept over the lax defense of Abi's castle, and a slight look of contempt appeared on her face. Castle Abi's had lacked repair since Grodden's time, and Brando only used it as a temporary residence with no intention of repainting it. So the female knight from Cruz could easily see the holes in the dilapidated castle. "I didn't expect there to be such a place in the countryside of Erewhon the further south we go. In comparison, we've been to some places in the north of the kingdom, and the current scene is far less prosperous than here. Isn't it said that there's only a barren wilderness left in the south of Yusong?" She muttered to herself, but her attention was attracted by the championship tournament that was being held nearby. The crowd outside Abi's castle made her turn her head and carefully observe the knight who was on the field. "The records you've seen are from a few years ago. It's not surprising that there might be some changes," a female voice replied. Lorena did not have to turn her head to know whose voice it was. No doubt it was a very distinctive voice, for it was impressionable in every way. The unhurried tone was quiet and elegant, and unforgettable. It was as if the owner of the voice had already thought it through before saying such words. If Brando were here, he would definitely recognize the owner of the voice. The lady who was protected in the middle by many Kurlutz knights looked like she was only 18 or 19 years old, but she had a kind of mystery and sexiness that did not match her age. She was the daughter of the Prime Minister of the Kurlutz Empire, Delphine, whom he had met once in the Black Forest. The Prime Minister's daughter quietly observed everything here. Her long black hair hung down like silk, and her eyes seemed to contain a natural mystery, giving people an unfathomable quiet aura. She obviously attracted the most attention on horseback. After all, such beauty was rare even in the most prosperous areas of Erewhon and Cruz, let alone in Tonajal. So much so that the local people couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Their curiosity stemmed from the fact that there was a woman in the world more beautiful than the Lord's fiancée and Her Royal Highness the Princess. However, Delphine was wearing the robe of a Cruz noble civil official, more like a diplomatic envoy. Her robe was dyed dark purple, rather than the gold or red commonly seen in areas where people believed in the Holy Cathedral of Fire. This outfit further explained her identity. "Miss Delphine, do you know anything?" Lorena turned and asked. Delphine nodded. "As far as I know, the Count only became the lord of this place not long ago. So the changes here are likely to be related to him," she answered calmly, only pausing slightly when she mentioned Brando. Lorena glanced at the Prime Minister's daughter and thought for a moment without saying anything. She knew that the man Delphine liked in the Black Forest had died indirectly because of the lord they were about to meet. She took the initiative to go this time, Probably not just to deliver a letter. The female knight changed the subject and pretended to ask, "It's him? I didn't expect the lord to have such outstanding political talent. I heard he's still very young, isn't he?" "Yes, very young. I've met the count once before," Delphian said lightly, "but to say that he's talented in politics is an exaggeration. The count has control of Tonagel's silver mines, and I heard that he has recently excavated a crystal mine. Everything at present is just a temporary illusion built by piling up wealth." "I think so too. This is just a third-rate competition. But it's okay, at least it's quite lively." The young knight sitting behind Lorena yawned and even looked at the scene in front of him disinterestedly. However, he forced himself to perk up. "But it seems like we're quite lucky to have bumped into these country bumpkins' celebration. Maybe the local lord will be tactful enough to treat us to a sumptuous banquet. Ever since we left Ampere Seal, the taste in my mouth has almost become a companion of weeds." "What weeds? Those are wild vegetables." Lorena glared at the guy. If it were any other knight in the team, naturally they wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous in front of her, the knight captain. But the man in front of her was His Majesty the Emperor's younger brother, the eldest son of Prince Barano, and her fiancé. Originally, he wasn't on the list for this operation, but this guy still followed them all the way on the pretext of protecting her. Martha above, God knew she didn't need this guy's protection at all. As an official knight captain of the Azure Skies Legion, she was more than capable of fighting two of this guy. But Lorena sighed in the end. As a political marriage, she didn't have much of a good impression of the other party, but she didn't have much of a bad impression either. Although this guy's nature was a bit nasty, compared to some of the nobles in the capital, he was still barely acceptable. The young knight shrugged. "Well, you have the final say." He looked around and said, "But I don't know if there will be a legendary bonfire party tonight. Think about it. Maybe there will be a passionate mountain girl who will take a fancy to me. I'm really looking forward to it." He turned his head and raised his voice. "Don't you think so, Lorena?" The female knight replied coldly, "Enough, Philas, don't cause trouble. No one here cares whose heir you are. You'd better know who the lord here is." Her tone was unfriendly, and it was obvious that this guy had caused her a lot of trouble along the way. But Lorena also knew that her words might not have any binding force on the other party. Fortunately, this was only Erwin, not Cruz. In such a small kingdom, the local lords would at most express their dissatisfaction verbally. "Of course I know. That count is famous in Ampere Seal this time and made us suffer a big loss. Didn't the Duke of Flowerleaf and the Grand Duke of Noshk both say that we Cruz people haven't lost so much face in the last 100 years? The Cruz people will naturally remember such a great kindness." Philas was talking nonsense when he suddenly saw Lorena staring at him coldly. He quickly shuddered. "Well, I understand. For Lady Veronica's sake, I won't trouble him. Although I also promised that little girl Vahina." Okay, I understand. I'll listen to you, dear Miss Lorena." "Philas, if it weren't for your father's sake, I really wouldn't want to marry you." The female knight replied coldly. I know. I won't say it anymore, okay?" The young knight hurriedly calmed his fiancée's anger. At least he knew that it was his honor to marry the genius of the capital and the daughter of the duke. The female knight thought that the source of trouble in the group had finally calmed down for a while, and she turned back to find the local lord. But she didn't expect to hear a long whistle behind her before she could breathe a sigh of relief. "Lorena, look over there." Philas whistled and suddenly shouted excitedly. Usually, when this young master was in high spirits, nothing good would happen. Sure enough, when Lorena turned back, she saw. But Lorena had just turned back, and before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she immediately heard Philas whistle a long whistle. A large group of people was coming down the road, clustered around a little girl. But she had to admire her fiancé's taste, because it was indeed a rare beauty. The girl was no more than 16 or 17 years old, and like many girls in the countryside, she had her hair pulled up to show a forehead as smooth as jade for ease of work. But she was wearing a thick, traveler's leather outfit, which was very common in the southern part of Erewhon. Standing in the crowd, she looked very unique and eye-catching. Philas, don't mess with others. Lorena knew that her fiancé actually cared a lot about her, but his active nature made this guy always unable to resist flirting, but only verbally. This guy had suffered a lot at the hands of some rich young lady, but he didn't look like he was going to learn his lesson. Her words obviously didn't have any effect, because Philas was completely energized. He whistled as loud as he could. Since leaving the empire and passing through so many areas, he had never seen such an outstanding girl somewhere. Except, of course, his own fiancée and the daughter of the empire's prime minister, whom he couldn't touch. We, the young prince's son from the Cruz Empire, naturally saw the Roman. After the merchant lady managed to save a few pieces of roast meat from the kitchen, she ran out and found that Brando was nowhere to be seen, so she simply continued to peddle ale alone along the street. Since she was out in the open all year round, almost all the people of Abes knew the fiancé of their very kind lord. But no one dared to take advantage of her, and instead bought the ale from her with a smile. It was also an honor to be able to drink ale sold by the lord's wife herself. But the Roman was holding an empty basin in one hand and the banner of the silver fairy princess, which she had swindled out of God knows where, talking happily with the people around her, apparently oblivious to the Cruz knights on this side. Of course, she couldn't be blamed. After all, in this lively season, there were horsemen and guards in festive costumes everywhere. For the average citizen, not many people could tell the difference between the armor of the Kurlutz people and Aween's own standard armor. For our merchant lady, of course, it was even harder to tell. Anyway, they were all dressed like tin cans, and they didn't have the pointed ears of elves, so they all looked the same, didn't they? Besides, who would have thought that a Cruz knight would appear in such a remote place? It wasn't until a shadow appeared in front of her, as if blocking the sun, that the Roman looked up slightly and saw the tall Cruz knight in front of her. Philas urged his horse in front of the Roman, and with one hand on the reins, he turned the horse around. Because this move was played so beautifully, a few knights from other areas around them cheered, and Philas himself was very satisfied. In his impression, this move was more than enough to intimidate a few Erewhon country bumpkins. "Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of knowing your name?" He looked up, wanting to see the look of worship he imagined. He had often played this trick in the alfalfa wilderness, and along the way, so he was already familiar with it, and every time he did it, he would win a lot of cheers and eyeballs. But this time, Philas found that he was destined to be disappointed. Because he narrowed his eyes and found that the Erewhon country bumpkins in front of him were not looking at him with worship, but rather, they were looking at him as if he was an idiot. That look seemed to say, "Where did this country bumpkin come from?" To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 684. The young knight could not help but widen his eyes, almost suspecting that he was hallucinating. He had seen peasants and travelers in many parts of the country, and even some of the bolder merchants, but none of them did not tremble in the presence of a nobleman such as himself, and had never seen such an insolent look on his face. In fact, Roman's mouth was also agape as she stared at this guy in a daze. Because the merchant lady's reaction was a beat slower than the others, she was still trying to think, and had no idea how the person in front of her appeared. If it were not for her basic common sense, she would have thought that the other party had fallen from the sky. It had to be said that after such a ridiculous idea ran through her mind, she asked seriously, "Ah, who are you? Are you looking for Brando?" Brando? Philas finally reacted, but unfortunately, as a noble, he had obviously only heard of the title of Count of Tonagel, and had never heard of the existence of Brando. He thought for a moment, and felt that the country girl in front of him was probably scared silly by him, so he changed to a gentle smile and continued, "No, I'm here for you, beautiful lady. My name is Philas, the future heir of the Barano family." Roman thought for a moment. "You know me?" "No." Philas heard his fiancée giggle behind him, and could not help but feel a little annoyed. He had been successful since he left the Empire, but today he seemed to have hit a snag. "This should be the first time we've met, beautiful lady." "Ah, I see," the merchant lady seemed to have finally reacted. "You want to buy my wine, right? You know your stuff. Roman has the best ale in all of Tonagel, no, all of Erewhon." For the first time, she realized that the tall knight in front of her might be a potential customer, so she began to introduce him without stopping. "No, stop." Although Philas finally knew the name of the girl in front of him, he could not help but say hurriedly, "I don't want to buy your ale." "You're not buying wine?" "I'm not buying." Roman narrowed her eyes slightly. She finally understood that the other party wasn't trying to bargain with her. Thus, she thought for a moment and decided to show the ruthless side of a merchant. She didn't even say a word and directly walked around this guy. Feroz immediately heard a roar of laughter. Not only the country bumpkins, but even the cruise knight and Lorena behind him couldn't help but laugh. Our young knight could not hold on any longer. He instinctively reached out to grab the Roman flag. I say, wait a minute. Unfortunately, before he could touch the flagpole in his opponent's hand, a silver light suddenly shot out from the crowd. Filas was still an official knight, and he reacted in the nick of time, immediately pulling out the long sword at his waist in an instant. With a crisp sound, the two shining swords clashed together. The huge force caused Filas' body to lean back slightly, and then he realized that the person who blocked his sword was an equally outstanding female knight. Freya was wearing a silver-white lion armor and holding the Lionheart sword high in her hand. She looked coldly at the cruise knight on horseback. She did not move, but firmly blocked Filas' attack with one hand on the ground. Upper silver level. Filas stared at the female knight in front of him and could not help but be slightly surprised. With just one exchange of blows, he estimated that the other party's strength was about the same as his, but it seemed that the other party was much younger than him. Freya was now only in her early 20s, but he knew very well that he had probably been practicing swordsmanship for more than 20 years. There was such a genius in this remote countryside. Filas frowned slightly and estimated that the other party's talent might be similar to his fiancée's. Of course, he did not know that Freya's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds after the Battle of Ampere Seal. Before going to the port city, the progress of her strength was probably far inferior to his. But combined with the previous rumors, it was enough to make him frown. He knew that the local lord was a famous genius among Erewhon's people, but he did not expect that the other party also had such a capable subordinate. Filas was frivolous, but he was not a fool. Who are you? Who are you? Filas and Freya asked at the same time. We are a delegation of Cruz's people. At this moment, a voice came from behind and ordered, Filas, surrender her sword. Filas was stunned and turned his head, only to find that the person who gave the order was the Prime Minister's daughter, Delphian. He saw the woman looking coldly at him and ordered mercilessly, Filas, now you represent the face of the Empire. If she dares to resist, kill her. Miss Delphian? Lorena, of course, heard Delphian's order clearly. She was shocked. She had thought that Delphian would come to trouble the Lord, but she did not expect the other party to be so decisive and kill as soon as she opened her mouth. Of course, whether to kill or not was not her concern. The point was, if it was Filas who did it, she knew very well that her fiancé would definitely get into big trouble here. But unexpectedly, Delphian seemed to have made up her mind. She looked coldly at the female knight and said, Lorena, you should know that the dignity of the Empire is not to be blasphemed. Showing your sword to an envoy of the Empire for no reason is tantamount to a declaration of war. But she didn't do it on purpose. We can ask the local lord to apologize for it. Lorena was also panicking. She never dreamed that Delphian would just throw such a big hat at her. No need. No need. Before the female knight finished speaking, Delphian and Freya replied in unison. Freya separated the Roman with one hand and stared coldly at these people. Lorena was the only person in Cruz who could learn the entire set of flash strike sword technique in 400 years. Freya quickly realized this as well. Although she said that she wanted to teach these Cruz people a lesson, it didn't mean that the future Valkyrie of Erewhon had completely lost her mind. Her first target was actually Delphian, who was protected by the Cruz knight, after she sent Filas flying in front of her. Freya, of course, had already seen that it was the inhumanly beautiful woman who was behind the scenes instigating the relationship between the Erewhon people and the Cruz people. Although she didn't understand why the other party was doing this, subduing the other party first was undoubtedly the most direct way. But she was right about one thing, but she didn't expect the development after that. As soon as she drew her sword, she only saw the female knight, whom she hadn't paid much attention to before, flash slightly on horseback, and then a sharp sword appeared in front of her. Flash strike sword technique. Because Brando was also good at the same swordsmanship, Freya had of course seen this swordsmanship before, and even experienced it herself. But in her memory, Brando's flash strike sword technique was far less stunning than the one she was seeing now. The sharp blade appeared in front of her forehead without any warning, and it looked as if she had bumped into it herself instead of the other party stabbing at her. Freya was shocked and hurriedly raised her head to try to avoid the sword, but it was still a little too late, and the blade directly drew a line of blood on her forehead. The Valkyrie gritted her teeth, and the stinging pain on her forehead almost made her see black, but fortunately, it wasn't a fatal wound. She desperately flapped her wings of light and turned around in mid-air, but before she could breathe a sigh of relief, scarlet blood gushed out of her arms, shoulders, and lower abdomen at the same time. Freya screamed, and she couldn't believe how she had been hit. It felt as if Lorena's sword had appeared in countless directions of attack at the same time. So this was the real flash strike sword technique. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Jianghu.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 685. Freya's eyes widened as she fell from mid-air. She watched as the female knight swung her sword at her again, but she was too seriously injured to dodge. She couldn't help but close her eyes, her heart cold. But an exclamation replaced the tragic scene that should have happened, which everyone couldn't bear to watch. In front of everyone's eyes, an azure spear firmly blocked the long sword in Lorena's hand with a clang. The female knight immediately realized that the other party had companions as reinforcements and subconsciously wanted to withdraw her sword and retreat. But the next moment, she was surprised to find that she couldn't move. How could this be? Lorena was shocked. Ever since she learned the flash strike sword art, she had never encountered such a thing. She found that she wasn't unable to move because of some magic, but she felt that the space in front of her, which was originally under her control, suddenly became obscure, and the blade that moved freely in it seemed to have fallen into a layer of condensed ice. She raised her head in horror and looked at the girl with the ponytail standing in front of her. Scarlet didn't say a word and stared at her coldly with the azure spear in her hand. Another girl at the peak of gold. Although Lorena had long known of Brando's strength, she never dreamed that a mere Tonagel would hide so many geniuses, as if all the monsters of Erewhon were gathered here. And it was at this moment that a cold voice came. The flash strike sword art uses spatial movement to directly cause damage, so under the invincible fate, even the spatial movement effect is left with less than 10% of the effect. It's true that everything has its nemesis. Hearing this voice, Delphian, who was standing behind all the night, suddenly changed her expression. Count Tonagel. The woman seemed to be gnashing her teeth as she said the name. She subconsciously wanted to retreat, but the voice shouted first, "The county!" As soon as the voice fell, an invisible shackle fell from the sky and fell on every cruise person present. Then a somewhat cold voice reached the ears of these knights. "Don't worry. Spatial laws, freeze." Brando's figure had actually emerged from the crowd. He parted the crowd and caught Freya, who was falling from the air. He raised his head and stared coldly at the daughter of the Prime Minister of Cruz. "Madam, I believe we've met once in the loop of trade winds? Did Veronica send you here to tell me that Cruz is ready to declare war on Erewhon? If that's the case, I'll accompany you at any time." Brando's words caused an uproar. The holy palace of Alaudinor was shrouded in a cloud of mist all year round. The empty floor of the obsidian hall reflected a dim blue light, as dark as a mirror. In the darkness, the pillars of the dead, which were stacked with 120 white bones, supported the Gothic dome formed by layers of bones. He raised his head and saw that the Dark Lord who had taught Erewhon a painful lesson in Karsuk was like what the Insursta dragon had said. The blood staff dressed in a blood-red robe, the king of necromancers, Jug, slowly walked into the center of the hall. "Your Majesty, I have brought news that is not so delightful. Those lowly humans are now challenging your Majesty in Madara's territory. The pain that the war a year ago brought to them seems to have faded from those stubborn human nobles. Today, I am here to ask for your permission to let me bring them new horror." The hoarse voice of the bloodstaff echoed under the vault of the holy palace of Eliudinor, but Tarkus and the Insursta dragon narrowed their eyes slightly. Brando threw the letter in Delphian's hand lightly in front of her. He looked at this woman carefully. In fact, he had already met her once at the exchange of trade winds, but at that time, he had only seen her from afar. He did not look at her as closely as he did today. He had to admit that her beauty was enough to make anyone admire her. Among all the women he had seen, only Princess Griffine could compare to her. But compared to her vicious heart, Her Highness the Princess was as innocent as a child. Miss Delphian, although I don't know how I have offended you, but you don't have to take revenge on me at all costs. Lord Veronica asked you to pass this message to me. Speaking of which, it seems that you cruise people do not intend to start a war with us Erewhon people. Instead, you want to ask me for a favor. He paused for a moment and could not help but say sarcastically, If she knew that you are here to give me a condition, I'm afraid she would not be satisfied. The Prime Minister's daughter did not say a word. She stared at him coldly, but the hatred in her eyes was like that of a venomous snake. This made Brando frown. Even in his wildest dreams, he could not imagine how he had offended her to make her look like she hated him so much. But fortunately, he did not need this woman to speak. He took a look at the letter, and he already knew the contents of the letter. He raised his head, silently estimating which historical event this was. The Bloodstaff self-directed drama had happened before in history. He had thought that because history had been completely changed, all of this would not happen again. He did not expect that the unlucky corpse wizard king would still send this trouble to him. But Brando squinted his eyes, and was not too worried in his heart. To him, this was a rare opportunity. It was rare to encounter a familiar historical event, and such a good thing might not happen again in the future. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 686. At the end of the Sword's Year, there was indeed a second invasion by the Bloodstaff in history. The unruly corpse wizard king colluded with Count Ranner to create trouble in an attempt to create an excuse to invade Elson. The deeper intention was to break away from the control of the Supreme Emperor of Madara, or at least weaken his prestige. So this was a good show directed by the Bloodstaff. It was just that some people had planned the opening of the show, but did not expect the final outcome. The Bloodstaff that once swept through the eastern region of Karsuk completely buried itself in this war. First, it was defeated by the allied forces of Ik, Yura, and Duke Vero. Then, in the process of retreating to the Land of Spiders, it was ambushed by the army of the Queen of Banshees, Yalvit, who claimed that she was unwilling to submit to the Mercury Staff, and then died. Not long after its death, the territory it originally ruled in the Blood Forest was divided. Insursta inherited the largest part of it. Then, the Queen of Banshees, Yalvit, also surrendered to the Supreme Emperor of Madara after a symbolic resistance. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed as if the corpse wizard king had dug a hole and buried himself in it. Before Insursta left Aween, he had secretly communicated with Count Ranner. But in the next moment, this lovely count went to the Bloodstaff to conspire with him. Perhaps only the Bloodstaff's empty, dark-corroded mind of the corpse wizard would think that there was nothing fishy about this. The Queen of Banshees, Yalvit, was also a big suspect, but this was not something Brando was concerned about. What moved him was that he realized that this September conflict in history would bring him a huge opportunity. It might even allow him to completely solve the trouble in the southern region in one fell swoop. If his plan was successful, then Her Highness would have at least 1 to 2 years of development after unifying the southern region. Even before the Emperor of Madara was ready, if Erewhon was prepared to deal with the war in advance, maybe the new Black Rose would seriously consider the route to the west. Brando was lost in thought for a moment. His finger tapped lightly on the envelope. Only he could see the opportunity in the letter. He clearly remembered this point in history. During the autumn moon of the Year of the Sword, the Bloodstaff would choose to head east from today's Buchi and enter Grimoires from the Silman region. They would then meet up with Count Ranner at the border of the northern Tosancade forest. After that, Bloodstaff's army marched north to attack Kirkle, the capital of Grimoires, in an attempt to open up a path to Vero from the west of Lake Valendon. However, the undead army was ambushed by the allied forces of Ik, Yura, and Duke Vero near Shallow Water Town. The Bloodstaff was killed by Yalvit in the process of retreating to the Land of Spiders. The Princess and Duke Arek's army also attacked the capital of Ranner's territory, Magiton. The September conflict started in the month of harvest and lasted for more than a month until the middle of the month of autumn. After that, both Madara and Erwin refused to admit that it was a war. They reached a consensus in writing that it was a border conflict where the lords privately plundered and retaliated. Brando personally participated in the war as a player at that time. Not long after that, Count Randner was expelled and fled to Madara. He joined in Sursta's forces, but that was no longer something that Brando cared about. He raised his head and stared at the huge map of Erwin's southern border that was hung on one side of the wall of the castle hall in Abes. His gaze was always wandering on one of the lines. That line started from Silman in the south and reached Kirkle Castle in the north. In history, the Bloodstaff had once attacked Kirkle, but this time, Brando obviously would not give the Lich so many benefits. The southern border was now in the princess's pocket, and Brando was not so generous as to give his things to others. The key was that this was the best opportunity to rope in Duke Grinoires, and Duke Vero would definitely join in. Now, he could only hope that Old Man Arek would also join in the chaos. If their allied forces were completely destroyed, then the war in the southern border would in fact be over. Brando's gaze stopped at the Silman area where the war started, and he suddenly thought of some people. Those people should have gained a foothold by now. Then the plan was set. He curled his finger and lightly tapped on the table. This action made Amandina, who was at the side, tremble slightly. Amandina, who was familiar with him, knew very well that he had already decided on the next plan. As expected, Brando raised his head. He first glanced at Delphian, who was pressed down on the chair by Scarlet. This woman made him a little puzzled, but the fact that she ordered her subordinates to hurt Freya angered him even more. The Valkyrie had come to him with bandages on and told him not to be impulsive, but it was precisely because of this that Brando's heart became even colder. He pondered for a moment. A murderer should be prepared to be killed. This woman had sinister intentions. Although she did not succeed in the end, at least she had attempted to kill. Moreover, it was not her own conscience that made her stop. If Scarlet was not present at the time, Freya and even the Roman would not have been able to escape death. However, envoys were not killed in a war between two armies. Although this envoy had done some despicable things, Brando was not so petty as to argue with a woman. Besides, if he killed Delphian just like that, Freya would most likely feel guilty. He did not want to leave any grudges with the future Valkyrie because of this small matter. However, he could avoid death, but he could not escape punishment. Moreover, Brando believed that sometimes death was a kind of relief. This venomous woman was glaring at him with a face full of resentment. She was the daughter of Prime Minister Cruz, and her status seemed to be very high. If she died, there would be a real war between Erwin and Cruz. Brando stared at her. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that her deep purple eyes were filled with hatred. "My lord." Amandina seemed to have seen through his thoughts and asked in a low voice. "I don't want to see this woman for the time being. She was born with such a beautiful face, but her heart is disgustingly ugly. Take her to the water dungeon under Abes Castle. I believe Lady Veronica will give me a satisfactory answer." Brando replied coldly. "Water dungeon?" Amandina asked in disbelief. She could not help but look at Delphian with some sympathy. Compared to that, perhaps it would be better to be executed directly. The dungeons under Coldwood Castle were built during Grodon's time. The water dungeons at the bottom were covered with a layer of iron cages, and the water was waist deep. It was impossible for anyone to change the water in the dungeons. There were countless corpses of humans, rats, and other creatures in there. There were also some things that she could not bring herself to mention. She could not possibly ask the prisoners to give up on excreting, right? It was hard for her to imagine what would happen to the daughter of the Prime Minister after being locked up for a few days. A woman as beautiful as her was impossible not to love beauty. Besides, Brando wanted to wait for Veronica's reply. In other words, if Veronica did not give him a reply, it was estimated that Delphian would be locked up for the rest of her life. Amandina felt her hair stand on end just thinking about it. But she could not help but sigh when she looked at Delphian. This woman only had herself to blame. When she had ordered people to hurt Freya, the entire territory had almost been stirred up. "I understand." She nodded and replied softly. Then she was ready to order the soldiers to drag the daughter of the Prime Minister away. But it was at this moment that Lorena, who was restrained to a chair by the Shire's spell, saw this scene and could not help but plead, "My lord." Although she was the one who had actually hurt Freya, she and her fiancé were treated the best. The other cruise knight were directly tied to the ground, while she and Philas were just confined to chairs by magic. From this point, the female knight could vaguely feel that the count in front of her did not seem to be such an unreasonable person. Besides, as a knight from the army, she knew very well what kind of place the dungeon was. Delphian, who was born in a noble family, would never stay in that kind of place for more than a day. But she did not expect that as soon as she opened her mouth, Brando interrupted her and said, "Lady Lorena, I know you are an upright and kind knight. You know very well what would have happened if I had not been able to stop that scene at the time. If Freya had died, or even if she had been seriously injured, I would have immediately declared war on Cruz." He glanced at the female knight. In fact, he let Lorena and Philas sit in chairs not because he saw that they were innocent, but because Lorena and Philas were still somewhat famous in history. They were the few Cruz commanders that Brando appreciated more. The title of the upright Lorena was still circulating on the earth even after the Holy War, and he believed that she would not attack Freya for no reason. "Don't doubt my ability," he paused and continued. "Lady Lorena, I'm sure you're already well aware of my relationship with the Ash Sword Saint. If Erwin had become enemies with Cruz because of this, then what awaited the two kingdoms would have been a bloody end. Just because of this woman's selfishness, hundreds and thousands of people would have died because of it. Compared to my current indifference and ruthlessness, the Prime Minister's daughter in front of you is more like a cold-blooded executioner. Besides, when she ordered you and Mr. Philas to attack, I'm afraid she didn't consider your safety. You should be well aware of this. If you had attacked at that time, you would have been in enemy territory. If you had failed, it's not hard to imagine what kind of situation you would have faced. In fact, if you hadn't met me, I'm afraid you would have met with misfortune by now," Brando continued. Lorena was slightly stunned and could not help but fall silent. What a bandit's logic. Cruz's war with Erwin was just your own decision, my lord. But you can put it on my head and make me an executioner, my lord. Delphian was pressed into the chair and sneered. Brando looked at the woman with some pity and replied slowly, "Compared to a woman like you who has no normal human feelings, it is indeed difficult for you to understand the kinship and bonds between people. After all, these things are too complicated and profound for you. You have cold blood flowing in your veins, but I can declare war on Kurlutz for Freya's sake. That's the biggest difference between you and me." Delphian seemed to have been stabbed in the ribs. She could not help but bite her lower lip and stare at him viciously. "Miss Delphian, I can endorse Count Tonigel's words and ensure that he is not an alarmist." Princess Griffine, who was watching silently from the side, suddenly interjected at this time. She replied quietly, "Mr. Brando is right. This has nothing to do with reason or interest. The murderer must pay with his life. Erwin has the ability to protect its people." Brando turned his head. He looked at the princess with some gratitude. Although he knew that there was some element of buying people's hearts, at least she stood up and chose to stand with him in front of outsiders at this time. It meant that she would always be on his side in this matter. Not only Brando, but even Lorena and Philas could not help but look at the eldest princess of Erwin in surprise. Both of them looked surprised and subconsciously re-evaluated the count's position in the princess's heart. It was obvious that they were more intimate than the rumors outside said. Delphian stared coldly at Princess Griffine. She trembled slightly and replied in a venomous tone, "I understand. But you'd better kill me. Otherwise, I swear that as long as you don't kill me one day, I will definitely make a move on the people around you." "You won't have the chance, Miss Delphian," Brando replied coldly. "I know what you're thinking, but I have a lot more brains than you think." At this point, he was too lazy to deal with this venomous woman anymore, so he turned back to her and said, "Amandina, take her away. Everyone must be responsible for their own actions." Amandina nodded slightly, then led the accompanying soldiers to take the daughter of the Prime Minister of the Cruz Empire away. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.